Hello everyone, welcome back. Today we're going to build a very exciting project. We're going to build an expense tracker app that's both functional and very fun to use. Whether you're a beginner or pro in React Native, if you're looking to sharpen your skills, then this project is just for you. Once you complete this project, you will have the confidence to create professional apps like this one. And you can even add this project to your portfolio to showcase your skills. We will use the latest Expo router SDK, Firebase for real-time data, and Cloudinary for storing images. I'll guide you step by step to make everything simple and easy to follow. If you don't want to follow along, then you can just visit my website codewithnomi.com. There you will find this application, Expense Tracker app, and you can get the source code for this entire application from here. You can also find other professional apps like social media, wallpaper app, Firebase app, and you can subscribe to my newsletter if you want to get the latest updates. Now let me show you a demo of the application. So if I reload the application, you'll see a very cool animation on the welcome page. We have the sign up page here, and if we go back, we have the sign in page. I've already added an account, so let me just log in with that account and hit login. Okay, so we are logged in and we are in the home tab of our application. And on the top, we can see a card with the total balance, total income, and total expense. And at the bottom of this card, we have the recent transactions. We can scroll through all the transactions. Then we have a floating plus button, which opens a transaction model. So we can add a new transaction into our system. So we'll come to this later, but if I click on the search icon, it will let us search through all the transaction in this user's account. So you can scroll through all the transactions or search for any specific transactions. So if I search for cash, this will show cashback from the credit card, which is $90. So this is very useful. Now let's go to the user tab. There we can see the user information, name, email, edit profile. Here I can edit the user profile. I can choose a new image, update the name. You can add other fields here as well and update the user. We have setting, privacy policy, and the logout button. If we click on this, this will show us a model to log out from the app. So on the left, we have the wallets tab. Here we can see the total balance in our account on the top. Then we have my wallet section, which shows all the wallets. So we can add multiple wallets and we can update the name, icon, or even delete the wallet from this section. And if I go back, we can add a new wallet from here as well. So if I click on this icon, I can add a new wallet. So let's name it Secret Vault, and let's add an icon. Let's choose this flowers image. And if I hit add wallet, this will be added to my wallets. And if I click on it, I can see the details. And if I want to delete this icon, this will confirm that this will remove all the transactions related to this wallet as well. And if I delete it, everything is gone. So that's how the wallet section is working. Then we have the statistics tab where we can see all the stats by weekly, monthly, or yearly duration. So in weekly, we can see the statistics from the last 7 days, and at the bottom, we have all the transactions within that duration. We can switch to monthly view, and this will show the statistics from the last 12 months and all the transactions within this duration. And same for the yearly tab. This will show how much we earned or spent in those years and all the transactions. So let's go to home section and let me show you the transaction. So if I open a transaction, we have a type of a transaction. This can be either expense or income. Then we have the wallets input, which shows all the wallet from our account. Then if it's an expense transaction, we will have to choose expense category as well. I've added all the common categories. Then we'll have to choose the date for this transaction. There you will see a native date picker for iOS. Then choose the amount, description, and the receipt. So these are all the information saved for each transaction. Let me go back and let's add a new transaction. So let's add an expense, choose a wallet as freelancing, then expense category as entertainment, leave the date, amount of $20, add description as watched a movie, and let's add a receipt. Let's choose this one and let's see if everything is correct. Okay, let's submit. Okay, so there we can see a new expense transaction and our balance is decreased and the expenses have been increased by $20. So this is all working in real time. As we add any transaction, this will auto update the balance. So if I make this 30 and update, you will see the total balance is updated, the total expenses have been updated, and the recent transaction has been updated as well. Now this was the expense transaction. Now let's add an income and see if our balance updates. Let's choose income and let's choose the wallet as freelancing. Choose the date and add the 50 amount. Completed a project and let's submit. Okay, so the balance is updated and we can see the new transaction. Previously it was, I believe, 454. Now it's 504. So everything is working great. Now, all the features are working great on the Android side as well. We can open any transaction, we can update, delete transaction, we can search for any transaction. All the animations are working on the Android as well. So if I search for gift, we can see the gift from family transaction. I can search for, let's say, dinner, and we can see all the dining transactions. Let's search for refund, and this was a refund from online store. So everything is working perfectly fine. We can go to new transaction, add the transaction from here. Let's go to statistics. There you can see the animations are working here as well. We can see the bar chart for the last 7 days. Let's move to monthly tab and we can see the last 12 months data for our spendings and earnings. And let's move to wallets. We can open any wallet and update from here or delete. So let's move to user profile. Animations working here as well. We can update the user photo. We can choose any photo from the gallery and update the name. And if I hit on logout, we'll see the model. So everything is working very smoothly as it was on iOS. And this was just a brief demo of all these features. Obviously, there's a lot going on under the hood, and I will teach you guys how to create this entire application step by step, and I'll try to make it easy for you guys to follow along. If you are new to the channel, then do subscribe the channel for more cool projects like this one. And in the next part, we're gonna start building this project. In this part, we're going to start building the application. So first you will need to install the latest Expo router app. You will need to go to docs.expo.dev router/installation, and there you will find this installation page. You will need to copy this command to install the Expo router app. Just paste it into the terminal and you will have to name your application. Let's name it expense tracker app and hit enter. This is going to download the template files for us, and once that's complete we can just close this terminal. I've already opened the project into VS Code, so let me make this big, and let's also add our iOS simulator here like this. So here we can see all the template code, but before we get into this, let me just try to run this application to see what it looks like. So open the terminal, type the command npm run iOS. This is starting the Metro Builder. We need to fetch the latest Expo Go app. Okay, so it's running. So the app is running and we can see two tabs at the bottom, Home and Explore. So over here, we can see the code for these tabs in the tabs group. We have Explore and Index page. We're gonna get rid of all of this code because we're gonna start from scratch. So this is the layout file where we define the layout. So let me just minimize this and delete everything inside the app folder. Now it's asking us to create a new component inside app folder, which we will do in a second. Let's also delete all of these components because we're not gonna use them. So let's delete them. Let's delete the constant files as well, and these hooks as well. So now we're gonna add some images for this application. So let's open the images folder in the assets and just paste them here. These are the card, default avatar, splash image, and welcome image. So it's highlighting every file, which is a bit confusing. So let me just delete the git from this folder. Just open a terminal and write the command rm-rf.git. This will remove the git from this folder and it's gone. Now we're gonna create some utilities for styling every component. So let's create utils and create a new file as styling.ts. And here I'm just gonna copy and paste these utilities. We have here the scale and vertical scale function. If you're not familiar with this, there is a library called React Native Size Matters. This library is used to make applications responsive, and this provides scale and vertical scale functions. You can just install this library and use these functions. If I open their Git repo, you can see their code is very similar to mine. Basically, we define a base width and height, and we use this to scale everything vertically or horizontally. So scale function is used to scale everything in horizontally using the short dimension, and vertical scale scales everything vertically using the long dimension. So here you can see the short dimension, long dimension, and scale uses short dimension for horizontal scaling, and vertical uses long dimension. If you find this a bit confusing, just copy this code, and when we start using this will all make sense. Now let's create a theme file, and here I'm just gonna copy and paste all the configuration. We have imported the scale and vertical scale function, and we have all these colors that we're gonna use in our application. Then we have the spacing X, which will be used for any spacing horizontally, any padding, margin, or anything. Then we have the spacing Y, which will handle any spacing vertically. So we have fixed spacings for X and Y. Then we have some radius variants at the bottom. Now let me create a new file in the root directory types.ts, and I'm just going to copy and paste all the types that we're going to use in this project. So we have some errors. We need to install these libraries because we're using some types from those libraries. So npm install Firebase and Phosphor. Let's just copy this Phosphor React Native. This is the library for the icons that we're gonna use. So I'll just install them now. Okay, so that is installed and the error is gone. So these are all the types that we're gonna use during the development of this app, and I will show you each type whenever I use them. So you can just copy them when you're building this app. So now let's create our first screen inside the app folder index.tsx, and let's use this snippet or an FES, and this will create a React Native functional component for us. If you want to use these snippets, you will have to install these extensions ES7 React Native snippets, and if you want to use snippets for React, then you will have to install this one. So let's just close this, and we're using the latest version of Expo router SDK. So here you can confirm in the package.json file. Now let's run our project. We need to reload the application. There we go. So the application is running. Now we need to create a layout file inside the app folder. We're going to use the stack layout for the authentication flow. Now let's create a functional component and here we'll just need to return the stack layout from Expo router. And let's just save this. Okay, so now we need to design this screen, which will be the splash screen for our application. So let's give this a style of container. And we need to define the styles in the style sheet. So for container, we're gonna have flex one and justify content into the center and align items center. And we're gonna use the background color from our theme object. So background color, let's import the colors from our theme. And we can use all the colors that we defined in the colors object: primary, primary light, neutral. So let's use the neutral 900 color for the background of this screen. And let's save this. This shouldn't look like this. So let's just refresh the app. There we go. So now we can see we have a header on the top, and we can remove this from the layout file. Here in the stack layout, we can provide some screen options where we need to define header shown as set to false. And once we save this, the header is gone. We don't want to have the headers on any screen. Now let's work on our index screen, and let's remove this text. And here we're gonna use a logo image for our application. So let's import the image component and give this a style of styles.logo, which we will define later, and resize mode as contain. And let's give this a source from the images that we just copied. So let's use the splash image from asset/images. Let's close this and save this. So there we can see the image already, and we need to make it a bit smaller. So let's give this a height of 20% and aspect ratio of 1. So the main idea is that this will be the splash screen, and it will show for some time when we are authenticating for the user, and we'll move to either main page or welcome page based on if the user is logged in. But for now, let's just route to the welcome page. Let's use the use router hook, and inside the use effect hook, we will wait for 2 seconds, and then we will move to the welcome page. We'll wait for 2 seconds, and we need to push the welcome route like this. So we're getting this error because we haven't created this page yet. So this will fall into the auth group. So let's create a new folder inside the app folder. And let's create the welcome page, a functional component, and let's rename it to capital welcome, and let's save this. So now we should be able to move to this welcome page when we save this. We can also remove this, and TypeScript will just suggest all the routes there are. So if I just remove this, we can either go to auth/welcome or /welcome. Both will work just fine. So let's use this and save this. Maybe we just need to reload the application. Okay, so after 2 seconds, we move to welcome page. There we can see welcome on the top left corner. So now we need to create some kind of screen wrapper to wrap around all the screens, because on iOS we have this notch and on Android we don't. So we need to make it so that our content does not conflict with the notch area. So this is the screen wrapper component. This will receive some properties as style and children. And this will have the prop type as screen wrapper props from the types file. And if I go in there, we see we have the style, the children properties. We can just remove this BG. I was using this before, but I decided to remove it because we can just pass any style into the style object. Now let's give this view a style that we're passing to this component from the parent component. And then we also need to provide some padding top. So we need to create this padding top dynamically. So let's create a variable, and we need to use the platform.os property to see if we are on iOS or Android. For iOS, this will be different, and for Android, this will be different. So we need to use height from the dimensions to give a padding top for the iOS devices. So let's use dimensions dot get window. This will get us the height of the specific device we are currently running the application on. And for iOS, I'm going to give the padding top of height multiplied by 0.06%. And for Android, it will be 50 pixels. Now let's give this padding top. We need some other properties as well. So padding top, then flex one so that it takes full space, and the background will be neutral 900 from our colors, like this. And we need to render the children here, so let's just remove this and render the children. And as we're using the dark theme for our application, we need to make the status bar content white. So let's use status bar component from React Native and give this a style of light. Why is this giving an error? Did we import it from React Native? Yes. Maybe we're using the wrong property. So yeah, it's the bar style, not the style. So bar style and the value will be the light content. Okay. So let's save this and everything's good to go. So now we can use this screen wrapper inside our welcome page. So let's import it here. Let's save this. And there we can see the status bar content is white, but the welcome text is black. So let's give this a color of white. There we can see the welcome text, but we cannot do this for every text component for our entire application. So we're gonna have to create a common component for typography. So let's create a new component and name is add typo. Let's create a functional component, and this component will receive some properties. So let's define these properties. Size, color, by default it will be text color from our colors object, and the font weight will be 400 by default. Then we need to pass children and the style, and we also need to pass any additional text properties. By default this will be an empty object. Okay, so let's define the type as typo props from our types file. So if I go into the type, you can see we have size, color, font weight, we have all these properties. So you can just copy them from here. Okay, so first let's just remove this view. So we're gonna just use the simple text component from React Native, but we will need to use these default styles that we're passing from the parent component. And we need to create some text style using the color, size, and the font weight. So the type will be text style. So here we need to define the font size, and if there is size then we can use that, and we're gonna use vertical scale method to make the font size responsive. Yes, we can use that. And if we have the size value then we're gonna use that, but if there is no value then by default the size will be 18, like this. Then let's pass the color and the font weight, and let's provide this text style to this text component, like this. Okay, so and then we're gonna render the children here so that we can pass any text to this component. And lastly we have this text props, so let's just spread all these text props here so that we can just pass any text properties from the parent component. Okay, so everything looks good. Now let's use this in the welcome page and see if this is working. So let's just remove this, import the typo component, and write welcome page. So there we can see by default it's white, and I can provide any size, let's say 30, and now it's big. And we can provide the font weight, and it will suggest all the font weights because we're using the type from React Native. So that is working, and we can provide any color. Now let's use red, and the text is red. So this is all working. Now let's just remove this. And now I'm just gonna copy and paste the style sheet for this component so that I'll just show you whenever I use any style. So let me just copy this and paste it here. Okay, so now we need to import these properties: spacing Y and vertical scale, space X, and the colors object. Okay, so there is no error anymore. Okay, so first we need to create a container view, and let's give this a style of container. And there you can see for the container we have flex1, justify content space between, and the padding top of spacing Y7. Now here we're gonna add the login button on the top right corner and then an image. So let's create a view, and inside this let's create a touchable opacity and use our typo component. And this will just say sign in. And if I save this, then we can see the sign in component. So let's give this a style of login button from our style sheet, and it will move to the right corner because it has the style of flex end. So let's add a font weight of 500 on this text. There we go. So after this button, we're gonna have the welcome image. So let's import the image component and give this a source of the welcome image that we copied into the assets earlier. So assets slash images slash welcome.png, and let's give this a style of welcome image. The resize mode property will be contain. Let's close this and save this. So there we can see the image. Now after this view, we're gonna have the footer area. So let's just add a comment here, footer, and let's create a view and give this the style of footer. Oh, also I forgot to show you the styles for the login and the welcome image. So for the login button, we have the following styles, and for the welcome image, we have the following styles. We have the width, height, align self, and margin top. So you can just copy these styles from here. We have the following styles for the footer. So here we can see align items, background color, padding top. So if I just save this, you will see we have the shadow as well. So the reason why I'm doing this, because this will save me a lot of time and the videos won't be that long. So you can just copy these styles from here. Now inside this, let's create a view and give this a style of align items into the center. Let's close this and let's use our typo component. And inside this, let's say always take control. There's gonna be another line, so let's just give this a size of 30 and the font weight of 800. Let's save this. Now let's just copy this, and this will say of your finances. So it's gonna be always take control of your finances like this. Now let's create another view. We're gonna have some description at the bottom of this view, and let's give this a style of align item center, and let's also add a gap of 2 pixels as well. And here let's just copy the typo components from here because this is gonna be the same, only the size will be different. And let's just remove the font weight, and this will be 17 as well. So color will be the text light color from our colors like this. And this will just say finances must be arranged to set a better lifestyle in future like this. Okay, so after this view, we're gonna have a button at the bottom. So let's create another view for this and give this a style of button container. And inside this, we're gonna use a button, but I want to create a custom button so that we can reuse it in future. So for now, let's just add a comment here, and we need to create a new component. Let's create button component and create a functional component. Now this function will receive some properties. So it's gonna receive style, on press function, a loading state which will be false by default, and the children. And we need to import the custom button props from our types file. And if we go to this type, we have style, on press, loading, has shadow. Let's just remove this because I decided not to use this in this application. So this is the type for this component. Now let's change this to touchable opacity. And this will have a property of on press. Let's pass the on press function that we will pass from the parent component. And we want to have some default styles. So styles.button, and then the styles from the parent component, so that if we want to override any default style, we can just pass this style property from the parent component. Now let's remove this and add the children here. Okay, now let's create the button styles here, and this will have a background color of primary from our colors object. Then the border radius will be we already have the radiuses in our theme object, so radius will be 17. Then border curve will be continuous, and the height of this button will be vertical scale of 52. Then for the content, let's use justify content center and align item center like this. Okay, so only the loading is left. So if the loading is true, we want to return another view for the loading. So let's return a view and give this a style of the button, and this will have the same style as the button, but the only difference will be the background color. This will have a background color of transparent, and inside this we're gonna have a loading component which we haven't created yet. So now we need to create a loading component, and let's create a functional component. Let's save this and let's just use this inside the button component in here. Okay, let's save this, and our button component is complete, but now we need to work on the loading component. So this will receive two properties as the size and the color. So size will be by default large, and the color will be the primary color from our colors. And this will have a type from React Native as activity indicator props, because we're going to use the activity indicator, and this has these two properties, size and the color. So for the view, let's give this a style of flex1, justify content center and align item center. And let's remove this, and here we need to import the activity indicator component. Let's use the size and the color from the parent component. Let's close it and save this. Okay, so the loading is complete. Now let's move to button, and everything here looks all right. Now let's go to our welcome page, and here let's just remove this and import our button component that we just created. And inside this, let's use the typo component, and this will just say get started. Let's save this, and there we can see our default button looks like this. Now we need to give the color black to this text. Let's give this a size of 22 and color will be neutral 900. And let's also add the font weight of 600 like this, and now it looks better. Now let's just reload the application, and with this our welcome page is complete, and the only thing left is the animations on our content, and we're gonna use reanimated library for the animations. And with the latest Expo router app, the reanimated library is already installed. We don't need to install it manually. As you can see here, reanimated and the gesture handler is already installed. So let's use the animated dot image for this component, and we're gonna use an entering property, and we'll use a fade in animation for this image. This should auto import this animation. Okay. So we imported the animated library. We're gonna use the reanimated. So I'm not sure why it's not suggesting. So let's just import it manually. Let's import animated from React Native reanimated. This is the one. Okay, so let's save this. Ignore this error. Now animated dot image, and now this should suggest the entering property, and we're gonna use the fade in animation from reanimated. We're gonna use the duration for this animation as 500 milliseconds. Let's save this. Where is the image? We use the animated property. Let's just reload. There we can see the image, and the animation was very fast. There we can see, but let's just increase this to 2000 milliseconds. Now we'll be able to see the animation. There we can see the fade in animation for the image. Let's just make it 500. And for this text view, we're gonna have a fade in down animation. So let's use animated dot view and give this an entering property of fade in down animation. We're gonna use a duration of 1000. Let's save this. So if I just reload the application, we should be able to see. There we go. We have this fade in animation. I want to use a springify function and a damping of 12. This will have a springify motion on this animation. So if I just refresh, there you can see our animation is like spring motion. So I like this effect. Let me just copy this, and let's copy this for the second row. Let's just remove this and paste it here. We just override the gap. So let's add the gap of 2, and we're gonna add a delay for this animation so that they will be animated one after another. So there will be a 100 millisecond delay between them. Then let's add the animation for this button as well. Let's copy this. We don't need this style here. And let's add a delay of 200 milliseconds for this button. And save this. So the animation is already playing. So let's just reload. Okay, there we can see we have a very beautiful animation. I want to increase the duration for this image because the animation is really fast. Okay, now it looks good. So with this, we have added animation and our welcome screen is complete. And in the next part, we'll work on the login and the SignUp UI. In this part, we're going to work on the login and the SignUp UI. Now we need to create a login and the registered pages in the auth group. Let's create a functional component and rename this to capital login. Let's do the same for the register page. A functional component and rename this to capital register. So now we need to be able to move to these pages from the welcome page, and we need to define a router for that. So let's create a router using the use router hook. And when we click on this sign in button, we're gonna push a new route as auth/login. This is the one. And let's do the same for a register page on get started button. Let's copy this and paste this here. And we're going to change the route as auth group/register like this. Let's save this. And now if I click on the sign in button, let's just reload the application and click on sign in. So there we can see we are on the login page. Now let's move to the login page, and here we need to import our screen wrapper component. And let's save this. So we can't see the login text, so let's use our typo component. There we can see. So now I'm just gonna copy and paste the entire style sheet for this component so that I don't have to type every style, and I'll just show you these styles whenever I use them, and this will save a lot of time. Now let's import all of these variables: spacing y, x, vertical scale, and the colors. Okay, all the errors are gone. Now let's create a container view and give this a style of container. And you can see the container has the following styles: flex, gap, and padding horizontal like this. Now here I'm gonna create a back button, and we need to create a custom back button so that we can use it in future. So let's just create a new component, back button. Let's create a functional component, and let me just go back and import this inside this container. Back button. Let's save this, and now let's work on our back button component. So this will receive some properties as the style and the icon size. So the icon will be the icon that we're gonna use for the back button, and the default size will be 26 for that icon. The type for this component will be back button props from our types, and this has the style and the icon size type. So now let's change this to a touchable opacity, and let's add an onPress method, and we're gonna use the router to go back to previous page. So let's define the router, use router hook, and when we click on this button, we're gonna use the back function to go back to previous screen. Now let's add the style. We're gonna add the styles dot button from these are the default button styles, but we're also gonna pass the style that we're passing from the parent component in case if we need to override any styles. Now this here will not be the text. We're gonna use a back icon. So we're gonna use Phosphor React Native icons. We have already installed them, but if you haven't, you can just install them, and this is their website. So if you click on explore icons, there we can explore all the icons. So we're gonna use a caret left icon for the back icon. This is the icon, and if you click on it, you can see we have multiple variants of this icon: fill, light, regular, and bold icon. We're gonna use the bold icon for this back icon. So let's just remove this, and here let's just import caret left icon from Phosphor React Native, and this has some properties as size. Let's use the vertical scale, then use the icon size that we're passing to this component. Then it has a color property, so color will be colors.white. We need to import the colors like this, and then it has a weight property where we can define the variant if it's bold, fill, or regular. So these are all the color icon variants. So if I just remove this, there it will suggest all the variants of this icon. We're gonna use the bold icon. Let's close this and save this. We should be able to see this icon. Maybe it's some cache issue, so let's just reload the application. Okay, there we can see the icon, and if we click on it, we move back to previous screen. So it's working as expected. Now let's add a style for it, and let's add a background color of neutral 600 from our colors. then this should always be on the left side. So align self to flex start. And let's add a border radius of 12 from our theme. Border curve as continuous. And then the padding of 5 pixels. Let's save this, and maybe we need to reload the application again. Sometimes Expo does that. We have to reload the application to see the changes. Not sure why. So let's go to sign in. So there we can see the updated design. Now we are able to change the icon size from the parent component. So if I want to update the icon size to 28, there we can see the icon is bigger now. Now let's create a view and give this a style of gap of 5 pixels, then margin top of spacing Y of 20 pixels. Now this should display here because I want to add some text on top of the form. So let's use typo, and this will say hey. There we can see. Now let's increase the size to 30, and the font weight will be 800. Okay, now let's just duplicate this. And this line will say welcome back. So it will become hey, welcome back, like this. Now after this, we're gonna add the login form. So let's create a view and give this a style of form. And for the form styles, we have just a gap between the inputs that we're gonna define. So let's add a typo here and give this a size of 16, and the text color will be the text lighter color from our colors, and this will say login now to track all your expenses. Let's save this, and there we can see the text. Now I want to add an input here, but I want to add a custom input component for this so that we can reuse this in future. So let's create a new component, input. Let's create a functional component, and let's just import it here like this. So now let's go into the input component, and this will receive some props, and the type will be input props from our types file. And if I go into that type, you will see we have icon, container style, input style, and the input reference. You can just copy the types for all of these properties. Now let's add the style for the container. We're gonna have some default container styles. So let's add styles.container, and then the container styles from the parent component in case if you want to override any styles. Now let me just define this container here like this, and let's just remove this, and we're gonna use a text input component here. And let's add the style for this. We're gonna have some default input styles, so styles.input, and then the input styles from the parent component, so props.input styles like this. And let's just define it here, input style. Okay, so let's add a property placeholder text color. This will be neutral 400 from our colors. And then we're gonna assign the reference if we are passing it from the parent component, so props.input reference like this. Let's save this, and now let's add the styles for the container. So let's add flex direction as row, and the reason for that, we can add an icon to the input as well. So I forgot to do that. So here this will have props.icon if we are passing any icon component from the parent component. Then we're gonna have a height of vertical scale 64. Then align items into center and justify content center. Border width of 1. Border color of neutral 300. Then let's add the border radius of 17 from the radiuses and border curve as continuous. Okay, so let's save this, and there we can see the input already. Okay, so we're gonna add some padding horizontal and the gap between the icon. So padding horizontal will be spacing X of 15, and then we will have a gap of spacing X10 like this. Now let's add the style for the input. So let's add flex 1 and the color of white. So the font color will be white and the font size will be dynamic vertical scale of 14. Let's save this. Okay, so this is working, and with this the input component is complete. Did we add the icon? Yes. So now let's use this input to the login component, and let's add a placeholder here. This will say enter your email. Let's save this. We should be able to see this placeholder here. Let's go into the input component. Okay. So we need to spread all the props that we're passing to this component. So when I save this, you can see we have the placeholder now. So let's add an icon to this input, and for that we're gonna use the phosphor icon. So let me just import all the icons at once, and then we will use the email icon. And the icon we are gonna use is the @ symbol. So icons.at, and let's give it a size of vertical scale of 26, and let's save this. We need to close this icon tag. What's the issue here? Okay, so let's save this. So there we can see the @ symbol, but we need to change the color. So let's add the color of neutral 300 from our colors, and let's also use the weight property as fill. Let's save this. So there we can see the @ symbol. Now when user types a value, we need to store it somewhere, and we're gonna use the email reference for that. We can even use the use state hook, but that will re-render the whole component whenever user types a value. So when possible, I try to use the references. So we have the email reference and the password reference, and let's add a function on this input on change text. This will give us the updated value whenever user types something, and we will just update the current value on the email reference like this. So let's just copy this for the password input as well. Let's change this to enter your password, and let's save this. So there we can see we have two inputs, and let's change the symbol to log. Let's save this. We have the new icon. This will update the password reference dot current value. And we also want to add secure text entry property. So whenever we type in anything into email, we can see it. But if we type any password, we shouldn't be able to see this. Now let's create another view for the footer area at the bottom. So let's create a view and give this a style of footer. And for the footer style, we have the following styles. You can just copy them from here. Before we work on the footer, we need to add the submit button and the forget password link. So let's add the typo and give it a size of 14, and the color will be text color from our colors, and style will be align self to flex end so that it shows on the right corner, and this will just say a forgot password. I'm not gonna make this functional. I just added this because it looks good in the UI, so that's why I just added it. Now let's add the button component, and we will have an on press method that will trigger handle submit function. And let's create this function here, handle submit. This will be an async function. Let's just leave it like that for now. And inside this, we're gonna have a typo component. This will say login. So let's add a font weight of 700. The color will be black. And the size of the text will be 21. And this will just say login. Let's save this. So there we can see the login button. Now let's add a loading property on this button as well. So when we are loading the user, this will go into the loading state. So let's add this state is loading and set is loading. By default, this will be false. And this should be const. This will be true when we are logging in the user, and this will show the loading here. But we can see it now if I just change this to true. There we can see the loading. And by default, this will be false. So let's change it back. Okay, now we need to add a text at the bottom in the footer. So let's go into the footer. And here, let's add a typo. And this will say don't have an account. Then sign up. So let's give this a size of 15. And after that, we're gonna have a sign up button. So let's use a pressable. And inside this, let's add a typo and give this a size of 15. And then it will say sign up. So it will be like don't have an account, then just simply sign up like this. Now for the footer, we have the following styles. So these are shown in a row. So let's add an on press function on this pressable, and this will just move to the sign up page. So let's define the router so that we can move to sign up page. And when we click on this, this will just navigate a new route auth/register like this. And let's change this button to make it look like a button. So font weight will be 700. And then let's add a primary color for this text. Let's save this. So now it looks good. Okay, so now when we click on this, this moves to register. So it's working. So the sign-in screen is almost complete. We just need to add the validation for the email and the password. So when we click on this button, this will trigger handed submit. And we have the email reference and the password reference. So we're just gonna check if we have any value in both of them. We're gonna make a condition. If we don't have value in either of these variables, then we're gonna alert the user. This will say login, and the message will say please fill all the fields, and we'll just simply return from here. But if we have the value in both of them, then we will just print the email value and the password value. And then it will say good to go. Let's save this and let's see if this is working. So if I click on this, we have fill all the fields warning. And if I type anything in email and then hit login, we still have to enter the password. So let's enter the password and click on login. So there we can see good to go. And we have the email value and the password value. Okay, so with this, our login screen is complete, and the sign up screen will be very similar. So we're just gonna copy the login screen to the sign up and change some variables. So let's just copy this and paste it into the register page. Let's change the component name to register here. And when we are exporting this screen like this, now as you can see, we have the same login screen. Now let's change some things around. So let's change this text to let's get started. Okay, now we need to change this text. So this will say create an account to track all your expenses. Let's save this. Okay, so now we need to add a new input for the username as well. So let's create a new reference. This will be name reference. And let's also add this to the validation condition. So user must add the email, password, and the name. Then this will say sign up. Let's also console log the name here. Okay. Now let's copy the email input for this name input. And this will be shown on the top. This will say enter your name. We will change the name reference, and we will have a user icon from the Phosphor React Native icons. Let's save this, and there we have the name input. So let's change. We don't need this forgot password, so let's just remove this, and we need to change this to sign up, and we need to change the footer as well. So this will say already have an account, then login. So this will say login, and we need to change the route to auth/login. Let's remove this, and this is the route. So let's save this. Okay, so I think it's looking pretty good. Now let's just reload the application. So let's go to the sign up. Sorry, we need to go to sign up. And let's see if the validation is working on the sign up. So if I click on this, we see the warning. And let's add the name, the email, and hit sign up. We need to add the password as well. So let's add the password and hit sign up. There we can see, good to go. And we have the email, name, and the password. So everything is working. If I click on login, it's moving to a new page because we're using the push function and it's creating a new route every time. But if we change this to navigate, it will use the previous route in the history and it will move back to that page. So just change this to navigate. Let's just reload. So let's go to sign up and then login. Now, if I click on sign up, this will immediately take me back to the previous route in the history, and this is working great. Now, with this, our login and the sign up UI is complete. And in the next part, we will work on Firebase authentication. In this part, we're going to work on Firebase authentication. So for this, you'll need to have a Google account. And once you're logged in, you need to go to console.firebase.google.com and create a new project. Let's name our project as expense tracker. And you need to accept the Firebase terms and hit continue. No, we don't want the Google Analytics. Okay, so the project is created and now you will see this dashboard and you need to click on this web icon. We need to create a web application and let's name it as web app and register. So it will ask you to install the Firebase package, which we have done already. But if you haven't, just install it and you need to copy this snippet. This will initialize the Firebase app into our application. So let's create a folder as config and let's create a firebase.ts file and paste the configuration. Now this will create a Firebase app and then we need to create a Firebase authentication service as well. And before we do that, we need to install a package that Firebase Auth uses. It's called React Native Async Storage and Firebase Auth uses it to persist the user session. So we need that package. So let's just copy this and paste it here. Now let's run our application. Okay, so now we need to create the authentication service, and we need to import some functions from a Firebase/auth. So first we need to import initialize auth function. Then we need a function get React Native persistence. Okay, so just ignore this error. I will show you how you can fix this. Now we need to create the authentication. So let's create an auth variable and use initialize auth, and we need to pass the app variable, then some options. And here we need to define a property persistence, get React Native persistence. Now here we need to use the storage that we just installed. This will be async storage, which we haven't imported yet. So let's import this async storage from React Native async storage. Okay, so this is for authentication. So let's just add a comment here, auth. Now let's add a variable for our database. Let's add Firestore, and we need to import get Firestore function and pass the app variable. Okay, so now we need to fix this issue. This is a type issue. So let's go into TS configuration file, and here in the paths variable, we need to copy this line. This will hopefully fix the issue. So let's save it and go back. So there we can see the issue is gone. Now we need to create the Firestore database and email provider. So let's go into authentication and hit get started. Now you need to enable the email and password provider and hit save. And let's create a Firestore database. Create database, and let's choose the location. I'm gonna choose Singapore and hit next. Let's use a test mode for the sake of this application and hit create. Okay, so the database is created and everything we store, we will see it here. Now we need to create a context to store the authenticated user. So let's create a folder contexts, and let's create a new file auth context. Okay, so now we need to import the create context API. Let's create an auth context and use the create context API. And let's give it a type of auth context type or null, and default value will be null. In this context, we will have the following values: user, set user, a login function to log in the user, and then a register function, and then update user data function. So as you can see, we have a user type. This is a custom type. So we will have a UID, an email, password, and image. So these are the types. So you can just copy these from here. Let's go back. And now let's create an auth provider. And this is gonna be a type of React dot functional component. And this will receive some children of type React dot React node, like this. And let's add the children. Okay, so first we're gonna have a user state where we will set our authenticated user, and by default this will be null. So let's use the type of user type that I've just shown you guys. So here you can see all the properties on this user type. Now we need to create a login function that we will use later. This will be an async function which will receive an email and the password of type string. Now inside this, let's create a try catch block. And this will give us an error if there is any. Then let's create a message from error.message. And if there is any error, we are gonna return a response with success as false, and the message will be from the error message. Now we're gonna use a function to log in the user, sign in with email and password. This is a function from Firebase /auth. We're gonna pass the authentication service that we created earlier, the email, and then the password. And once this is executed, we will log in the user and return the success as true. So this will be the login function. Now let's just copy this for the registration function and name this to register. Now this will receive email, password, and the name of the user as well. So let's add name of type string. Now let's just remove this, and we're gonna use a different method as create user with email and password. And this will give us the user object which will be created. So let's pass the authentication service, the email, and the password. Okay, so with this response, we will get a UID of the user, and we need to create a document of that user with the name that he provided. So let's use the setDoc function, which will create a document, and we need to provide the document reference. So let's use a doc function, and here we need to provide the database Firestore, then the name of the collection, which is users, and then the document ID. So we're gonna use the UID of the user as the document ID that we can get from response.user.uid. And let's add the data. So we need to add the data as email, the name, and the UID of this new user. So response.user.uid. And once this is created, we can return the success as true, and the user will be created in authentication, and it will be stored into database as well. So this is the register function. Now we need to create one more function to update the user data, and this will be update user data function. This will receive the UID. Now, this function is not for updating the user data into Firestore, but it's for updating the user state into our application. But if it doesn't make any sense right now, don't worry. I will explain when it's time to use this function. Now, let's just copy the code from register function, and let's remove this. Now, this is not gonna return this response. We will just simply console log the error message if there is any. And now we need to create a user reference that we're gonna update. So doc reference as the doc function, and let's use Firestore. And the Firestore is coming from the Firebase function that we created earlier. This is the database object. Now let's define the path as users and the UID that will pass to this function. Let's get the document snapshot. So we're gonna use get doc function and pass this document reference. Now we're gonna use the exist function on this doc snap to check if there is a document on this snapshot, and if there is any data, we will just update the state for this user. So if this is true, then inside this if statement, we will create the data, and we have the data function on this doc snap. Then we need to create the user data with a type of user type, and we're gonna have the values as UID. This will be data.uid, then email, data.email, then the name of the user, and then the image if there is an image, or null. Let's add null for all these values. Like this. So this will be the user data, and if there is a user data, we will just set it into the user state of this context, and I'll explain later why we need this function. So right now, if it doesn't make any sense, just don't worry about it. Okay, so now we need to create the context value. So let's create the context value and give it a type of auth context type. And this will have these following properties that I showed you guys before. So let's add the user, the set user, login, the register function, and the update user data function. Now let's return the auth context provider. So auth context, this needs to be capital. Okay, we made a mistake here. This needs to be capital auth context like this. And let's change this to auth context dot provider. And let's add the value as context value. This needs to be context value. Okay, now let's render the children here. Okay, so auth context is done. Now we need to create a hook that will use this context. So let's create a use auth hook. Export const use auth, and this will return a type of auth context type. And let's get the context using the use context API and pass the auth context. Then if there is no context value or if it's null, we are going to throw an error. And this will say use auth must be wrapped inside an auth provider. But if it does have a value, then we will just simply return the context like this. Okay, so with this, our auth context is complete, and now we can use this inside the register screen to create a new user and see if it's working. So let's go into the register component. And here we need to remove all of this. And first we need to start the loading. So let's set is loading to true. And we'll get the response from this register API, which we need to get from this use auth hook. Let's use the use auth and get this register function. Let's just change this to register user. This makes more sense. So register user, and we need to pass the values as email, password, and the name of the user. Now let's save this, and now we need to check if we are getting any error from this response. Okay, so we are getting this error because we did not wrap our layout with the auth context provider. So let's export a new root layout, and we need to return our auth provider. So let's import the auth provider from our context, and here we need to add the stack layout. And let's change this layout to the stack layout. And let's just remove this because we no longer need to export this. Let's save this, and hopefully let's just reload the application. Okay, so now we don't see any error. That's a good sign. Okay, so now let's get back to the register component. And here we need to console log the register result from this API. Then we need to make a check here if the result.success is false. That means we got an error, and in that case we will just alert the user with that error. So this will say sign up, and here we will render the result dot message like this. And after the API, we need to set the is loading state to false like this. Now let's save this. Okay, now let's just reload the application and see if everything is working. Let's go to sign up. Let's create our first account and hit sign up. Okay, so we can see in the console register result as success true. So that means our register API is working and the user is created. Now we need to be able to move to the main app. So for that we need to create a new group for the tabs, and let's create all the tabs here. Index.tsx, this will be the home tab. So let's create a functional component. Let's rename this to home. Now let's create other tabs as we're gonna have a profile tab. Let's create a functional component, change the name. Then let's create a wallet tab to manage all the wallets for this user. And finally, we're gonna have a statistics tab. So this is where the user will see statistics by weekly, monthly, and yearly duration. And let's save this. Now we're gonna create a layout file to define this is a tab layout. So we need to create the tabs layout from Expo router. So let's just type tabs and there we go. So let's just save this and hopefully this will work. Now we need to be able to move to this tab layout when we sign up or log in, and we can do that in auth context. So here we need to define a use effect hook where we will listen for authentication state changes. Now Firebase provides us with a hook that's called onAuth state changed, and that is triggered every time user logs in, logs out, or signs up. We need to pass the authentication service, and this will return a Firebase user in a callback. And using that, we can know if the user is logged in, signed up, or if he logged out. So here, let's just console log this user to see what data we are getting from this listener. Let's save this. So now let me just reload and do a sign up again. So here you can see by default the Firebase user is null. Now if I create a new account, let's see what happens. And if I hit sign up, the success is true, but the Firebase user is null. Let's see in the Firebase console. So this is the Firebase database, and we have a users collection, and we also have two users that we just created. Let's go into authentication, and we can see our users here, but why can't we see them here? Oh, okay. This needs to be Firebase user. We are displaying the user from the auth context. Okay, so now we can see we have the Firebase user that we just created. We have the UID, and we also should have an email. So there we have the email for this user. Let me just minimize this, and let's just remove this. And here we need to make a condition if there is a Firebase user. In that case, we want to set this to our user state in this context, and we're gonna have the values as the UID and then the email. And then we're gonna have a name. So Firebase user has this display name property, which we can use that. So if there is no user, we are gonna set this user to null, because that will mean if there is no user or user just logged out. So when we set the user, we also need to move the user to the tabs layout. So let's define the router to navigate to the tabs, and we're gonna replace the current a route so that user can't go back to the previous route once he's logged in. So we will replace the current route with the tabs layout, and if the user logs out, then we're gonna replace the current route with the welcome route so that he can not go back to the dashboard. And now we need to return this unsubscribe function from this listener, and let's save this. So there we can see the tabs layout, and we move to the welcome page. And this is because in the index page we have this set timeout that after 2 seconds we move to welcome page. So let's just remove this now because we don't need it now. So let's just reload, and after the splash screen we move to tabs layout. That means we are logged in, that's why we are seeing these pages, so we can see all the tabs. So now we need to be able to see what happens when there is no user. So we need a way to log out, and let's add a button in the home tab to log out the user. Let's import the button, and inside this let's add typo, and this will say log out. Let's save this. So there we can see the button. Let's change the text to black like this. Let's save this. So now when we click this, we should be able to log out. So let's add on press method, and this will trigger handle logout function. So let's create this function here. This will be an async function. We're gonna use a function a sign out from Firebase. So let's await for sign out, and we need to pass the auth service for this to work. So let's import the auth from Firebase file, and let's save this. Now let me just open the terminal and see how the user state will change. So let's just console log the Firebase user here and see what happens when we log out the user. So let's save this. So for now we can see we have the Firebase user. If I just reload, there you can see we have the Firebase user. And let's see what happens when I log out. Okay, so we move to welcome page and the Firebase user is null, and we set the user to null and change the routes to welcome screen, and we can see we are on the welcome page, so authentication is working. Now let's create a new user and see everything works smoothly. Hit sign up, and we move to tabs layout. So there we can see we have the Firebase user now. Now let me just log out, and now we need to work on our login screen. Our sign up page is working. So let me just go to the login, and let's just minimize this, and let's just remove this console log. First we need to set the is loading to true, and then we need to get the login function from our use auth hook. Let's call it login user, and let's get the response from this API. We need to pass the email and the password, and let's set the loading to false, and let's make a condition. If the success is false, then there must be an error, and in that case let's just alert the user with that error, result dot message like this, and let's save this. So let's reload the application and see if the login is working. Let me just try with wrong credentials to see if we are getting the error messages as well. So if I log in with the wrong email, this says error auth slash invalid credentials, but this does not look very human friendly. So we need to change this message. So let's go into our auth context, and here where we are getting this message, we need to console log this message, error message like this. Let's also copy this for the register function. because we might need to change the register function errors. So let's go to login. So let's use the wrong credentials again. Okay, so we need to copy this and we will make a condition here. If the error says this, if the message includes this error auth / invalid credentials, if that is true, then we need to change the message to wrong credentials. That looks more human friendly. Let's save this. And now let's see what happens. So this time I will enter a wrong password. So let's hit login. There you can see our custom error message. So let's see what happens when I enter an invalid email. So if I just remove the @ symbol and hit login, we get another weird error message. We need to change this as well. So let's just copy this and let's copy this message. And if we get this message, then we'll change this to invalid email like this. And let's save this. Okay, so let's test again if this is working. And let me just remove this @ symbol and hit login. There we can see our custom message. Now let me log in with my correct email and password. And there we go, we are logged into the application. So now we need to test the sign up errors. So let's just log out, go to sign up, and let's see what happens if I create an account with the same email. So let's sign up. So we need to change these errors as well. Also, let's just copy these emails, these errors, in case if we get any error from either of these. So let's just copy this one. And we're not gonna get invalid credentials from sign up. So let's just change this. And this message will say this email is already in use. Let's save this. And let's see if this is working. So let's go to sign up. And let's again create an account with an existing email. Let's sign up. And there we can see this error message. So the errors are working, the sign up and the login is working. And now I want to show you one more issue that we have with our authentication context. So remember when we created a method update user data into the auth context? Now it's time to use that function. So let me show you why we need that function. Let me just log in. Okay, we are logged in, and let's focus on our terminal. So if I console log the user data from our use auth hook, let's import the user from use auth hook and console log it here. Okay, so there you can see in the console we have the email name and the UID, and you can see the name is null. But I remember when we created this user, we also added a name for each user. So you can see in the Firebase database, for each document we have the name property as well. But this is not showing in here because this is the authentication state. It's not the document from the database. So that's where this function will come, and we need to call it as soon as we log in the user, and that will update the user state from the user document. So let's call this function here. We need to pass the UID that we can get from the firebase.uid. So this function will get the updated user data, and then it will create the user data and update in user state. That way we will get the updated data. Now let's just save this and go to home tab. Oh, as I saved this, you can see it updated the user state, and now we have the image, the name, and the UID. So now we are getting the updated data from the Firebase or Firestore database, and we can use this anywhere in our application, and this will persist even if we reload the application. So there you can see it just updated the name and the image from the database. So with this, our authentication system is complete. And in the next part, we're going to create a custom tab bar UI. In this part, we're going to work on the custom tab bar navigation. And first, we need to change the order of these options. I want the statistics to be in the second place. So let's go into the layout. And here we need to define each tab in the order that we want. So tabs.screen. And first, I want to have the home tab. And then let's just copy this and we'll change the name. So second will be statistics, then the wallet tab, and then we will have the profile tab. So when I save this, you will see the order is updated. Now we can add some screen options to this tab. So let's hide the header. Let's have the property header shown set to false. There we go. But let's make it true for now. We will hide it later. Then I want to use the custom tab bar. So there is an option for the tab bar which receives a custom component. And I want to create a custom tabs component. So let's create a new file and create a functional component. Let's save this and let's import it here. Let's save this, and there we can see the custom tabs at the bottom. So now we can design it however we want, but before we do that, I want to show you the documentation for this. I've already created another video on custom tab bar navigation. There you can see this is the video. You can follow this or you can see the documentation. And here are some options to update the title and the icon of the tab bar, but we are not going to use this. We need a custom solution. And under the screen options, let's go to tab bar navigator. And because Expo is built on top of React navigation, so we can use all the API from React navigation. And we're using the tab bar property, which I showed you earlier. And this is the snippet that will render all the routes from our tabs group. So let's just copy this. And this will help us to create a custom design for our tabs. So let's just copy the snippet and paste it here. Okay, so let's export this function and let's change the name to custom tabs. And let's define the type for these parameters, bottom tab bar props from React navigation. Let's import it here. So you need to import the type like this, and let's save this. So there we have an error. I think we need to define the type for this label. So this should be a string. Let's use any for now. Okay. So let's save this to see the changes. Okay, so we have some errors. Where are we using this? Okay. I think we can just remove this. So let's remove the colors and builder href. And let's use the colors from our colors object. So let's remove this and import the colors dot primary like this. And for this one, we can just comment it down and let's change this to a touchable opacity like this. And let's save this. Let's reload. Okay, so now we have this error. We need to define the key on each element, but we still can't see the tab bar. Okay, so we need to define some styles here. We need to have a width of 100%. Then let's define the height of 100 pixels for now. Let's save this. So to be able to see the changes in the custom tabs navigation, we need to reload the application each time. So there we can see the link for the home tab. We can also see the links of other tabs, but they are white, so we can barely see them. Let's change the color to neutral 800. Let's save it and reload the application. So there we can see all the links now. So the way it's working is when we use this component, this receives a state property which has all the routes from our tab group. And for each route, we define a label using the tab bar label or the title. Then we have is focus property, which just defines if a tab link is focused or not. Then we have an on press method, which triggers when we click on the tab icon. And then we have on long press if you want to use that. And then for each route we define a touchable opacity, which is a link for all the items in our custom tab bar. So that's how this code is working. Now we need to create a style sheet for our styles. Style sheet dot create, and first we're gonna have style for our tab bar container. So tab bar, and here we will use the styles for this container. So let's copy this styles dot tab bar, and let's paste them here. Okay, so what's this now? Create does not exist on type. um did we import this style sheet? Okay, we did not. So we need to import this. That's why we're getting this error. And let's save this. Okay, so we need to format this. We're gonna add more styles. Okay, so for the height, we're gonna use dynamic height. So let's use vertical scale, and let's give it a value of 73. But it will be different for iOS and Android. So we're gonna make a check. If the OS is iOS, then we'll use vertical scale of 73. But if it's an Android, we're gonna use vertical scale of 55, like this. And then we're gonna use a background color of colors dot neutral 800. Then justify content space around, align item center, and let's save this. So we need to reload the application to see these changes. Okay, so the design is updated, and next we will work on the tab bar item design. But before that, let me change the background color for the home tab. And for that, let's just import our screen wrapper component. Let's save this. Okay, so now we can hide this header as well. So let's go into the layout file from the tabs group, and let's change this to false. So the header is gone. We also have this home text in the home tab. So let's change the component to typo. Let's save this. There we can see the text. So now we're gonna work on the tab bar item design. So let's go into the custom tabs. And before we do that, I want to have a border on the top of this tab bar. So border top color will be the colors dot neutral 700, and then border top width will be 1 pixel. And we will see this once we reload the application. But now let's define the style for our item. So let's give it a key to remove the error that we have. So route.name will always be unique from each route. So that's why we're using this as a key for each tab bar item. And let's add that style. Let's change this to style dot tab bar item. And let's define the styles here. First, I want to have a margin bottom for each item, and this will be different on each platform. So let's make a check. If OS is iOS, then we're gonna have a spacing Y of 10. Otherwise, it will be 5 for Android. Then let's add justify content to center and align items to center. Let's save this, and we need to reload the application. So there we can see the link of the index tab, but we can't see the link of other tabs because we have the color set to neutral 800. So if I change this and reload the app, so now we can see all the links of the tab bar items and we can navigate to them. But we're not gonna show the name of the routes here. We're gonna show the icon for each tab. So we need to define an object for all the icons, and in this object each property will be a route name. So we have index route. This will be a function which will receive is focus property, and this will be boolean. Based on this we will show if the icon is active or not, and this function will return an icon. We're using Phosphor React Native icons, so let's import the icons from Phosphor React Native. And first we're gonna use house icon for the first item, and let's define some properties as the size will be vertical scale of 30, and then we have the weight. Weight will be different based on if it's active or not. So if it's focused, then it will be filled. If it's not focused, then it will be regular. Then we have the color. So color will also be dependent on its focus property. For active, we will use colors.primary, and for inactive, we will use colors.neutral 400. So let's close this and save this. Okay, so now we need to have 3 more icons for other tabs. So let's just copy this and let's change this to statistics. And the icon for this one will be chart bar like this. This one to wallet, and we have a wallet icon. And last one to profile. And for this one, let's use the user icon. Let's save this. Okay, so now we need to use this and remove this label. So we're gonna use the route.name to get the tab or icon property. And if we have that, we're gonna make it a condition, and then we can call the function on this route.name, because each property is a function and we need to pause the property is focused. That way we can see if the icon is active or not. So this will return an icon, and this will change the weight and the color when we navigate to this. So let's just reload the app and see if this is working. So we can see all the icons, and if we click on any icon, we move to that tab. So it's all working. It looks a bit weird because when we move to other tabs, they have a background of white. So let's use the screen wrapper for all the other tabs as well. Okay, now let's see. If we move to other tabs, they all have the same design like this. And because we're using a custom tab bar component, that means you can literally create any design you want. And with this, our custom tab bar navigation is complete. And in the next part, we'll work on the profile tab. In this part, we're going to work on the profile tab. So let's go to the profile section. And let's also open the file, this one. And for this screen, I'm just going to copy the entire style sheet. And let me just paste it here. And I'll show you these styles whenever I use them. So you guys just copy these styles. Let's import these variables: spacing X, vertical scale, then spacing Y, the colors, and let's see, we need to import the radius. Okay, so let's just remove this, and here we need to create a container view. Let's give it a style of container, and inside this we're gonna use a header component to show on top of the screen. So for the container, we have the following styles: flex 1 and a padding horizontal. Now let's create a new component for the header. Let's create a functional component. Let's save it and let me just import it here. Okay, so we're not able to see it because the text is black. So let's go into the header and change this to typo. There we go. So this component will receive some properties. We will have a title for the header. By default, it's going to be an empty string. Then we can pass a left icon and then the style object if we want to override any styles. And this will have header props from our types file. And these are all the properties for the props. So you can just copy them. You can even add the right icon if you want, but I decided to remove it. So let's add the style. By default, we will have the container styles, but we also want to have the styles from the parent component. So let's just define the container styles here. Let's remove this. And here first we will show the left icon. So we will make a condition. If we have the left icon, then we will create a view, give it a style of left icon. And then inside this, we will display the left icon that we passed from the parent component. So let's define the style here. Okay, this should be left icon, not icons like this. Now after the icon, we need to display the title. So we need to make a check. If we have the title, then we will show a typo component and render the title inside. And let's add some properties on this. We will have a size of 22. Then font weight will be 600. And for the styles, let's align the text into center. And we need to add the width for this component, but this will be dynamic based on if we have the left icon or not. So let's make a condition. If we have the left icon, then it will have a width of 82%. Otherwise, it will have a full width of 100% like this. So what's the issue here? Oh, okay. So this should be 82% like this. And let's save this. Okay, so now before we start designing these components, let's pass the title from the parent component, and the title should be the profile. Let's save this. So there we can see the profile title. Now let's go into this component, and here we need to specify the styles. So it will have a width of 100%, then align items into the center, and the flex direction will be row like this. And then for the left icon, it will have align self to flex start so that it will show on the left side of the header. We will use it mostly for the back button, but for this component, we don't really need it. And just to show you a demo of how it will look, let me just add a back button for this header to see how it will look. Let's save this. So this is how it's going to look, but we will use this for the models. So let me just remove this, and we need to add some padding, margin vertical. So let's add margin vertical of spacing Y10. Let's save this. So now it's looking good. Now after this, we're gonna add the user info. So let's add a comment and let's add a view. Give this a style of user info. And for these styles, we have these properties. So you can just copy these styles. Now, first we're gonna add the user avatar here. And let's create a view and leave it empty for now. Then we will have the name and the email of the user. So let's create a view and give this a style of name container. And for the name container, we have the gap and align items to center. Okay, so inside this, let's create a typo. And here we need to show the user name. So let's import the user from use auth hook and show the user name. Let's save this. So there we can see the username. Now let's design it and give it a size of 24 and a font weight of 600. And then let's also change the color to neutral 100 like this, and let's save this. Okay, so let's copy this one more time for the email, and this will have a size of 15. And let's remove the font weight, and for the color let's change this to neutral 400 and change this to email. Save this. Okay, so this is how it's looking. Now we're gonna add the user image in this view. So let's add a comment here, user image. And for the user image, we're gonna use the Expo image component. This is the library from Expo which provides caching as well. So it will only load the image once from the URL, and then it will show the loaded image from the cache. So very useful library. So let's just install it. Here is the command. Let's just copy this and paste it into the terminal. Okay, now let's run the project. And we need to reload the app. Okay, so now let's use this Expo image to show the user avatar. If we type image, it's not auto importing. So let's import the image from Expo image library. This is the one. Okay, so let's use this image and give it a source from the user.image, which is null for now. So style will be styles.avatar. And for the avatar, we have these following styles: align self, background color, height, width, and the border radius. So you can just copy these styles. Then let's give it a property of content fit as cover. This is the resize mode property on the image component from React Native. Then transition of 100 milliseconds. So let's save this. And there we can see a box which is not an image, but we need to create a function that will fetch the image or the default user avatar. So let's call it get profile image and pass the user image property. Now we need to create an image service in the services folder that will handle all the file and image services. And inside this, let's create a function as get profile image, and this will receive the file property of type any. And first we need to make a check if we have the file and the type of the file is a string. So that means it's a remote URL, so we are just gonna return it. But if the file is an object, so if the type of the file equals to an object, that means it will have a URI property which will be the location of the file. In that case, we will return file.uri. But if both conditions are false, then we will return a default URL, and we have default avatar.png file into our assets. Let's save this and let's import it here and see if it's working. So currently user.image is null, so that's why we are seeing the default user avatar. Okay, so now we need to create an account options array to show the options in this screen. This will have a type of account options type. We have the following properties: title, icon, background color, and the route name, where it will take if we click on any route. So this will be an array, and let's define each option. It will have a title of edit profile. Then we're gonna add an icon from the phosphor icons. So let's import all the icons from phosphor React Native like this. And we're gonna use the user icon here. So icons.user, this will have a size of 26. Then it will have a white color. And then the weight will be fill. So let's close this, and then let's define a route name property. So this will be the page name where it will navigate if we click on any option. And for this page, it will be models slash profile model. And then we're gonna have a background color property. Let's define this color. What's the issue here? Okay, we need to remove this. Okay, so we haven't created this page, but we will do that in a second. Now let's copy this a few more times for other options. And then on the second, we will have settings, and this will have an icon of gear 6. And let's just comment the route name for this one because we're not going to have a page for the settings. And let's change the background color. This one will be privacy policy, and the icon will be a log. And let's also comment the route name for this one. Let's change the background colors to neutral 600 like this. And the last one will be logout, and this will have an icon of power. And let's also comment this and the background color to this one, and let's save it. So now we need to render these options after this view. So let's create a comment here, and then let's create a view, give this a style of account options. So for the account options, we have the following styles for the margin top. Then inside this, let's map through all of the account options. This will give us an item and the index for the item. And let's return a view. And here, let's just add a typo. This will render the title of the option just to see if it's working. Let's save this. So there we can see all the account options. Now let's give this view a style of list item. And for the list item, we have the following styles. We have just the margin bottom just to have a gap between all the items. Then let's remove this, and here let's add the touchable opacity and give this a style of flex row. And for this one, we have flex direction, align items, and a gap. I want to show the icon and the title in a row. So let's add the icon, and let's add a view, give it a style of list icon. And here we will have item.icon like this. And if I save it for now, you can see all the icons that we added for each option. And for list icon, we have the following styles. So you can just copy these styles. Okay, now we're gonna add a background color so that each icon will have a different background color, and we defined this background color on each account option. Let's save this. So now we have different background colors for each option, and it looks good. Now let's add the title. So typo and give this item dot title. Let's save this. There we go. And let's give it a size of 16, a flex a 1 so that it takes full space, and then the font weight of 500. Let's save this, and it's looking good. Now I just want to add an icon on the right side of each account option. So let's add the icon of caret right. This will just show that it's clickable and it's an option. So size will be vertical scale of 20, and then weight will be bold, and color will be white. So let's close this and save this. There we go. So the UI for this screen is almost complete. We just need to add some animations for these list items. And for that, let's change this view to animated.view. And here I'm just gonna add a property as entering. so that when this renders, we will have a fade in down animation. Let's add a delay using index. We're just gonna increase the delay using index multiplied by 50 milliseconds. Then they will animate one after another. But I also want to have a spring motion in this animation. So let's use springify and let's use damping of 14. And when I save this, we can already see the animation and it looks cool. Now let me just reload the app to see the animation again. And okay, so we need to remove this error. We need to provide a unique key for each item. So let's add a key. Let's use index and change this to string. Let's save this. Let's reload the app again. And let's go to profile. There we go. So the animations are working. Now we need to make these options functional. So let's create a function that will trigger when we click on this touchable opacity. So on press, we will have a handle press function. We need to pass the item. So let's use it like this and pass the item as well. Now let's define this function here. This will be an async function. And this will receive the item. Let's use account option type. Okay, this needs to be an arrow function like this. Okay, so here first we need to check if the item dot title is logout, and in that case we're gonna show an alert to the user. So let's use a function show logout alert, and let's create this function here. Okay, so actually we don't need to make this async. And here let's use the alert from React Native. This will have a title of confirm and the message will say, are you sure you want to log out? And then we can provide an array of the options at the bottom. So let's add an object. So the first button will say cancel. And then when we press on this function, this button, this will just console log cancel logout. This is actually a function. So let's change this to a function like this. And this will have a style of cancel. Now let's have another object for the logout. The text will say logout. And when we click on this button, we're going to trigger a function handle logout, which we haven't created yet. Then the style will be destructive, so it will show as red. Now we can define this handle logout function here, or we can just copy this from the home screen that we have already. So let's just paste it here. We need to import the signout method from Firebase /auth and auth from our Firebase file. Let's save this. So now when we click on this button, it shows a warning, and if we click cancel, we see cancel logout. But if we click on logout, the user is logged out and we move to welcome page. So let me just log in again using my account details. Okay, so now we can just remove this because we are not using it anymore. Let's comment this function and this button as well. Let's save this. Okay, great. Now we're gonna work on the edit profile model. So when we click on this, it should open the model. So let's go to profile, and here we need to handle the navigation as well. So let's make a check if item.route name exists. Then we need to define a router. So let's define a router, use router from Expo router. Then it will just navigate, it will just push this new route using the router like this. Let's save this. Now we need to create this model slash profile model. So we need to create a new group as models. Let's create a new folder in our app folder. And inside this, let's create our profile model. Let's create a functional component, save this. And to make it model, we need to define it as a model in our stack layout. So let's add a new screen here, stack.screen, and give this a name as models slash profile model. And here we can define some screen options. So let's have a property as presentation as model. Let's close it and save it. Okay, so now when we click on edit profile, it should open a model. So okay, so we have seen this before. Let's just reload the app. Sometimes it does that when we add a new page. So there we go. So we can see the profile model. So let's go to the profile model, and here let's open the model. And here I'm just going to copy and paste the entire style sheet for this component like we are doing before. So let's import these variables, vertical scale, and then the scale and spacing X. Okay, so here first we need to import our screen wrapper component. Let's save this. Okay, so it's pushing the content a bit down. We don't want that. So let's create a new component for our model wrapper. Let's create a functional component, and this will receive the style and the children and the background color. By default, it's going to be colors.neutral 800 like this, and this will have the type of model wrapper props. And if we go into the types, we have the following properties, so you can just copy these from here. Okay, so let's give this view a style of container, and then we're gonna have a background color which we passed from the parent component. Then the styles from the parent component, if we want to override any styles like this. Now let's define the container property here, and let's remove this and render the children here. So let's save this, and now we can use this in the profile model. So let's remove this and import the model wrapper. Let's save this. So now we still need to add the container styles for the model. So let's go into the model wrapper, and here let's add flex 1 so that it takes full space. We're gonna have a padding top, but it will be dynamic for iOS and Android. So let's create a variable here is iOS. This will be true if the platform.os equals to iOS. And if the current device is iOS, this will be true. And if it's an iOS device, we are going to use spacing Y of 15. But if it's an Android, then 50. Same for the padding bottom. If it's an iOS device, this will be spacing Y of 20. And for Android, it's going to be spacing Y of 10. Like this. And let's save this. So there we go. Now it's looking good. So let's go into the profile model, and here let's create a view, give this a style of container. And for the container, you can see we have the following styles: justify content, padding horizontal. So you can just copy these. Now here we're going to import the header that we created earlier, and it's going to have a title of update profile. Let's save this. There we can see the title. Now we are also gonna have a back button as the left icon on this header. So let's import the back button. Let's save this. There we go. So you can see how easy it is when we create these components and reuse them. So we don't have to create a lot of duplicate code. So let's give it a style and add a margin bottom of spacing Y of 10. Let's save this. Okay. So now let's create a form for the avatar input and the name input. So we're gonna use a scroll view, and let's give this a container style of form. And for the form styles, we have these following styles: a gap between the items and a margin top. So you can just copy this. Then let's add a view, and this is going to be an avatar container. So avatar container styles. For the avatar container, we have the following styles: position relative, align self to center. And here we're going to use the Expo image. So let's import Expo image and give this a style of avatar. And for the source, we're going to use the get profile image function that we created earlier. And for now, let's just parse it null. Then content fit property will be cover, and the transition will be 100 milliseconds. This is just a transition when the image first loads and fades in. So for the avatar, we have the following styles. You can just copy these styles. Okay, so let's save it. And there we can see the user avatar. Now we're gonna create an edit icon button on this image so that when we click on it, it will open a gallery to update the user profile. And this will have a style of edit icon. And for the edit icon, we have the following styles. It's positioned absolute so that it shows on the bottom right here. So you can just copy these styles. And inside this, we're going to use an icon of the pencil. So let's import the icon. Okay, so we're going to use the pencil icon. And let's give it a size of vertical scale of 20. Then the color will be neutral 800. Okay, so let's close it and save it. So there we can see the icon, and when we click on it, it will hopefully open the image gallery, but we will implement that later. Now we're gonna add name input for the user. So let's give this view a style of input container. And for the input container, we just have a gap between the title and the input. So you can just copy the styles, and here let's add a label and give it a value of name, and let's change the color to neutral 200 like this. Then we're gonna use our component for the input, which we already have, and let's add a placeholder as name. The value will be null for now, but we will handle that later. Let's add on change text. This will give us a value, and let's just add an empty function and save it. We need to close this input component, and let's save it now. So there we can see the label and the input. Now we need to handle the state for the name and the image. So let's create a new state as user data. Set user data, and this is going to have a type of user data type. And by default, this will have the name as empty string and the image as null. So this is a different type than the user type. This just have the name and the image. You can just put all the properties that you want to update. In our case, we'll be just updating the name and the image. So here we'll have a value of user data.name. Then here it will update the name. So let's spread all the user data properties, and then it will update the name like this. And for the image, let's use user data.image like this. Okay, so now let's add a footer area. We're gonna have a button to update the user data. So let's add a view, give this a style of footer. And for the footer, we have the following styles: line items. You can just copy these styles from here. Okay, so inside this footer, we're gonna have a button to submit the user details. Let's import the button, give it an on press function as on submit, and let's add the style as flex1 so that it takes full space. Then inside this button, we are gonna add a typo component. This will say update. So now we need to define this on submit function. Let's create it here. This is going to be an async function. Let's just leave it empty for now. So save it. Okay, we need to change the color of the text. Let's add the color as black. And let's also change the font weight to 700 and the size as 18. Let's save this. We can just remove the size because by default the size is 18. We're gonna pass a loading property to the button as well. So let's create a loading state, which we will use later when we are updating the user data. By default, it's going to be false. And let's pass it to the button component. And when this is true, this will show a loading state. So for now, let's just change this to true. And this is how it's going to look when we are updating the user. So now we need to add the validation on these fields. Here we are updating the name and we'll be just updating the name for now. So let's get the name, the image from the user data. We'll handle the image upload later. Here we need to make a condition if there is no name. Let's use the trim function to get rid of the spaces. And let's use the alert. This will say user. And the message will say please fill all the fields and return from here. But if we have the name, then we'll just console log a message for now. Good to go. Let's save this and see if this is working. If we update, please fill all the fields, and if we have the name and update, then we are good to go. Okay, so now we need to fill the data into this model, because right now if we open, it should show that name that is saved into the Firebase account. So for that, we need to import the user from use auth hook, and we need to create a use effect hook. So when this user state changes, we need to update the user data state. So here we will update the user data and set the name as user.name or an empty string, and for the image, user.image or null. So let's save this, and there we go. We have the name already here. So now if we open the model, it will pre-fill the properties, and we can just update this and hit the update button, and it will just update the user data in Firebase, which we're gonna handle next. So let's create a new service as the user service. And inside this, let's create a function as update user. It's going to be an async function. It will receive the UID and the data that we need to update. So UID as string, and then the updated data as a user data type, which we used earlier. This contains the name and the image, so we're going to use this. Then this function is going to return a response, and that response will have a type of a response type from our types file. So all of the responses will have a same structure. So if I show you the type, this will have a success as boolean, data, and message for each response, even if it's error response or success response. Now let's create a try catch block. And if we got any error, we'll just console log the error here as error updating the user, like this. And then we will return a response as success is false, and the message is error.message, like this. Okay, so we need to make this of type any, and we're getting this error because we're not returning anything from the try block. So for now, let's just return a response as success true. Okay, so the error is gone. Now we need to create a reference for the user that we're going to update. So let's create user ref, and let's use the doc function. This will receive the Firestore from the Firebase file, and then the path, which is the collection, and the UID. So this is going to be a user reference. Then we're going to use the update doc function and provide the user reference and the updated data. So after the user data is updated in the Firebase, then we're gonna fetch the updated user data and then update the user state in the auth context. But we don't have to do this here because we already have created a function that does that. So if we go into the auth context, here you can see we have a function update user data, which receives a UID, gets the updated user, and then update the user state in the auth context. So we're just gonna use that. So here we'll just return success true, and the message will be updated successfully like this. And let's save this. So this will update the user data, but it's just going to update the name. We are gonna handle the image upload later. So let's just add a comment, image upload pending. Let's go into the profile model, and here let's see if this function is working. So first we are gonna start the loading, and then we're gonna get the response from this function. Let's use update user. Here we need to pass the UID, so user.uid, and then let's pass the user data like this. Type of string or undefined, so let's just pass it as string. Okay, there we go. Now we need to stop the loading, so set loading to false, and then we need to check if a result.success is true. That means the user is updated. So in that case, we will update the user. Otherwise, if we got an error, we'll just alert the user with that error. So result.message like this. Now to update the user, we need to import that update user data function from use auth. Let's copy this, and okay, so we're gonna use it here, and we need to pass the user UID as string. This will update the user state in the auth context, and once that is updated, we will go back. So let's define a router here, use router, and after we call this function, we're just gonna go back to the previous screen. Let's save this, and now let's see if everything is working. So let me just reload the app, go to profile, edit profile, and here let's just update the name to Sayed Nomi and hit update. We see the loading, and we go back to the previous screen, and you can see the name is updated. And if I go to the Firebase console, okay, it's already opened, so you can see the name is updated here as well. Now we're gonna handle the image upload. So for that, first we need to install a library to pick the image from the gallery, and that library is Expo image picker. So this will open the gallery, and we can pick the image to update in the Firebase. This is just a snippet to show the gallery if we want to pick any image. Now let's just copy the command to install this library. Open the terminal. Let's just close the server and install this library. Okay, so that is installed. Let's run the project, and we need to reload the app. Okay, so now let's open the edit profile model, and here when we click on this, it should open the gallery. So first we need to import this library. Let's copy this line and paste it here. Now let's see how we can open the gallery. So this is the function that opens the phone gallery. So let's just copy this, and we need to have a function that will trigger when we click on this edit icon. So let's add an onPress method, and this will call on pick image function. Let's define this function here and paste the code here. So we need to make it async like this, and this will open the gallery and show the media type as image and videos, but we just want to see the images like this. And let's change the quality to 0.5, aspect 4 by 3. Okay, and if it's not cancelled, then it will set the image URI, but we just want to set the whole object into the user data. So set user data, then let's spread all the existing data, and the image will be result dot asset dot first object like this. And let's save this. I also want to see what type of data we get, so let me just copy this and console log it here. So let's save this, and let me just open the terminal. And if we click on this edit icon, the image gallery opens, and if we click on any image, we don't want this editing option, so we can just comment this option and it will go away. So now if I choose an image, it will be picked right away. So you can see the image is already shown, and here we can see the asset data. Here we should see the image URI. So here you can see URI is the location of the file. That is what we need. And the reason why it's showing into our component is we are using this get user profile image, and when we pass this object, if it's an object, it's going to return the file.uri property. So that's how it's displaying in our avatar component. So now we can just remove this console log. Let's save this. So now we are able to update the user data and pick the images from the image gallery. And in the next part, we're going to work on file upload using Cloudinary. In this part, we're going to work on file upload using Cloudinary. So first we will have to create an account in cloudinary.com. This is their website, and just sign up for free. You can sign up using your Google account or GitHub. So let me just sign up with my Google account, and then you will have to choose coding with APIs and SDK. Then let's start. Okay, so this is the dashboard, and here you can choose multiple SDKs to implement the file upload. Here we have Node.js, React, Next.js, and Python. You can also see all the SDKs that you can use to implement a Cloudinary. But we're gonna just make a post call to upload a file. So let's focus on this. Now to upload a file, we're gonna need two things, a cloud name and an upload preset. So let's go to settings, and here go to API keys. So there you will find the cloud name. We are gonna copy this, and let's go into our application and go to the constants. Here let's create a new file, and we need to create a variable cloud name. Okay, so now we're gonna need an upload preset. So here is the option for upload preset. We're gonna have to create a new one. So basically this will let you define a preset, and all of our assets will belong to that preset. So that's how this works. So let's create a new preset and give it a name of image. Then we're gonna change this signing mode to unassigned. Then let's just leave everything as it is, and let's save it. Okay, so there we can see we have images as our upload preset. So let's just copy this and create a new variable here, Cloudinary upload preset. So now we can use this to upload a file, but first let's check the URL that we need to make a post request to. So let's go to upload API reference. Okay, so this is the URL that we need. We are gonna make a post request to this one and send a file. So let's just copy this and move to our application. So let's go to the image service, and here first let's create a variable as Cloudinary URL. So here you will notice we have a cloud name which we already copied into our constants. So let's import the cloud name like this. And now we need to create a function that will handle file upload to Cloudinary. So let's create a new function, upload file to Cloudinary. This is gonna be an async function and it will receive a file and the folder name. So file can be two things, as an object with a URI as string, or it can be a remote URL, so it can be a string. Then folder name will be string, and then it will return a promise with the type as response type. Okay, so now we need to install Axios to make this API call. npm i Axios. Okay, now let's run our project. Okay, so let's go to profile, and now let's implement this function. So here first we need to add a try catch block, and let's console log the error if we get any. Got error uploading the file, and in that case we will return a response success as false, and the message will say error.message, and this error type can be any, like this. Okay, so just to fix this error, we're gonna return a response as success true. Okay, that is gone. We can also send a message if error.message is undefined. So this will say could not upload file, like this. So now we need to make a check here if the type of file is string. So that means the file is already uploaded and it's a remote URL. So in that case, we're gonna return a response as success true, and the data will be file. So no need to upload the file again. Then we're gonna make another check if we have the file and file contains a URI property. That means it's an object and we need to upload this file. So let's create form data, new form data, and then we're gonna append the file. So it's going to have some properties as the URI. So we already have this file.uri. Then type will be image/jpeg, and then we're gonna provide a name. So the file is file URI already have a name at the end. So we're gonna split this by slash, and then we're gonna use the pop function. This will give us the name. But if it doesn't, then we're gonna use a default name as file.jpg, like this. Okay, then what is this error? Okay, let's just add it as any. Okay, that's gone. Now we're gonna append the upload preset. So form data dot append upload preset, and here we're gonna add the Cloudinary upload preset that we added into our constants earlier. And we also gonna append a folder name. So append folder name is just folder, and then folder name that will pass to this function. Okay, so here we have the folder name. Once we have all the data, now we can make API request to upload this file. So let's use Axios. We need to import Axios. this. And then let's make a post request. And here we need to provide the Cloudinary URL. It says cloud URL, so let's change this to Cloudinary API URL like this. And then we need to provide the form data and then some options. We're gonna add a content type header because we are using file upload, so content type will be multipart slash form data. And once the file is uploaded, we can return a response as success true. And we can actually get the URL of the uploaded file. There is a property secure URL on the response.data. So we are gonna return this URL. Let's save this. So now we can use this in update user function to upload the user image. So here first let's make a check here. If updated data dot image, if we have this image property and the image property has a URI property, that means it's an object and we need to upload this file. So now let's use the upload file function that we just created. And here we need to pass the file. So updated data dot image and then the folder name. So we're gonna save all the user images into the users folder. And if the success is not true on this response, that means for some reason the file did not upload, and we're gonna return a response as success false. And let's add a message as image upload result dot message, or this will just say failed to upload image. But if the image is uploaded, then we need to update the image property on this data, and this will be the URL of the image that is just uploaded. So image upload result dot data. Let's save this, and now let's see if this works. But before we test this, we need to make a console log here to see what type of data we get in the response when the file is uploaded. So upload image result as response.data. Let's save this, and now let's see if this is working. So let me just open the terminal, edit profile. Let's just open image gallery and let's choose this one. And now if I hit upload, okay, there you can see we have upload image result. This is the result we got from the API, and you can already see the image is updated. So here in this result, we will find a secure URL property. So there it is. This is the URL of the file that is uploaded. So now you'll be able to see this property. And we can also confirm this by going to Cloudinary. So here, if we go to the content, so here we have assets. Okay, so let's go to assets here. And there we can see the file that we uploaded, and here we also have some dummy files from Cloudinary. So the file is uploaded, so our file upload function is working. So let's just remove this console log, and let me minimize this terminal. Now let's just reload the app and see if we can still see the image that we just uploaded. So let's go to profile. There we can see the image. Now let's test this one more time and upload a new file for the profile. Let's use this one and hit update. Okay, so the file is uploaded and it's updated in the avatar. So here, let's just refresh. Here we have our new file that we uploaded. If we click on it, you can see all the information like format, file size, dimensions, when it was created. So this is how we can use Cloudinary to upload media. And in the next part, we will work on the wallets tab. In this part, we're gonna work on the wallets tab. So let's go to the wallets and let's open the file. And here first we need to give a black background to this screen wrapper, and I'll tell you guys later why we did that. So let's import colors dot black. Okay, so now I'm just gonna copy the style sheet for this component so that I don't have to write every style. And I'll just import these variables: spacing y, spacing x, then the radius, and let's see, a vertical space, vertical scale. Okay, so now let's just remove this, and here we're gonna have a container view and give this a style of container. You can see the styles for the container here. Justify content as space between. We're gonna have two views for the balance and for all the wallets. So first let's add the balance view. Let's add a view and give this a style of balance view. And here at the bottom you can see the styles for this view, so you can just copy these styles. Then we're gonna have another view for the content, and I'm gonna add a style align items as center. And inside this we're gonna show the total balance. So let's import typo, and here let's just add a random value for now. There we go. Sadly this is not my balance, so let's give it a size of 45 and the font weight of 500. Okay, so we're gonna have a function that will calculate the total balance. So let's just create it now. Get total balance. And for now, let's just return 0, and we will implement that later. Now let's just remove this and use this function here. And I'm gonna show 2 decimal points after the total balance. So let's use to fixed like this, and let's just change this to a dummy value. Okay, now here let's add a label at the bottom. This will say total balance, and let's give this a size of 16 and the color as neutral 300. Let's save this. So there we can see. Now we're gonna have a view that will show a list of all the wallets. So wallets, and let's create a view, give this a style of wallets. And for the wallets we have the following styles, so you can just copy these. It will have a rounded top, so it will be rounded from top left and right. But on the top we are gonna show a header that will display a title and a plus icon to add the wallet. So let's create a view, give this a style of flex row. And here are the styles for the flex row. I want to show the title on the left, and on the right side I want to show a plus icon that will add a new wallet. So let's create the title. Let's use typo, and here it will say my wallets like this. So let's give it a size of 20 and a font weight of 500. Okay, so now we're gonna have a button. So let's use the triple opacity, and inside this we're gonna have a plus icon. So let's use icons. We're gonna have to import the icons. So let's import all of the icons from Phosphor React Native, and I'm gonna use the plus circle icon. Let's give it a weight of fill and the color as primary. And for the size, let's use a vertical scale of 33. Let's close it and save this. Okay, so there we can see the button, and when we click on it, it should open the model, which we will implement later. Now here we're gonna show the wallet list, but that is pending for now. So let's just add a comment for now. Okay, so now we're gonna work on this button. So when we click on it, it should open a model, and for that we're gonna define a router. And let's add a method on press. And the model is not created yet, so let's create a new model inside the models group as the wallet model. Now let's create a functional component. Let's rename it, and let's use the screen wrapper, sorry, the model wrapper, because it's a model, And here, let's use a typo. Let's save this. Now we're gonna have to define this in our layout file as it's a model. So let's just copy this and change this to wallet model. Let's save this. And let's go back to our wallet tab. And here it should suggest there is a new model as this one. So let's save this. And now if we click on this plus icon, okay, we've seen this before. Now let's just reload the app because we just added a new page. And now if we click on this, we have a new model. Okay. Now we're gonna work on designing this, and we can just copy the profile model because it's gonna be very similar to this. So let's just copy this and paste it into the wallet model. And let's change the name to wallet model. Okay. Let's see, what do we need to change. Okay, so here we will have the wallet data. So let's change this to wallet and set wallet, and it will have a type of wallet type from our type. So a wallet can have these properties: ID, name, amount, total income, total expense, image, the UID, and the creation date. So these are all the properties for a model. You can just copy these. And okay, we don't need this, so let's just remove this. And for picking the image, we do need this, but let's just comment this out just to resolve these errors. Okay, so here we have this user data. So let's change this to wallet, and this one to wallet as well. Okay, we'll change this later, don't worry. Okay, so here it will say new wallet. So let's change the title. Okay, so let's just remove this avatar uploader because we don't need this here. But we do need the name. So let's change this to wallet name. And this one will be wallet.name, and it will set data into wallet. Let's spread all the wallet values, and this will say add wallet. Okay, so let's save this. Okay, so the wallet is looking great and we don't have any errors, so that's good. Now let's just change this placeholder to something like salary, just a suggestion for the wallet name. And let's copy this. We're gonna have an image picker at the bottom just to upload a wallet image. Actually, let's just change this to wallet icon like this. And this will not be a text input. We're gonna have a custom image picker so that we can use it later for transaction model as well. So now we need to create an image component that will help us to pick images. So let's create image upload. Let's create a component and save this. So let's just import it here. Okay, so there we can see the image upload component. Now this component will receive some properties as the file. By default, it's going to be null, on select to select the image, and on clear to clear the image from the component, container styles, the image style, and a placeholder to display in the input for upload image, upload icon, or anything that we want. And this will have a type of image upload props like this. So if we go into the props, you can see these are all the properties for this component. So you can just copy these from here. Okay, so now let's just remove this. And here we're gonna make a check. If we don't have a file, then this will display a button, which is going to be an input for picking the images from the gallery. And inside this, we will have an icon. So let's use icons. Let's just copy the import statement from wallets. Let's paste it here. And we're gonna have an upload simple icon. Let's give it a color of neutral 200 and save this. So there we can see the upload icon. And then we also gonna have the placeholder at the bottom of this icon. So let's check if we have the placeholder. Then let's use typo and give it a size of 15 and then render the placeholder. This is just going to be a message. So let's save this, and right now we don't see anything. And if I go into the parent component and here pause the placeholder as upload image, there we can see the placeholder now. So let's go into the image upload, and here we need to add the styles for this container. So this is going to be an input container. So styles.input container, and then the container styles from the parent component if we want to override these styles. And let's define the input container styles. This is going to have a height of a vertical scale of 54, a background of let's say neutral 700. Then let's add the border radius to make it rounded. So let's use radius dot 15. Then flex direction as row, and the justify content as center, line items as center as well. And it's going to have a gap of 10 pixels, border width of 1, border color will be neutral 500. And we're gonna have a style of a dashed border radius, so border style as dashed like this. Let's save this, and there we can see our input component for the images. So it's looking good. Now we're gonna make another check to see if we do have a file, then we're gonna display this file. So let's create a view and give this the style of image from this component, and then also the image styles from the parent component like this. Now let's just define the image style here, and we will add all the properties later. Now inside this, let's use the Expo image component to display the image, and this is going to have a style of flex1. Then for the source, we're gonna have to create a function that will return the path of the file, either remote or local. So get file path, and we need to pass the file like this. So now let's create this function, and let's go to image service. Here we also have this function that returns the profile image, but it also returns the default image, so we don't need to use this. So here we just need to change this return. If we don't have a remote or local file, then we're gonna return null like this. Okay, so let's import it here. Okay, now let's add content fit as cover, and then transition of 100 milliseconds. Then let's close it and save this. We can't see the image because we're not passing any image to this component, but later we will implement that. Now we're gonna have a touchable opacity. This will be an X icon to clear the image from this component, and this will have a style of delete icon. And inside this, we're gonna use an X icon, and the icon is X circle like this. Let's give this a size of 24, vertical scale of 24, and then weight fill and a color of white. Let's close this and save this. Now we shouldn't be able to see this because we don't really have an image. Now let's define the delete icon style here, and let's also define the image styles first. So the image will have a height of scale 150 and same as the width. Then it's going to have a rounded corner, so border radius of 15. Then let's change the border curve to continuous and overflow as hidden. Okay, let's save this, and we will define the delete icon styles later, but now let's see if this works. So when we click on this input, it should open the image gallery. So let's define a function pick image, and let's create this function here. This is going to be an async function, and we don't have to create this function because we've already done that. Let's go to our profile model. because we have used an image picker to pick the image for the avatar. Let's just copy this import statement, paste this here, and now let's just copy the content of this function and paste this here. Here we're gonna use the onSelect function and pass this asset. So let's copy this and let's just remove this onSelect and pass this asset. This will be the file object and the parent component will handle this file. So let's save this and everything looks good. So let's go to the wallet model and see if this is working. So here we need to pass the file as wallet.image. And when we change this, so on select, this will receive the file that is selected and we need to set it into the wallet. So let's just spread all the wallet data and the image will be this new file that is picked. So let's see what's the error. Okay, we need to define the on clear function as well. Let's save this and let's just add an on clear function. This is just going to set the image as null in the wallet. Now let's save this and see if this is working. And now if I click on this, it opens the gallery. And if I choose an image, let's choose this one. So there we can see the image and it's working on the first try. Now what happens is when we click on this input, it opens the image gallery and then sends this asset to the parent component using on select. And then if we have a file, this will display the file and a button to clear this file, which we're gonna work on next. So when we click on this, this needs to trigger the on clear function. And now if I click on this, it clears the image and let's select any other image. Okay, so this is working fine. Now we need to display it on the top right corner of the image. So let's define the styles for this. Let's add the position as absolute and the top value as scale 6. And same for the right value. It will also have a shadow behind the button because the button has a white background and sometimes the images can be white as well. So it's good to have a shadow for this button so that we can see it clearly. Shadow offset width 0, height of 5, and shadow opacity will be 1. And let's use 10 for the shadow radius. Let's save this. And now it's showing on the top right corner. And if I click on it, this works as well. Now let's choose this image and add the wallet name as salary. So now if I click on add wallet, this should add the wallet into Firebase, which we're gonna work on next. So let's go to on submit, and here we do need to add the validation for the image. So we're gonna need the name and the image for creating a wallet. And here we will call a function that will create the wallet. So now let's create a new service as the wallet service. And here we need to create a function. So this function will create or update the wallet data. So it will perform both of these functions if we include the wallet ID, and this will receive the wallet data of type wallet type. And this has all these properties which I've shown you guys before. So you can just copy these. And let me just add partial so that we can pass just some of the values like this. And let's add a return type as the response type. Okay, now let's create a try catch block. And if we receive any errors, it will just console log the error saying error creating or updating the wallet. And we need to return a response as success false and a message as error.message. And to fix this error, we will just add any type to this error. Okay, now we need to create a variable wallet to save. This will be all the data that we need to save or update for the wallet. And now we need to make a condition. If the wallet data has an image, we need to make sure we upload the image. And we don't need to write all that code. We already have done this. So here is the code that uploads an image. So let's just copy this and paste it here. And let's just update this to wallet data like this. We don't really need this second condition. So let's just remove this because we do have a condition for this inside this function. So let me just import this, and here we can see it checks if the file is string, then it will return it as the data. Let me make one more condition. If we don't have a file, then we're gonna return success as true and data will be null like this. And let's save this. Okay. Now this will check the image and upload this to Cloudinary. And let's change the folder to wallets. Then if the file is not uploaded, we can actually change the error message, failed to upload the wallet icon like this. And this needs to be saved into the wallet to save variable like this. Now I want to make one more condition to see if this is the new wallet, and if it's a new wallet, it will not include the wallet ID. So if there is no wallet ID, that means it's a new wallet, and in that case we're gonna reset some values. So wallet to save dot amount will be 0. So let's set it to 0, and then we also have the total income and total expenses on this wallet, and those will be 0 as well, because we don't want to create or update these values when we create or update the wallet. So these will be 0. Then the creation date will be the new date if it's a new wallet. And let's just remove this. We're gonna update these values when we create transactions or update any transactions. So for now, you can just copy these and follow me. So now I'm gonna create a document reference for the wallet, and it's gonna be dynamic based on if the wallet ID exists or not. So let's make a condition if the wallet data.id exists. In that case, we're gonna make a reference of the existing document, and the doc function will receive the Firestore and then the collection name as wallets, and then the document ID as wallet data.id. So this will be a document reference if we already have the document. But if we are creating a new wallet, then we're gonna use the doc function with collection as the Firestore, and the collection name will be wallets. Let's save this. So this will be dynamic based on if we have the wallet ID or not. Then we're gonna use the set doc function, and let's include the wallet reference, the wallet to save. This will be the wallet data, and we also gonna add an option to merge as true. So this will merge the values if you're updating the wallet or creating the new wallet. So let's just add a comment, updates only the data provided like this. Okay, so once we have updated or created the wallet, then we're gonna return a response success true, and the data will include all the values in wallet to save, and we're gonna add the ID which can be found on the wallet reference dot ID. So let's save this, and this function is pretty much complete. So here's how this function will work. First, we need to create this variable for all the data. Then we will check if we have the image. Then it will upload it to Cloudinary. Then we will check if this is a new wallet, then we need to add some default values like amount, total income, total expense. Then we will create a reference based on if you're updating or creating a new wallet. Then set doc function will create or update this wallet data using this merge functionality. Then we will return this wallet data including the ID. So this is how it's going to work. Now let's try to use this in the wallet model to see if this is actually working. Now here I'm gonna create a variable as the data, and this will have a type of wallet type, and it's gonna include only 3 values as the name of the wallet, the image, and the UID of the user.id. We have imported the user, and this needs to be the UID like this. And here we're gonna perform one more step to include the ID of the wallet if we're going to update any wallet. But this is pending for now. We will handle this later. So let me just add a to do comment. Now let's import the new function as create or update wallet. And here we need to pass the data that we just created. And once we create or update the wallet, let's just console log the result to see in the terminal. And once we have created or updated, we're not gonna update the user data. So let's just remove this. This will go back, and this needs to stay wallet, and this one too. Let's save this and see if this is working. So we don't really need this function here because we already have created a new component for the image picker. So let's remove this and let's save this. And now let me just reload the app and see if this function is working. Let's go to wallets and create new wallet. Let's name it salary, pick an image and add wallet. Okay, so we see some logs in the terminal. Okay, here's the result. We have the data and success is true. So the new wallet is created. We have the ID, image, the name, total expenses, and we can confirm this by going to our Firebase account, refresh this page. Okay, so there we can see a new collection and we have a new document. And here we can see the amount is 0, image is a remote URL, name is salary, total expense and total income is 0. And we also have the UID of the user. So we have everything that we need, and let's just confirm if the file is uploaded here. Let's just reload. So there we can see the new uploaded image for the wallet. So everything is working as expected. Now let me just minimize this and comment this console log. Let's save this. Now I'm gonna create more wallets so that we can work with them in future when we create or update the transactions. Side hustle. Let's pick an icon. Add wallet. Let's create a new one. This is gonna be freelancing. Let's pick an icon. Let's use this one. Add wallet. Okay, so let's just reload the app. So hopefully the new wallets are created. Now let's confirm this in the Firebase. We have the new documents as freelancing and the side hustle. So all of this is working as expected. And in the next part, we're going to work on fetching and updating the wallets. In this part, we're going to work on fetching all the wallets and then show them here. Now to fetch all the wallets, we're going to use a hook called onSnapshot. And it's better to use a component to make it generalized so that we can use it later for all the transactions as well. So let's create a hook, use fetch data. Now let's create a functional component, and the data for this component will be dynamic. So this will be passed from the parent component, and this is going to receive the collection name that we are fetching the data from, and then an array of all the constraints, because we can add a condition like where or order by. So this will be of type query constraint from file store, and this is going to be an array. By default, this will be an empty array like this. Then let's create a state for the data, set data, and by default this is going to be empty, and this will also be of type that we passed from the parent component like this. Okay, now we need to create a loading state, and this is going to be by default true, and when we are done fetching the data we will make it false. And let's also create an error state, because if we got any error fetching the data, then we will just save it into this state, and this can be of type string or null. Okay, so this should be single like this. Okay, now Let's create a use effect hook, and in that hook we will register on snapshot hook. But first we need to make a condition so that if we don't receive any collection name, then we will just return from here. But if we do receive the collection name, then using that we're gonna create a collection reference. So let's use collection, the Firestore object, and then the collection name. Now using this collection reference, we're gonna create a query with all the query constraints as well. So let's use query, pass the collection reference, and then here we will just spread all the constraints if there are any. So now we can pass this to on snapshot hook, and this will give us a function as unsubscribe. So on snapshot, give this the query, and on the second parameter it will give us a snapshot with all the documents. Now we need to call this unsubscribe function when this component unmounts to unsubscribe from this hook, like this. Now inside this, let's create a variable as fetched data, and let's save all the fetch data. We need to loop through all the documents on this snapshot and return the data. So we're also gonna include the ID. So let's return a new object. ID will be doc.id, and then all of the data can be found in the data function, like this. So this data will have the type that we are passing from the parent component. So let's fetch this data as this type, and this is going to be an array, like this. Now after this, let's set the data into the data state, and we also need to stop the loading after we're done fetching the data, like this. Now we do have the third parameter, which is going to be a callback that will give us an error. So let's console log the error here, error fetching data. Then we need to set this error into the error state, just the message. And let's also set the loading to false. Okay, great. Now at the bottom, we don't need to return this view. We will actually return the data that we fetched, the loading state, and then the error. Let's save this. Okay. So actually what will happen when we use this, we will pass the collection name, the constraints, then we will register this hook with this query that we made, and then this will give us the fetch data, set it to the data, stop the loading. If we get any error, this will set the error and the loading to false. Now let's see how we can use this. So here we are in the wallet tab, and we can just get the data, error, and the loading state from this hook. So let's use fetch data. Now here we need to pass the type as the wallet type, because we're fetching all the wallet data. So here we have all these properties. You can just copy these, and inside this we need to pass the collection name, so wallets. And then we also need to pass all the constraints. We're gonna have two constraints while fetching this data. First, we need to make sure we are fetching all the wallets where the UID matches the UID of the current user. So UID equals to the current user. We also need to get this user from use auth hook, user.uid. Then we need to use a function order by. We're gonna order by all the wallets by the creation date in descending order, like this. And let's save this. So now if I open the console, there we can see we are getting an error because this query needs to have an index, and we haven't created this index. So if I click on this link, and let's open this link. Okay, it just opened into the second browser. So let me just drag that here. Okay, so we need to create this index using the UID and the creation date. So let's save this, and it will just start building this index. Now, let me just minimize this terminal, and we're gonna fetch all this data as the wallets array. And here, let me just console log the length of all the wallets that we get, just to see if we're getting all the 3 wallets that we created previously. So let's save this. And currently the wallets are 0 and we're still getting this error because it's still building that index. So let's just wait. Okay, there we go. The index is created and now we just need to reload the app and we should be getting all the wallets now. So let's go to the wallet tab. Okay, so now we can see the wallet's length is 3. That means we're getting all the wallets. Now we need to show the loading state when we are fetching the wallets. So let's just remove this, and here where we're gonna show the wallet list, let's create a condition. If the loading is true, then we're gonna show the loading component, which we already have. So let's save this and now just reload the app. Go to wallet. Okay, there we can see the loading state, and after some time it goes away because when we fetch the data, it will just set it to false. Now let's create a flat list, and here we're gonna show all the wallets. Data will be wallets. Then we're gonna have the render item property. This is going to give us the item and the index in a callback. And here we just need to return the wallet item. This needs to be a separate component. So let's create this component, wallet list item. Let's create a functional component and let's save this and import it here. Now here we need to pass the item, the index, and we also need to pass the router as well because we need to move to the wallet model when we click on the item. So we have the router here. Okay, then let's also add the container styles. This will be styles.list style. Let's close this and then save this. So for the list style, we have the padding vertical and the padding top. You can just copy these styles. Now let's go to the wallet list item, and here we need to change this to typo so that we can see this. Let's save this. There we have 3 wallets. Now this is going to receive some properties as the item, the index, and the router. And let's also define the type for this one. So item will be of type wallet type, and then the index will be a number, and the router will have the router property from router type from the Expo router, like this. Okay, so now let's just remove this, and here we're gonna use a touchable opacity. So let me just copy and paste the style sheet for this component, and I'll show you these styles whenever I use these properties. And let me just import these variables: vertical scale, the colors, radius, and the spacing X. Okay, so now let's give this touchable opacity a style of container, and this has a flex direction of row because I want to show the icon and the image, the name of the wallet in a row. And inside this, let's create a container for the image and give this a style of image container. For the image container, we have the following styles, so you can just copy these. Now inside this, we're gonna use Expo image to show the icon, to show the image of the wallet. This will have a flex one. Then source will be item.image. Content fit as cover. And let's also add the transition as 100 millisecond. Let's close this and save this. So there we can see the images of all the wallets. Now after this view, we're gonna have another view for the name container. So this will also have a style of name container, and we have the following styles for this container. You can just copy these. Now inside this, we're gonna create a typo, and this will show the name of the wallet. So item.name. Let's save this. Now let's add a size of 16. Let's save this. Now let me just copy this for the balance as well. So this will have a size of 14. And inside this, we're gonna show the amount, which is the total balance inside this wallet. Let's also add this dollar sign and change the color to neutral 400. Let's save this. Okay, it's looking good. Now after this, we're gonna show a caret right icons just to indicate that it's a clickable item. So let's just copy the icons from this component and paste them here. And let's use icon dot caret right and give it a size of vertical scale of 20. Then weight will be bold, and then it will have the white color. Let's close it and save this. Okay, it's looking good. Now we're gonna add the animations for this just like we did for the account options in the profile. So let's change this view to animated view. Then we're gonna have a property entering. So this will have a fade in down animation. And let's use the index to add a delay so that they animate one after another. We're gonna use 50 milliseconds, and let's use springify and then damping of 13. Let's save this. So there we can see the animation already. So if we want to increase the delay, we can just give it a value of 500 milliseconds. Let's just reload, and now this will show like this, but this is very slow. So let's just stick to 50 milliseconds. Let's save this and let's just reload the app. Okay, so now it's looking good. Now we're gonna calculate the total balance that we are showing here. So let's go to the wallet tab. And here we have a function that returns the total balance. So here we're gonna use these wallets that we already have here and calculate the total balance. Let's use the reduce function, and this will give us a total value and the item for each iteration. And we're gonna calculate the total balance. So total will be total plus the item dot amount, which is going to be the balance for each wallet, or 0. Then we're gonna return the total value like this, and the default value will be 0 like this. So actually we can just remove these brackets, and this function will return a value which will be the total balance. Let's save this. So the reason why it's 0 is because we don't have any balance on either of the wallets. So just to see if the calculation is working, let me just update a wallet, and let's just update the amount value to 400 just to see if it's actually working. So let's update. Now there we can see now we have a $400 of balance. So it's working. Now let's just reset it to 0. Let's update. Okay, everything is normal now. Now, when we click on any item, it should open a model to update this wallet. And we're going to use the same model for updating the wallet that we used for creating the wallet. So let's add a function here, open wallet. And here we're going to use the router. That's why we pass the router to this component, router.push. And here we need to pass the path name. And we're going to go to the wallet model. And we also need to pass some parameters. So we're gonna send the ID, item.id, the name of the wallet, and then the image of the wallet. Let's save this. And now let's use this function when we click on any item. So on press, open wallet like this. Let's save this. So now if I click on this, it opens a model, but we need to add the data that we are updating and change some values. So let's open this and let's go to the wallet model. So here first we need to get the data that we passed from the parent component. So let's call it old wallet, and this will have a type which will include the name as string, image will be string as well, and the ID will be string. And let's use the hook use local search params. This will give us the old wallet, and let's just console log this to see if we are actually getting this data. Let's save this. So there we can see in the console, old wallet has this data that we passed from the parent component, and it has the ID, the image, and the name of the wallet. So now we need to fill this data into the inputs. So let's just remove this and create a use effect hook. And when the component mounts here, we need to create a condition to see if the old wallet has an ID. That means we are updating a wallet. We're not creating a wallet. In that case, we will just set the wallet data, and name will be old wallet dot name, and the image will be the old wallet dot image. Let's save this. So now it's just updated the values. Now if we click on new wallet, it doesn't show any values, but if we click on any wallet, it just pre-fills the data that we need to update. So now this is working. So here this needs to say update wallet when we have the old wallet.id. So this title will be condition. This will say update wallet when we are updating, otherwise new wallet. Okay, so this just updated. Now this one needs to update it as well. So let's add the same condition here. Then it will say update wallet, otherwise it will say add wallet. Let's save this. Okay, so now we need to change this function as well. So here we need to pass the ID because now we are updating the wallet. So let's make a condition. If we have the old wallet, then data.id will be old wallet.id, like this, and let's save this. Now when we pass the ID, and inside this function we should have a condition. So this is for the new wallet, but here we are creating this wallet reference dynamically if we have the wallet ID, and if we do have the ID, this will just update that wallet. So this is good. Now let's just save this and see if this is working. So let's open this one and change this to freelancing updated. Let's save this. Okay, so it just updated the name. So update functionality is working. Now let's try to update the wallet icon. Let's use this one and update. Okay, the icon update is also working. Now let's change this back to this icon and update. And the side hustle needs to have a jar icon. So let's use this one and update. Okay, so the update is working. Now we're gonna work on the delete functionality. So here I want to add the delete icon. And let's add a condition here. If we have the ID on the old wallet, that means we are updating, and only then we're gonna show this delete button. And we're gonna use a trash icon here. So trash, and this will have a color of white and a size of vertical scale of 24, and then its weight will be bold. Let's close it and save this. So there we can see the delete icon, but we need to customize the button. So let's add the style, and let's use the background color as the rose color from the colors object. And then we also gonna have a padding horizontal. So let's use spacing X of 15. Let's save this. So now it's looking good. Now when we click on this button, it's going to show an alert. So let's add on press, and this will call a function show delete alert. Now let's create this function here. And inside this, we're gonna use the alert functionality, and this will just say confirm, and the message will be, are you sure you want to do this? Then we also want to add one more line. This action will remove all the transactions related to this wallet, because later each transaction will be related to this wallet, and we're gonna alert the user that if you delete this wallet, all of the transactions will be removed as well. Now this third parameter will be the options that we need to provide. So let's add an array, and the first object will show a cancel button. Text will be cancel, and let's add on press. This will just console log cancel delete. and this will have a style of cancel. Then let's just copy this for the delete button. The text will say delete and the style will be destructive. And when we click on this button, this will trigger on delete function, which we need to create. So let's create this function here on delete. And this will be triggered when we click on the delete button. Now this is going to be an async function, which we're gonna implement later. But for now, it will just say deleting the wallet with the ID. So let's just render the old wallet.id. Let's save this. So now if we click on it, this shows our model and here we see the message. And if we click on cancel, it says cancel delete. And if we click on delete, it says deleting the wallet with this ID. Okay, great. Now let me just remove this. And here I want to add a condition if there is no old wallet. So if there is no old wallet.id, that means there is no wallet to delete. So we'll just return. Then we'll start the loading and then we'll get the result from the delete wallet API, which we haven't created yet. So let's go into the wallet service. And here let's create a new function, delete wallet. This will also be an async function and this will receive the wallet ID. This will be of type string and it's gonna return a promise with the response type. And let's add a try catch block here. If we get any error, this will be of type any. Let's just console log this error here, error deleting the wallet. And if we get this error, we're gonna return a response as well. So success will be false and the message will be error.message like this. Now in the try block, we're gonna create a reference of the wallet that we're going to delete. So doc and the Firestore, then the wallet's collection name and the wallet ID. So this will be the reference of the wallet. Then we're gonna use the delete doc function and provide this wallet reference. So this will delete the wallet, but we do need to delete all the transactions related to this wallet since we haven't implemented the transactions yet. So this part will be pending. So let's just add this comment, delete all the transactions related to this wallet. And then we will just return a response as success true. And we will run a message as wallet deleted successfully. Let's save this. Okay, so we'll come to this later, but now let's try to delete the wallet using this delete wallet. And here we need to pass the old wallet.id. Then we need to set the loading to false. And here let's make a condition if result.success is true, then we'll just simply go back to the previous screen. But if it's false, then we will alert the user with the error. So this will say wallet and result.message. Let's save this and see if this is working. So let me just create new wallets, test one, and pick an icon for this one. Add wallet. And let's create one more wallet. Okay, now let's try to delete the test one and hit on delete. Okay, so the delete functionality is working, but it has an issue when the loading is true. It still shows the delete icon. We don't want that. So let's make a condition here. When we have the old wallet.id and when the loading is false, only then it will show this trash icon. So let's save this. And now let's try to delete this one. Okay, so now it doesn't show the trash icon and the delete functionality is working. Now let me just reload the app and see if the deleted wallets are actually gone. Okay, great. So this is how we can implement the update and delete functionality using Firebase. And in the next part, we will work on the home tab. In this part, we're gonna design the home screen. So let's go to the index file. And here I'm just gonna remove these comments because we no longer need a logout button here. And let me just copy and paste the style sheet for this component. And I'll just import these variables and I'll show you these styles whenever I use them. Then spacing X. Okay, all good. Now let's just remove this, and here we need to create a container view, and let's give this a style of container. So you can see the container styles here. You can just copy these. Now here we're gonna add a header. So let's create a view, and let's also give this a style of header. And for the header, we have the following styles. You can just copy these. I want to show the username here and a button for the search on the top right corner. So let's create a view, and let's give this a style as the gap of 4 pixels. This will just say hello username. So this will say hello. Let's save this. There we can see the text. Now let's give it a size of 16. And I'm also gonna change the color to neutral 400. Like this. Now let's create another component, and this will display the username. So let's use the user.name. Let's save this. There we can see. Okay, now I want to give it a size of 20 and font weight of 500. Like this. Now we're gonna add a button on the top right corner for the search icon. So let's use a touchable opacity. And let's use the icons. We're gonna have to import the icons, so let's just copy it from the wallet model, paste it here, and I'm gonna use a magnifying glass icon for the search icon, and let's give it a size of vertical scale of 22, and then I'm gonna change the color to neutral 200 and the weight to bold. Let's close this and save this. So there we can see the search icon, but for the container, I want to give it a style of search icon. Let's save this. Now it's looking good. And for the search icon, you can see we have the following styles. So you can just copy these. Okay, so now I'm gonna add a scroll view for the content of this page. Let's import this one, and let's give it a content container style of scroll view style. Then we're gonna hide the vertical scroll bars. So let's make it false. And inside this, I'm gonna add a component that will show the stats of the user, like total balance, total income, and total expenses. So this will display a card here. So let's create a view, and inside this, I'm gonna add a home card. This is gonna be another component. So let's create this component here. Let's save this, and let me just import it here. Okay, so there we can see the home card, but we need to make the text wide to be able to clearly see it. There we go. So it should be scrollable because we wrapped a scroll view around all the components. So all of these will be scrollable. Now I'm just gonna copy and paste the style sheet for this component. And let me just import these variables, colors, and let's see, we need to import the scale, spacing X. Okay. So here first we need to use a background image to display the card. So let's import the background image component, and let's also give this a property of source. This is going to be the image in the background, and we already have this card image into our assets. And by the way, you can find these assets into the description of this video. So this is the card image that we want to show here, and this will display all the stats. Now let's add another property, resize mode as a stretch. And then we're gonna add the style as background image. Okay, so for the background image, we have the following styles. So you can just copy these. And once I save this, there we can see the card, but we also see this home card text. We don't want that. So let's remove this. Now here I'm gonna add another view for the content of this card, and this will have a style of container. So the reason for this container is because it's a stack of cards and I want to show the content only on the first card. So this will only cover the front card area. So if I give this a background color of red, you can see it only highlights the front card and our content will go into this container. So let's just remove this. And here I want to add another view. And inside this, I'm going to show the total balance. So let's create a view and give this a style of total balance row. And we have the following styles for the total balance row. I want to show a label on the left side and a three dots icon on the right side. So let's create a typo and give this a color of neutral 800. This will have a size of 17. And then let's make it a bit bold like this. And this will say total balance. Let's save this. So there we can see the text. Now on the other side, I want to show a three dots icon. So we need to import the icons. Let's paste it here. And we're gonna use an icon called three dots, three outline. Then let's give this a size of vertical scale of 23. Color will be black. And then weight will be fill. Let's close this and save this. Okay, so there we can see. So now I'm gonna add another typo component for the total balance. So this will have a color of black and it's gonna have a big size. So size will be 30 and the font weight will be bold. Now let's add a dummy value for the total balance. And later we will use the wallets to calculate this. So let's just leave it like that for now. Now here I'm gonna add a section. This will show all the expenses and all the incomes from this user's account. So this will show total income and total expenses. So let's add a view and give this a style of stats. And for the stats, we have the following styles. This will be a row because on the left side, I want to show the income and on the right side, I want to show the expenses. Let's create a view and give this a style as gap of vertical scale of 5. Then here we're gonna add a view and give this a style of income expense. The naming is like this because we will use the same for the expense block as well. So you can just copy these styles for the income expense. Then here I want to add another view for the stats icon. So the idea is this will show in a row where we will show an arrow down and the label as income. So first let's add arrow down icon. This will have a size of vertical scale of 15. Then color will be black and the font weight will be bold. Let's close this and save this. So there we can see arrow down icon. And here I want to show a label. So let's add a typo. And let's give it a size of 16. The color will be neutral 700. Then the font weight will be 500. And this will just say income. Let's save this. So it will show like this. Now at the bottom, we're gonna show the total income value. So let's create a view and give this a style as line self to center. Then let's use typo. And this will be the total income value, which we cannot see clearly. So let's give it a size of 17. The color will be green because it's an income value. Then font weight will be 600. Okay, it looks good, but we need to add a dollar sign. Let's save this. So now it's looking good. Okay, so we're gonna use the same design for the expenses, but it will be on the right side. So we can just copy this one and we will just change these values. So let's change this to expense, and this will have an arrow up. Then it will say expense, and let's also change the value. Let's save this. There we can see the expense, but the expenses should be of color red. So let's use the different color like this. And it's looking good. Later, we're gonna use these wallets to calculate the total balance, income, and total expense. So we'll come to this part later. But now I want to go back to the home component, and I'm gonna create another component to show a list of all the transactions at the bottom. So here, let's add a component transaction list. And let's create this component into the components folder. Let's create a functional component, save this, and let's just import it here. So there we can see the list. Now this component will receive some properties as the data that we want to show, the title for this list, a loading property, and an empty list message in case if we don't have any data. And this will have a type as transaction list type. And this will have these following properties: title, loading, empty list message. You'll notice we have the transaction type here. This is an array. But if we go to this type, so a transaction will have these properties: ID, type, amount, category, wallet ID, description. So you can just copy these for now, but we will come to this later. So now let me just copy the style sheet for this component. And let me just import these variables: vertical scale, the spacing Y, the colors, and spacing X. Okay, so here let's give this view a style of container. And you can see the container styles at the bottom, so you can just copy these. Then inside this, let's just remove this, and here we're gonna make a condition. If we have the title of this list, then we will show a typo component. And let's give this a size of 20 and the font weight of 500, and this will render the title. So let's save this. So the reason we are not seeing any title because we haven't passed any title from the parent component. But if we pass a title as recent transactions, and let's save this, so there we can see the title of the list. So here let's add a view, and this is gonna be the list of all the transactions. So this will have a style of list. For the list style, we have the minimum height of 3. I know this is weird because I'm gonna use a flash list component here, which will not render unless I give it a minimum height of 3, which is a bit weird, but anyway. So we're gonna use a flash list component to show all the transactions. So this is a basic usage of how we can use it. It's very similar to how flat lists work, but it has better performance. So we're gonna use this. So let's copy this command to install the flash list, and we don't need to copy the Expo dev client. So let's close the server and paste it here. Okay, so we can just run the project again. And let's reload the app. Okay, so now we need to import this component. So let's go to the usage, and here let's just copy this import statement and paste it here. And let's also copy this snippet and paste it here. Let's format this, and the data will be just a dummy array for now, but later we will change this to transactions. So render item will be another component. So we're gonna use a transaction item component. Let's close it, and let's just create this component in the same file. So for now, it will just return a view, and let's add a typo as well. And this will just say transaction item. Now I'm going to pause the item so that we can display the transaction values. And let's also pause the index so that we can use it to animate the list item. Okay, so the estimated item size will be 60. So let's save this. So there we can see the transaction items. Now we're going to pass a function to the transaction item as well to open the transaction details. So let's receive these values: item, index, and a handle click function. And we need to pass it from the parent component, handle click. So now let's define this component. So when we implement this will open the transaction details in a model. So let's just add a comment for now. Now let's add the prop type for the transaction item as the transaction item props. And if I go to this prop, this will have the item, index, and handle click function. So you can just copy these. Let's save this. Okay, so now I'm going to show an empty list message at the bottom, but we will have two conditions when the loading is false and we don't have any data. So data.length equals to 0. Then I will display the empty list message if we paused from the parent component like this. And this typo will have the size of 15. And let's change the color to neutral 400. And we want to show it in the middle. So let's add the style text aligned to the center and some spacing at the top. So margin top will be spacing Y of 15. Let's save this. So the length of undefined. Okay, so data is not passed from the parent component. That's why we are getting this error. So let's pass the dummies values from the parent component like this, and let's save this. Okay, so the error is gone. Now we don't need to use the dummy values here. We can just use the data. So let's just remove this, add the data, let's save this. Now I want to be able to see this message. So let's go to the parent component, and here first we need to empty the data and make the loading false. Let's save this. Now if we pass any empty list message here, let's just add no transactions added yet. Let's save this. So there we can see the message, but it will only display if we don't have any data and the loading is false. But if we make the loading true, I want to show a loading spinner on this list. So now the message is gone, but I want to add another condition for showing the loading. So if the loading is true, then I want to show a view, and let's give it a style as the top value of vertical scale of 100. I want to have some spacing on the top. So inside this, we can use our loading component that we already have. Let's save this. So now we can see the loading because the loading property is true from the parent component. If I make this false, we will see the message again. But if we add the data and save this, then we will only see the transaction items. So now I want to design this transaction item, but before that, we need some data. So let's create a new file, data. And here I'm going to copy and paste the transaction expense categories. So these are for the expense transaction, and this is an array of all the expense categories. And this is the type of the expense category. And then if we go to the category, we have label, value, icon, and the background color for that category. So basically, when in future we will work with the transactions feature, we will have two types of transactions: expense transaction and an income transaction. And when a user will create an expense transaction, we will be able to choose an expense category, and these are all the expense categories, and these are the common ones. So here I have a list of all the categories. We have the data for each category as the label, value, icon, and the background color that we want to show in the transaction item. And you can also find the assets file in the video description. There you can just download this file and just copy it into your project. And here we have the income category, which has the label as income, value income, and the icon is currency dollar simple. So there we have a list of the options for the transaction. We have expense and income. Now I'm just going to use a dummy expense category for displaying the transaction item because we just need some dummy value to design the transaction item. So here, let me just create a category variable. Don't worry, this will be replaced when we implement the transactions. So for now, let me just pick one object from the expense categories, and we can just pick the groceries. So we will have to use the value. Here, let me just paste the values as grocery. Now we have the category. So let's just console log the category and see if we are actually getting the data. Let's save this. So here you can see for all the transactions, we have the background color, the icon, label, and the value. So using this, we can display the transaction item. So let's get the icon component from this data. Okay, now let's just remove this text, and here I want to use a touchable opacity. So when we click on this, this will open the transaction details, and this will have a style of row, and for the row we have the following styles, so you can just copy these from here. And the idea is I want to show an icon on the left side, then the transaction details, and then an icon on the right side. Now let's create another view for the icon, and let's give it a style of the icon. So remember, we have a background color on each category. I want to use this for the icon component. So we will have the background color as the category dot background. So if I go to the data here, you can see we have a different background color for each transaction. And inside this, we will have a condition. If we have the icon component, then I want to use this component, and here we can just specify all the properties that we used for the icon. So size will be vertical scale of 25, weight will be fill, and the color will be white. So let's close this and save this. So there we can see the category icon, and this is a list with a background color, and you can just remove the background and the padding, and you will have a list without the background color, and that will look good as well. Now we can just change the expense category, and this will update the icon as well. So let's use entertainment, and the icon is updated. So the expense category will be dynamic based on what the category is saved in the transaction. But for now, we can just use these dummy values because we are just designing the transaction item. Now let's create another view, and this will have a style of category description. And we have the following styles for the category description. Here I want to show the category name and a description at the bottom. So let's create a typo, give it a size of 17, and here we'll just show a label on the category. So there we can see utilities. Now let's add another typo and give it a size of 12, and the color will be neutral 400. So I want the description to be only in one line. So we'll have to pass some text properties. So let's add a property as number of lines. This will be 1. And if I go to the typography component, here we are passing the text profs and just spreading it in the text component. So let's close this. And here I'm going to use the item.description, which currently we don't have. So for now, we are using dummy data for the category. So the description will be some dummy data as well. So let's just add paid Wi-Fi bill. Let's save this. So there we can see the description. Now I want to add another view for the amount and the date, and this will have a style of amount date. And inside this, let's add another typo, and let's give it a font weight of 500. Then let's change the color to primary. Now let's close this, and here I will just display the amount for this transaction. So there we can see the amount. So for the income transactions, this will have a plus symbol with the amount, just like this. And this is for the income transaction, but for the expense transactions, this will be different. So this will have a minus symbol and the color will be different like this. But we will make this conditional when we have the actual data. So for now, let's just leave it like this. Now let's add another typo and give it a size of 13, and the color will be neutral 400. And here let's just add a dummy value for the date. So there we can see the date as well. So this is how the transaction items will look. And for the amount date, we have the following styles. So you can just copy these. So the design for the transaction item is complete. Now I want to add some animations to this list. But first let's add an onPress method on this touchable opacity. And here we need to use the handle click function and pass the item so that we can open the transaction details. Now let's change this to animated view. And here I want to use a fade in down animation. So let's use entering property, then fade in down. Then here I want to use the index to delay the animation for each list item. And we will have a springify motion, then the damping will be 14. So let's save this. And let's just reload the app and see if there is an issue. Okay, there we can see the animation, but it was very quick. So let's increase the delay to 70. And let's also increase the number of transactions. So let's go to the index and just increase the dummy values. Let's save this and reload the app and see if the animation is working. Okay, the animation is working perfectly fine. So in the transaction list, we used a dummy value for the expense category for now, but we can also use the income category because there will be a transaction as the income. So if I just import the income category and I save this, there you will see this is the symbol for the income, and this will show the data just like this. But obviously when we implement the transactions, this will show the actual data. So for now, let's just use this dummy data. Now I want to create a floating button after this transaction list. This will open a model to create a transaction. So let's create a button, give it a style of styles.floating button. Now inside this, I want to show an icon. So we're gonna use a plus icon for this button. And let's give it a color of black. Then the weight will be bold. And the size will be vertical scale of 24. Let's save this. And there we can see the floating button. And for the floating button style, we have the following properties. So you can just copy this. This is positioned absolute so that it doesn't conflict with our content and displays on this specific position. So now when we click on this, it needs to open our model. So let's define a router using the use router hook. And when we click on this button, let's add an onPress function. Now we need to create a new model for this transaction. So let's go into the models and create the transaction model. Let's create a functional component and save this. Now we should be able to see this here. So there it is. Let's save this, and now we need to specify this in the layout file as well to specify it as a model. So let's go to the layout, and here let's just copy this and change the name to transaction model. Let's save this, and now when we click on this plus icon, this should open a model. Okay, we need to reload the app, and now if we click on it, it should display it as a model, but I'm not sure why it's not working. Oh, okay. So this screen should start with the small t, not with the capital T. So let's change this and save this. And I believe we also need to change it in this file. So this needs to be small t. Let's save this and let's just reload and see if this is working. There we go. Now it's working and showing as a model. And in the next part, we're going to work on this transaction model. In this part, we're going to work on the transaction model. So if I go to the wallets here, we already have a model. If I click on this plus icon, we're going to use the same model and we'll just change some inputs and the design. So let's go to wallet model and copy all of it and then paste it here. Okay. So first let's try to change the name of this component to transaction model like this. Okay. So now here we will have the transaction data. So let's change this to transaction and set transaction. Let's also use the transaction type. I've already shown you this type before. So here we will have all of these properties: type, amount, category. So you can just copy these properties for a transaction type. Now let's add some default properties for this transaction. So type will be expense by default. The amount will be 0. Description will be empty string. Category will be an empty string. Then the date will be the current date. So new date object like this. The wallet ID will be empty string and the image will be null. This will be receipt of the transaction. So now let's select all the references for this old wallet variable and we will change this to old transaction because later we are also going to implement the transaction update. Then let's select this set wallet reference and change this to set transaction. Okay, we have some errors that we will fix later. For now, let's just search for the wallet and let's change this to transaction. Why it's showing the error? Oh, okay. So this should be small transaction like this. Then actually, let's just comment this whole function and we'll work on this later. Also this use effect hook as well. And we still have some errors at the bottom. So we need to change this to transaction. So let's just select all the references and change them to transaction. And let's also select this one and change this to transaction. Okay. So we're still getting this name error, but don't worry about this right now. Then we have this on submit. We have commented this out. So let's just uncomment and comment only the content inside this function. Okay, so let's just save this and see if this is working. Now, if I open the model, we have the model working. Now, we need to change the content of this model. But before that, let me just copy and paste the style sheet for this component. Let me just remove this one and paste the new style sheet. Let's see, we need to import the radius. Okay, so no more errors. So let's just save this. And now we need to work on the design. So let's open the model and for the container style, we have the following style. So you can just copy these. Now we need to change this title to update and new transaction. So I'll select all of these and change them to transaction. There we can see. Now I'm going to set a property on the scroll view to hide the vertical scroll bar indicators. So let's just set it to false like this. And we're not gonna have the transaction name, but we will have the type of the transaction, which can either be expense or income. And this will be a drop down. So let's just remove this input. Let's just add a comment here for now, drop down here. And for the drop down component, we're gonna use another component. It's called React Native Element Drop Down. So if I zoom here you'll be able to see this is the component and we can actually customize it. So first we have to install it. Let's just copy the command, stop the server and paste it here. We are also going to use a date picker component. So we're gonna install another library for this, React Native community / date picker. So let's just copy the command and paste it here. Okay, so both the libraries are installed. Now let's start our project. Okay, um, let's just close this and rebuild the project. There we go. So now we're gonna add the drop-down component here. So let's first import this drop-down component. If we scroll down, we should see some snippet. Okay, there. So let's just copy this and paste it here. Then we can also copy this example code for using this dropdown. So here we have a lot of properties to use this dropdown. Here we have the data. So let's just copy this dropdown component for now. And then we're gonna paste it here. Okay, so now to fix these errors, we are gonna import some of these values here. So here we have the data. Let's copy this and paste it here. So for now, we're just trying to make it work, and we're just copying the things that it needs. We also need the state, value, and is focus. Let's paste it here. Okay, so now we just need to have the style objects, render left icon. So we don't actually need this. So let's just comment this out. And let's see. Let's copy this render label function. And let's paste it here. Okay. So let's just save this and see if this is working. Okay, there we can see the drop down. And if I click on this, we have all the data, and actually we can search through the data. But we will not implement this as we will have only few items in the drop down. Okay, so this is working. Now we need to focus on the designing. So for the style object, let's just remove all of this, and let's give it a style as the drop down container. And for the drop down container, we have the following styles. You can just copy these styles to have the same look as I will have. Okay, so this will be the drop down container. For the placeholder, we will have the drop down placeholder. And for the styles, we are just changing the color because it's just a text property. Then for the selected text style, let's use drop down the selected text, and you can copy the styles for this one. Then for the search input, let's just remove this because we're not gonna use the search functionality. Icon style, let's just give it a drop down icon. And for the drop down icon, we have the height and the tint color, so you can copy these style. Then for the data, we have this data. Then let's just remove the search because we're not going to use this. Maximum height 300. Then we have the label, value, placeholder. Now for this drop down, we're not going to use the placeholder. So let's just comment these values. And let's also comment the placeholder style as well. Then we have the value. We're not going to use on focus and on blur. So let's comment these. And on change, we'll set the value, set the is focus to false. So let's save this. Okay, so now we need to work on designing the item style. So first let's change the item text style. This will be styles dot drop down item text. We're just changing the color for the drop down item, so you can just copy these properties. Let's save this, and now we won't be able to see this because the text is white. Now we need to have the item container style. Then let's give it styles dot drop down item container. Then we're gonna have a container style property. This will be drop down list container. And for this one, we have the following style properties. So you can just copy these. This dropdown actually has a shadow as well. Now let's save this. And there we can see the dropdown is looking a lot better. But now when we click on any item, it doesn't look very good. So actually the selected item has a different background color, and we can use a property that is called active color. So let's add a property active color and change this to neutral 700. Let's save this, and now it's looking pretty good. So we can choose other properties, and it's showing the selected property from the drop down. So if I wanted to have the placeholder for this dropdown, I could just uncomment the placeholder property and the placeholder style property. And let's save this. Now, if no item is selected, it will show the placeholder. So let's open the model again. There we can see select item. And if I click on it, I will be able to select the item. So for this dropdown, let's just comment these values. Let's remove the values that we are not going to use, like this. Okay, so now I want to display the real values inside this dropdown, but before that, let me just remove this state, and we're gonna use our own state. Let's also remove this data. Okay, so for the data, we're gonna use the transaction types, and this is coming from the data file. We actually have this array where we have the expense and the income values. So this has a label and the value. Then for the value, we're going to use the transaction.type value, which is by default expense. So you can see we have this type value, which will be by default expense. And when we're changing the value, we will just set the transaction with this new item.value. So let's spread all the data in the transaction. Then type will be item.value. Let's save this. So by default, it will show expense, and we can choose the income property as well. So this will be the type input. Now let's move to another input. Let's remove this. Actually, we will need this for the receipt. So let's keep this, and now let's copy this type, and we will change this to wallet items. A user will choose a wallet to add or spend money from. This will say wallet, and now we're gonna fetch all the wallet list. But we already have done this. So let's go to the wallet tab, and here we can just copy this hook, and this will fetch all the wallets. Let's paste it here, and we already have a loading. So let's change this to wallet loading, and let's also change the error to wallet error, like this. Then we need to import this hook, use fetch data, the wallet type, and we also need to import these functions where and order by. And we are also passing the user.uid, which is the current user. We actually don't need this update user data function, so let's just remove this. Now it should be fetching all the data, and we need to add the array of all the wallets into this dropdown. We're gonna map through all of the wallets, and each object in this array should have a label and a value. So for the label, we're gonna display the name of the wallet and the total amount in this wallet. So wallet.name, then the total balance, which is wallet.amount. And then for the value, it will just have the wallet.id property. Let's save this, and now if I click on this, there we can see the 3 wallets that we added previously. These are the same ones that we have here. Okay, so now it should show the selected property. So for the value, we will use the wallet ID, and we actually need a placeholder for this one. So let's uncomment this and the placeholder as well. We don't need is focus property. This will just say select wallet. Let's save this. And now if I click on this and choose any wallet. Okay, so when we choose a wallet, this needs to be set into the wallet ID like this. Okay, so this needs to be item.value or an empty string. This will fix the error. Let's save this, and now let's just reload the app and see if this is working. So now if I open the wallet dropdown and select any wallet, it's showing the selected item. So this is working. Now I'm gonna add another dropdown component for showing all the expense categories. So let's just copy this dropdown and paste it here. So let's just add a comment on these dropdowns. So this will be expense categories, because this may be confusing. So this is for the wallet input, and this is for the type of the transaction. Okay, so let's change this to expense category. And we're only gonna show this expense categories dropdown when user is making an expense transaction. When it's income, we don't really need to show this. So let's make a condition here. If transaction dot type equals to expense, only then we will render this input component. So let's copy this and paste it here. Let's save this. So now we're not able to see it, but if I choose the type as expense, there we can see the expense category drop down. Now for the values, we're gonna use the values from the expense categories object. We're gonna use the values for all of these types. We have grocery, and each item contains a label and the value. We actually need the label and the value for this array. So let's just use the values of that object. So to get the values only, we can use object.values. This will extract the values in an array from that object. So let's save this, and now this will say select category. Let's save this, and now we should be able to see all the expense categories like this. Now we need to change the value to transaction.category, and when we choose any category from the list, this should update in the category property like this. Let's save this, and now if I choose any item from the drop down, it will show the selected item. Let's use dining, and now it's showing. Okay, so next we're gonna add another component that is for the date picker, and we actually have installed this component. Here we have the community date picker. Okay, so let's see how we can use this. First we need to import this into our file. So let's just copy this statement and paste it here. Okay, so now we need to have an input for this date property. So let's just copy this input container and paste it here. Then change the label to date. And let's also remove this. Let's save this, and there we can see the date label. Now we're gonna define an input here where we want to show the current date, and when we click on it, it will open a model to choose the new date. We also need to define a state to open the date picker. So let's define show date picker and set show date picker. By default, this is going to be false. And the idea is when we click on the current date, it will open the model and let us choose any date. So here we need to make a condition. If show date picker is not true, only then it will show the current date that is selected. So we're gonna use a pressable. Then let's give it a style as the date input. And when we press on this pressable, this will just toggle the date picker. So set show date picker to true. Let's close this, and here it will just show the date from the transaction. So let's use typo. Give it a size of 14, and inside this we're gonna use the transaction dot date and convert this to local date string. This method is not available on this one, so we will have to take this date as a date object. like this, and let's save this. So there we can see the input for the date, and if I click on this, it should hide because now the show date picker is true, and when it's true we shouldn't see this input. So now when this is true, we need to show the date picker model. So let's make one more condition here. When show date picker is true, we're gonna show another view. So because this library works differently in iOS and Android, if you want to style this differently, you can actually give it a style dynamically. Just to give you an example, if the platform.os is iOS, then we can use styles.ios date picker style. We don't actually have any styles on this one, but just to give you an idea, you can give dynamic styles to make it look better on iOS or on Android. So let's use the date picker and give it a theme variant as dark. Then the value will be transaction.date. And let's use it as the date object. Then we will have the text color, colors.white. Then we need to define the mode for this date time picker, and we can actually use it as a countdown, the date time, only time, but we're gonna use it as the date. Then we need to define this display. So we're gonna use it as a spinner for iOS, but for now let's just use it as a calendar, and let's see what happens. So now let's add an on change property, and this will change the date when we choose a new date. So what's this error? Let's come to this later, and let's just define on date change function. Okay, so let's see what properties do we need to expect from this component, this function. Okay, so this function will receive these properties as the event and the current date. So let's just copy this function and paste it here and change this to on date change. We will also need to import this property date time picker event from this library, and this will be the current date. So we don't really need this code, so let's remove this and define a current date. And actually this is the selected date from the date time picker, and we will use this selected date or the transaction.date property. And once we have that, we will set it to the transaction. So let's just spread all the transaction details. Then the date will be current date like this. And once we set the date, we need to hide the date time picker. So just set the show date time picker to false like this. Okay, so we still have an error on this on change property, which I'm not sure why we're getting this, but anyway, let's just save this and see if this is working. Now, if I click on the input, okay, so this is new. Maybe it's because we use the display as calendar. Could be. Let's change this to spinner and see if this is working. And for this error, let's go to on date change. Everything seems all right here. Not sure why we're getting this. So let's just leave it like this and open our application and see if everything's working. Let's open the transaction model. And there we can see the date time picker as a spinner, and we can actually change the month. So we still have an issue. As soon as I change any value, it instantly goes away. This is because when we change any date, this function gets triggered and this will just toggle the date time picker. So we need to find another way to toggle this date time picker. And because it works differently in iOS and Android, so for iOS, we just need to have a confirm button, and that will just toggle this date time picker. Here we need to define a condition if the platform is iOS, then we need to show a button. because it works differently on Android, so we just need this for iOS. Let's give it a style as date picker button. And when we click on this button, this will just toggle the date picker. So let's set show date picker to false. Then inside this, we are gonna just display a text as OK. Let's give it a size of 15 and a font weight of 500. Let's save this. And now if I click on the date, it will show the date picker and the new button at the bottom. And now if I scroll and choose a new date, it's not closing because now we need to confirm after we're done choosing the date, and now it goes away. I can click on it again, choose a different date. It's actually updating the date value in the transaction as we are scrolling. But if we click on OK, this will set the date time picker to false. And when it's false, it will only show the date that is chosen. So now the only thing left to do is this error. I'm not sure why we are still getting this error, but to fix this, we can just change the parameter type to any and change this to any. And okay, so this error is gone. So now we need to test this in the Android emulator. So to open the Android, just click the letter A in the terminal, and this will open the Android emulator. Yes, let's just update the Expo Go to the latest version. Okay, so let me just drag the Android emulator in this screen and let's make it big like this. And just press letter A in the terminal and it will open the app in the Android emulator. This is the first time we are opening the app in the Android emulator, and let's see if the design is working and if we have any issues. So there we can see we have some issues in the status bar component. So let's go to the screen wrapper component. So here in the status bar component, we can actually give it a background color, I think. Yes. So if I give it a black color, then it's black, but actually we need to match it to the background color. So let's use a neutral 900 color. Let's save this. Now it's looking good. So this is the welcome screen and it's looking exactly like the iOS version. So let's go to sign in. It's looking good. We can go to sign up and the design is pretty good. So let's sign in with my account. Okay, so the home screen is looking the same as iOS, but we do have this empty space at the top, which I'm not sure where it's coming from. So let's decrease the padding top for Android and let's see. No change. Let's use height multiplied by this for the padding top and let's remove this. Let's save this and still no change. Let's just reload the app and see again. Okay, so I think this is not the issue. Maybe there is something wrong with the status bar. I don't know. What if we just comment this padding top? Let's save this. Okay, so the padding top is the issue. So let's just leave it like this. But for Android, let's make it 0. Let's save this. There we can see. So this is fixed and the UI is looking pretty good. We have the models. It looks exactly like how it's working on the iOS. All the animations are working. We can go to profile. We need to fix the spacing for the model wrapper as well. So let's go to the model wrapper. And for the padding top, let's give it a 0 padding. Let's save this. And now if I open the profile model, actually, let's just use some padding. Let's give it padding of 20 pixels. Now it looks good. So the models are looking good, and if I click on logout, this shows an alert. The wallets are working, and if I click on upload image, this will open the gallery to choose an image. So this is working. If I open the existing wallet, it lets me update. So everything is working. Now let's open the transaction model and let's see the drop downs are working and all the wallets are here. So if I click on date, it will show the date picker in this format, which I really don't like. But if I click on OK or cancel, it won't let me close the model because show date picker is still true. So we need to make some changes for the Android date picker. So first we need to change the display. For iOS, it's gonna be spinner, but for Android, it will be the default display. Let's save this, and now if I click on cancel, now we have a calendar view for picking the date, but it still won't let me close the model. So now we need to fix that. So when we change the date inside this function, let's just uncomment this, but we just need to hide this model if the platform is Android. So platform.os equals to iOS, then it will be true. Otherwise, it will be false. Let's save this and see if this is working. So now if I choose a date and click OK, this will hide the model. If I click on it again, this again shows a date picker. I choose a date, click OK, and this will show the selected date. So the date picker is working in the Android and the iOS as well. It was a bit tricky on iOS, but that's just because the library works differently on iOS and Android. So now I want to add another input after this date, and this is gonna be for the amount of the transaction. And we can get this from the wallet model. So let's just copy this input container and paste it here. Then let's change the name to amount. We don't actually need the placeholder for this, so let's just comment this, and this will be transaction dot amount. And this error is because this is a number, so we need to convert this to string like this. Then we can also specify a keyboard type. I want to show a numeric keyboard for this input. So when user will click on it, it will show a numeric keyboard. Then here it will set the transaction. Let's spread the transaction data, and here it will set the amount. So amount will be a number value like this, but I want to use a regex here so that it will only accept the number values and ignore the letters. So you can just use this, and this will just accept only the values from 0 to 9, and it will replace everything with this empty string. So let's save this, and now we have an amount input where if I type anything, it will just show the numbers and ignore everything else. Okay, so now I'm gonna copy this amount section, and we're gonna have a description for the transaction. This will be a text area view where user can type a description, but for now, let's just save this, and there we can see the description. I want to make it optional, so we'll have to add an optional tag in the label. Let's give it a style of flex row. Then let's copy the description label inside this. And for the flex row, I have the following style, so you can just copy these. Then I'm just gonna copy this for the optional tag and change this to optional. Let's also change the color to neutral 500. Let's save this. There we can see it says optional. Let's change the size to 14. Okay, now it looks good. Let's also change the size to 16 for the label. And I think we will have to change the size for all the labels. So let's just copy this and add it to all the labels. Then for the date and the expense category, the wallet, and and then we have the type. Okay, so that's all the inputs. So let's save this, and now it's looking good. Okay, so now we need to design the description input. So for this one, we don't really need the keyboard type. So let's remove this. The value will be transaction.description, and it's gonna be multi-line. So we need to add a property as multi-line. Then we're gonna have some container styles for the input. Let's add flex direction as row. The height will be vertical scale of 100. Then we will have align items as flex start. And let's also have some padding vertically of 15 pixels. Okay, so then in the transaction, it will set the description as the value. So let's save this. And there we can see a text area box for the description. And if I type anything and press enter, it's multi-line and it works perfectly fine. So next we have the transaction icon, which is the receipt of the transaction. And this is also going to be optional for the transaction. So let's just copy the label from description and paste it here. Let's change this to receipt. And this will say optional. So let's save this. And there we can see the receipt. So it will set into the transaction as the image property, which is fine. And when select, it will save to the image property and it says upload image. So that's good. Now in the footer area, it will show a delete icon if we have the old transaction, but we will come to this later. Let's change the label to update and submit if we have the old transaction or not. Now we're going to work on the on submit function, and we don't really need all of this. So let's just remove this. And first we're going to get the data from the transaction, type, amount, the description. We have the category, then we have date, wallet ID, and the image. Then we're gonna add some validation on this data. I will check if any of the required fields are missing, then we will show an alert to the user. So here we will check if we don't have the wallet ID or date or the amount, then we will show an alert. We're also gonna check if we don't have the category, but because the category is only added when the type is expense, so we're gonna check if the type is expense and there is no category. Only then it will trigger and show this alert. So here it will show an alert and say please fill all the fields. And then it will just return from this condition. And here let's just console log a message as good to go. Then after this, I want to create an object for the transaction data. And this will contain all the possible values that we're gonna store while creating a transaction. We're also gonna add the UID of the user who is creating this transaction. So user.uid. Then let's just console log the transaction data here. Let's also assign a type to this variable as the transaction type, which again has all these properties that you can just copy. Okay, so let's just save this and see if the validation is working. Let me just reload the app. Let's open the model, and if I click on submit, we get this message, please fill all the fields. So let's select the values within these fields. For the expense category, let's choose rent. We already have a date, then let's select an amount. The description and the receipt are optional, so let's just leave them and click submit. And there we can see in the console, good to go, and the transaction data has the amount, the category, date, description, image. Description and image are null because we left them empty, But if I wanted to add data, so let's add test description, and let's also add a receipt. And now if I click on submit, we should be able to see the description and image. There we can see description as test and image is an object of the local file. It should contain a URI that we will need to upload the file to Cloudinary. We don't really need all the properties from this object, but we do need the URI property. So the design of the transaction model is complete and the validation is working as well. And in the next part, we'll work on creating the transaction. In this part, we're going to work on creating the transaction. Now that we have designed the transaction model, we're going to create a new service for the transaction. So let's create a file, transaction service. And inside this, we're going to create a function. Now we're going to use the same function work for creating and updating the transaction. And this is going to be an async function which will receive the transaction data. And it's going to be of type transaction type. And for the transaction type, we have the following properties, which I hope you guys already know at this point. So now inside this function, we're going to create a try catch block, which we can get from another function. So for the delete wallet, let's just copy this block of code. We just need a try catch block. So let's just remove all of this. And let's change this to error creating or updating the transaction. Now we're gonna return a response, but let's just remove this message. Okay, so now we're gonna get the data from this transaction data object. We're gonna get the ID, the type, wallet ID, and the image. We're getting the ID because later we're gonna implement the transaction update as well. So let's just add some validation if we don't have the amount. And we need to get the amount as well. Okay, so if we don't have any amount or the amount is less than equal to 0, we don't have the wallet ID or we don't have the type, then we're gonna return a response saying the data is invalid. So let's just add invalid transaction data like this. But if we do have the data, then we're gonna perform updation or creation. Now here I'm gonna create a condition. If we have the ID, that means we are updating this transaction, and that is a bit complicated and we're gonna handle this later. But for now, I'll just add a to-do comment here. And if we don't have any ID, that means we're creating a new transaction. And for that, first we're gonna update the wallet for this new transaction. So I'm gonna create a function that will update the wallet for this transaction. So let's create a new function and we'll call it update wallet for new transaction. Okay, so this will receive some properties as the wallet ID, the amount that we are updating, and the type as income or expense. So in here, we're going to use the try catch block. So let's just copy this block of code and use it here. Okay, so let's change this error to error updating the wallet for new transaction. Let's save this. So first we're gonna get the wallet reference, which we're gonna update. So let's create a wallet ref and use the document. Here, let's give it the object Firestore, the collection name as wallets, and the wallet ID. Then we're gonna get the wallet snapshot from this reference. So let's use the function getDoc. Okay, so on this snapshot, we can use a function exists, and that will check if there is a document against this ID. And if it doesn't exist, then we're gonna return an error. So let's just console log. Actually, let's just copy the same error here. And Let's remove this. This will say wallet not found. And let's remove this error as well. Let's save this. Okay, so if the wallet exists, then we're gonna get the data from this snapshot, and we're gonna get it as the wallet type, and the wallet has these types. Okay, so now that we have the amount and the wallet data, if we are making an expense transaction, we can actually make a condition to see if the selected wallet have enough balance. So if the type is expense, that means we are spending from this wallet, and the wallet data dot amount minus the amount that we are spending is less than 0. That means we don't have enough balance. Now this will have the value. Okay, so in that case, we're gonna return a response. So let's just copy this response and let's add a message adds the selected wallet don't have enough balance. But if we do have enough balance, then we're gonna prepare the properties that we're gonna update. So first we're gonna create the update type, and that's gonna be total income or total expense. So if you see the wallet, each wallet has this property as total expenses and total income, which is gonna be the total expenses from this wallet and total incomes added to this wallet. So we're gonna check what field we're gonna update, and this will be based on the type. If the type equals to income, then we're gonna update the total income. So this will be the property as total income, but if it is not income, then it will be total expenses. So this will be the type that we're gonna update. Then we're gonna have the updated wallet amount, and it will also be based on the type. If the type is income, then we can update the wallet amount as the wallet amount plus the amount of the transaction, like this. But if it's not income, then we're gonna minus the amount of transaction from the wallet amount. So wallet data dot amount minus the amount of the transaction. Let's save this. And this is for the wallet balance, but now we're gonna update the totals in the wallet, and that's the total income or total expense, which is also based on the type of the transaction. So both will increase if it's even income or expense. So let's just change this to plus, and if the type is income, then we're gonna update the total income, and if it's expense, then we're gonna update total expenses, like this. Okay, so now we're ready to update the wallet. So let's use the update doc method, and let's provide the wallet reference. This is the reference that we are using, and we're gonna update the amount of the wallet, and that's gonna be the updated wallet amount. And then we're gonna update the totals. So we're gonna use the property update type. Okay, so we need to change this to update type, and that's gonna be the updated totals, which can either be total income or total expense, and this is based on the type of the transaction. If it's income, then we will be updating the total income, but if it's expense, then we'll be updating the total expense, and we've already calculated the updated total amount. And lastly, it will return a success as true if the wallet is updated. Now let's use this function here, and this will give us a response, and we need to pass the wallet ID, then the amount of the transaction and the type of the transaction. Let's add this symbol so that TS knows that these won't be undefined. And if we don't have the success as true on this response, that means we got an error, and we will just return this result. Okay, so now the wallet is hopefully updated at this point, and now we're gonna upload the image. And for that, let's just copy this block of code and paste it here. Okay, so we don't need this part of the condition, so let's just use image. If we have the image, then we're gonna upload it using upload file to Cloudinary. Here we need to pass the image into transactions folder. And if the file is not uploaded, here we will return a message saying failed to upload the receipt. Then it will be updated in the transaction data.image property. Okay, so the image upload part is done. Now we're gonna create a transaction reference. And this will be conditional as well because we can either be updating or creating a new transaction. So based on this ID, if we have the ID, then we're gonna create a reference for this specific document. So here let's use Firestore, the transactions collection, and the ID of the document. But if we don't have the ID, then we're gonna create a new reference. So let's use dog, and then the collection method. Here we'll pass the Firestore and the transactions like this. Now that we have the transaction reference, we can use a function setDog, and it will create or update the reference if it already exists. So here we need to pass the transaction reference, then the transaction data, and we need to pass an option as merge true. So this will merge the fields that we are updating if we are updating the document, and lastly it will just return the data. So let's just separate all the transaction data and the ID, and ID can be found on transaction reference dot ID if we're creating the new transaction. So now let's review what we have done so far. So this function will receive this data, and let's then do some validation. If we have the ID, then we will do the update, but later. But if we don't have the ID, then we will call this function to update the wallet for this new transaction. Inside this function, we will create a reference. We will get the data if it exists on this wallet snapshot. If we get the data, then we're gonna make a condition if the selected wallet have enough balance. If it doesn't, we will just return from here. But this is just for the expense transactions. Then using the type, we're gonna get if we are updating total income or total expenses, because only the type of the transaction determines if you're adding something to the wallet or spending amount from the wallet. And based on this type, we have updated all these properties. Then finally, we're gonna use update dog to update the amount in the wallet. So this is for this function. Then after this function, we're gonna check if we have the image. Then we're gonna upload the image into the transactions folder using Cloudinary, and we'll set it to transaction data.image. Then we are creating a reference of the transaction, which is also based on the ID because later we're gonna handle the update transaction as well. So this is dynamic. Then we're using a method setDog that will either create or update the transaction with merge as true. And finally, we're gonna return the transaction data. Now let's go to the transaction model and see if this is working. Okay, so we need to go into the on submit function. And here I'm gonna add a comment that include the transaction ID, which we're gonna handle later when we are updating the transaction, but I just added this so that I don't forget this later. Now first I'm gonna start the loading, so set loading to true, and then we're gonna get the response from this API, create or update the transaction, and let's pass the transaction data, and we're passing this data. Now after this, we're gonna stop the loading, so set loading to false. And now we will check if result.success is true. That means the transaction is created. So we'll just go back to the previous screen. But if it's not, then we're gonna alert the user, and this will just show the message from the API. So result.message. Okay. Why do we get this error? Oh, okay. So we need to define the type of the data that this function will return. So let's use the response type. So each function will return this response type, and this will contain a success, the data, and the message property. So everything looks good. So let's just save this. And let's see if this is working. Let me just reload the application. So right now we don't have any balance in either of the wallets. So first I'm gonna test the validations using an expense transaction. Let's choose freelancing wallet. Then we have the date and the amount. We need to choose the expense category as well. So let's use entertainment. Let's put the amount as $10 and description as watched a movie. Okay, so we can skip the receipt and hit submit. So there we can see an error, selected wallet don't have enough balance, which is true. And this is coming from the update wallet function that we created here. So inside this, we are checking if there is an expense transaction and the amount is greater than the wallet amount, then it will trigger this error. So first we will have to put some money into the wallet. So let's use side hustle and deposit $50. And let's just say side gig payout. Okay. So let's submit and we go back. That means the transaction is created. So to confirm this, we need to go into the Firebase. Let's just refresh. There we can see the new transactions collection. And we have one document that says amount of 50, category as entertainment, because previously we chose entertainment for the expense. So that was being saved. But anyway, description, the type, UID, and the wallet ID. So all the data is coming through. And if we go to the wallet, that must be updating as well. So we deposited $50 into this wallet. And there we can see the amount is 50. The total income is 50. So everything is working as expected. And the wallets tab is updated. The side hustle shows $50 and the total balance is 50. So that is working as well. Now let's put money into all the wallets. So let's make more income transactions, this time into salary. Let's put $100. I got paid. Okay, so submit. Okay, so now if we go to the wallets, now here we can see the total balance is 150 and the salary has $100 amount. Let's put money into the freelancing wallet as well, $50 and logo design fee. Okay, now let's submit. Now let's go to the wallets and the total balance is updated to 200 and all the wallets have balance now. And we can see all of these updates in the Firebase. So for each wallet, you can see the amount is updated and the total income is updated. So now that we have enough balance, we can make expense transactions. So let's make an expense transaction from the salary. And let's choose the category as dining and put $8 and add the description as 8 sushi. Okay, then hit submit. Okay, so the transaction is created and the updated total balance is 192 because we made a transaction of $8. And we can see this update in the wallets in the Fire Store. So the total income is still 100 and the total expense is now $8 and the total balance is $92. So this is correct. And this won't have any effect on the other wallets. So you can see all the other wallets remains the same, and now we can see all the transactions in here. So let's go to the transaction that we just made. So here is the expense transaction. You can see the type is expense and I misspelled the description. It should be 8 sushi, but anyway, the main thing is it's working correctly and all the calculations are correct. So now I'm going to work on this section to fetch the data and display it here. But before that, let me just remove some console logs in this function. And before I start working on the home screen, let me just quickly add some transactions so that we have some data. Okay, so after adding some more transactions, the balance is now 172 and these are the updated wallets. So now we can work on fetching the recent transactions and to calculate the total balance, income and expense. Now to calculate this, we're gonna go to the home card component. And here first we're gonna fetch the wallet. So let's go to the wallet screen and just copy this hook and paste it here. So this also uses the current user. So we're gonna have to import the current user from use auth hook like this. Then this will be the wallet's error and let's call it wallet loading. Okay, now we need to fetch the use fetch data hook, the wallet type, where function, and the order by function. Now that we have all the wallets, we can calculate the total balance, total income, and the total expense. So let's create a function get totals. And inside this function, we're going to use a method reduce on the wallets array. And this will give us the total value and the item in each iteration. And we're going to have to pass some default values. So for the total, it's going to be an object. So here we will have the balance, the income and the expense values. And we're going to calculate these totals inside this callback function. So here let's just calculate the balance and it's gonna be the amount on each wallet. So we're just gonna plus the totals dot balance plus item dot amount. So that will be the combined balance on all the wallets. Then let's just copy this for income and balance, and similar to the balance we're just gonna plus the total income on all the wallets and item dot total income, and same for the expenses. So this will be expenses and this will calculate item dot total expenses. Okay, so here we have an error. We need to define these types. So totals will be any, and the item is obviously a wallet item. So let's give it wallet type. Okay, so now that we have all the total values, we just return the totals object, and here we can call this function to get the total balance. So let's just remove this, and here we need to call the function get totals. Then we need to use the property balance, and we're gonna use to fixed function to show only 2 decimal points after the total balance. Okay. So we need to return this function as well. That will give us the object. So that will fix the error. So let's save this. And there we can see the total balance. Now let me add a space between the dollar sign. Okay, so this is the total balance and we can confirm this if we go to the wallet screen. This is the total balance. And now we need to work on the income and the expense. So let's call this function here, get totals. Actually, we can just copy this same function here and we'll just change the type to income. Let's save this. So here we have the total income, and this is all the incomes that we added to all the wallets. So that is what we're showing here. Then let's just paste it for the expense. Let's change this to expenses, and that's gonna be the total expenses from all the wallets that we have here. The total income and the total expenses are basically the sum of all the transactions that we add to these wallets. So that is what we're showing here, but we do need to use the loading here. So if I reload the app, you can see when we are fetching the wallets data, it shows 0 values there. I want to show some dashes when the data is being fetched. So here we can use the wallet loading to show that. So here I'm just gonna add a condition if wallet loading is true. Then I'm just gonna render some dashes here. Otherwise we will call this function. So when we get the total, when we get the wallets, then it will calculate the balance and show it here. So let me just copy this for all the statistics. It's not the best way to show the loading, but I'm just giving you an idea that you can use this loading to show the loading skeleton or anything that you want. So now it's working perfectly fine. Now we're gonna go to the home tab, and now we're gonna work on fetching the recent transactions and replace this dummy data. So first we're gonna add some constraints that we're gonna apply when fetching these transactions. So let's add an array, and first I'm gonna use a where condition to get all the transaction where UID matches the current user dot UID like this. Then I'm gonna order them by the date in descending order. Then I just want to show the last 30 transactions, so we can use the limit function to get only the 30 items from this collection. So now I'm gonna use the same hook that we used for fetching the wallet. So let me just copy this code and paste it here. And let's change the wallets to recent transactions. Then loading to transactions loading. And let's import this hook. Change the type to transaction type and the collection to transactions. Now let's just remove these constraints, and we're gonna use the constraints array that we have here. And now we can pass the recent transactions to the transaction list. And let's save it. No transactions added yet. Also, when you first try to call this query, because this doesn't have any index in the Firebase, this will create an error and ask you to create an index. So let's just open this link, and this will ask to create or update the indexes using these properties. Let's just create it so that we can fetch the data efficiently. And once this is enabled, we can just reload the app. And this time, hopefully it will fetch the data. There we go. It's showing the transactions. That means it's fetching the data, but it's still showing the dummy values because we hard coded these values. So if I go to the recent transactions, and here, let me just console log the item inside this function and see if you're actually getting the real data. So let me just console log the description of the item. Let's save this. So there we can see in the console, these are the descriptions of all the transactions that we added previously. So this is in fact working. Now let me just remove this console log, and first, before we work on the transaction item, I'm gonna add the loading state for this transaction list. Right now this is false, but we're gonna use the transactions loading. Now if I just reload the application, there we can see the loading state, and when we fetch the data, it will just render the transactions. Now let's work on the transaction item and use the real data. So let's just remove this category. And here we're gonna have to get the category based on the type of the transaction. So if it's income, then we're gonna use the income category. But if it's an expense, then we're gonna use the expense categories and pass the item dot category. Why do we see this error? Okay, so this won't be undefined if the type is expense. So if we pass the item dot category, this will pick an object from the categories. And if it's not, then it will show the income category. So let's just save this. There we go. Now it's showing the category for each transaction, and it's dynamic. And we can see the first transactions that we made for income. Now let's change this to item.description. There we can see the description of each transaction. Then we're gonna work on the date and the amount. So with the amount, we're gonna show a plus symbol if the transaction is of type income, but if it's not, then we're gonna use a minus symbol. So let's add a condition. If the type is equals to income, then we will just append plus and then the dollar sign. And if it's not, then we will just append minus and the dollar sign. Then after this, we will just add the amount in the transaction. So item dot amount. Let's save this. So there we can see the amounts are updated, but they're in red as they were expenses, but they're not. So we're gonna have to make the color dynamic. If the type of the transaction is income, then we're gonna use the primary color. But if it's not, then we're gonna use the rose color like this, and let's save this. So the income transactions will look like this and the expenses will look like this, and these are looking pretty good. Now we're gonna have to format the date for the transactions. So let's create a new variable here, item.date, and let's change this to a date. We need to take it as the timestamp, the Firebase timestamp, and change this to date, and then we need to convert it to local date string, and we're gonna have to use these values to format it correctly. And this will just show the date as the numeric day and the short month as January as JAN and December as DEC. So let's just use the date here. Now let's save this, and the dates are updated. So this section is complete, the loading is working, and the UI is looking pretty good. So let me just reload the app. Okay, so now I'm gonna try to add a transaction to see if the real-time updates are working. Let me add an income in the freelancing wallet. Let's add an amount of 20 and description as task payout. Let's submit. Okay, there we can see the amount is added to the wallet and we can see the recent transaction. Now let me add an expense and let's see if the validations are still working. So if I make a transaction of $100 and we don't have enough balance in the wallet, let's submit. There we can see the selected wallet don't have enough balance, but if I change the wallet to salary and lower the amount and then submit, there we can see the new transaction and the total balance is updated. If we go to the wallets, the salary wallet is updated. So it's all working. Now I'm gonna add more transactions in the random dates just so we have some data to work with. Okay, so after adding some transactions, now the total balance is 242. And in the next part, we'll work on updating the transactions. In this part, we'll work on update and delete transaction. So now when we click on any transaction item, it should open the transaction details. And for that, first we need to define a router. And here in the handle click function, we need to open the same transaction model, but we also need to pass the transaction details so that we can fill the transaction model. So path name will be model slash transaction model. Then we need to pass the transaction details. So ID will be item.id. And let me just make sure if you're passing item to this function. So if we go to the transaction item, here I'm passing the item. So we should receive this item in this function as the transaction type. So let's define the data that we need to pass. We need to pass the type, then the amount. We also need to convert amount to string, which even if we don't do this, Expo router automatically converts every data to string. I'm not sure why, but anyway, let's pass the category. Then date is the object, so we need to convert it to string as well. So let's take it as the timestamp. Then we need to convert it to the date, and then we need to convert it to ISO string using this function. Okay, then we need to pass the description, the image, then the UID of the user, and lastly we need to pass the wallet ID. like this. Let's save this. And now if we click on any item, it will open the transaction model. And there we can see the update transaction title, but we need to fill the data that we are passing. So let's go to the transaction model. And here we need to fetch the data that we're passing. So all transaction. Um, Maybe we already have this. So yeah, when we copied this from the wallet model, we already had this. So let me just remove this. And here we will use the parameter type. And let me just copy the parameter type for this one. So these are all the properties that we're passing from the previous component, and this will be stored in the old transaction. Now let me just uncomment this, and if we have the old transaction.id, that means we are updating the transaction. And in that case, we will just set the transaction details. So type will be old transaction.type. Then we have the amount. We need to convert this to a number. So old transaction.amount. Then we have the description, all transaction dot description, or just an empty string. Then the category. Then we have the date, but we pass the date as string, so we need to create a new date using all transaction dot date. Then we are passing the wallet ID as well. And then the image. So all of these properties will be set. So let's save this. And as soon as I save this, you can see the data is updated. And these are the data from the transaction item that we clicked on. So you can see the wallet, the type, the date, and the amount, even the description. We don't see a receipt for this transaction because we never saved one. So if we create a new transaction with the receipt, let's see if the receipt shows when we're updating the transaction. Let's choose the category as health, amount as 30, and let's just put description as medical checkup. Okay, so now we need to add a receipt. Then hit submit. There we can see the new transaction, and if we click on it, there we have all the data and we have the receipt that we saved for this transaction. Now, when we are updating the transaction, we see a delete button and the update button. And here we already have a condition to show the delete button. And if we click on it, it says, are you sure you want to do this? But we'll work on this later. For now, we need to work on this update functionality. So this will trigger the on submit function. This is the function, and inside this function we need to include transaction ID when we are processing the transaction data, so that we know that because we have the ID, that means we need to update this transaction with this data, like this. So let's go inside this function, and here we already have a section where we can update this existing transaction. If you remember previously, we were updating the amount, the total income or expenses for this wallet when we created a new transaction. And we're going to do the same for update transaction as well. But with one more step, we have to revert the changes made to this wallet when this transaction was created, and then we will update the wallet with these new values. So the revert will be based on three parameters. First, if the type of the transaction changes, and the second, if the wallet ID changes, if user decides to choose a different wallet for this transaction, and the third is if the amount changes. So these three parameters will define if we need to revert the previous transaction changes into the wallet. So first we're gonna fetch the old transaction. So let's create old transaction snapshot, and we're gonna use the get doc function. Here we need to provide the document. So let's use Firestore, the collection as transactions, and then the ID of the transaction that we need to fetch. Then we're gonna get the data from this snapshot, and we can use the data function to get the data, and we're gonna get the data as the transaction type like this. So now we need to add a condition if we need to revert this transaction. So let's create a variable should revert original, and the condition will be based on three parameters that we discussed before. If the type changes, or the amount changes, or the wallet ID changes in the transaction, then we need to revert. So let's add a condition: all transaction dot type is not equal to this updated type. Then, or if the all transaction dot amount is not equal to the updated amount, then we're gonna revert. And lastly, we're gonna add a condition if the wallet ID does not match with the updated wallet ID, then we're gonna revert the original transaction, and then we're gonna update the wallet again. So let's see if this is true. Then we're gonna call another function. So this function will be a revert and update the wallets. Then here we're gonna pass some parameters as the old transaction object, then the amount that is updated. So this will be the new transaction amount, then the type of the transaction and the new wallet ID. So if we get the result from this and the success is not true, then we're gonna return the response that we received from this function. So we're getting this error because we haven't created this function. So once we get the result from this function, then we will just update the existing transaction and then return the result. So let's copy the name, and here let's create this function. Actually, we can just copy this existing function that we have here for the new transactions, and let's change the name to revert and update the wallets. Then this will receive the old transaction as the transaction type. Then it will also receive the new transaction amount, which is going to be a number. Then the new transaction type as string, and then the wallet ID as string. Okay, so we need to fetch the original wallet, but we don't need this code. So let's just remove this, and let's change this to original wallet snapshot. So now let's fetch the snapshot in one line. So we need to copy this function and paste it here. Then move the doc function inside this one. And this will be all transaction dot wallet ID, because we are fetching the wallet data for the transactions that we will update. So let's remove this, and let's remove this as well. Now we need to get the data from this wallet. So let's add the original wallet and get the data from this snapshot as the wallet type. This needs to be a function. Okay. Now we also need to fetch the new wallet that we will be updating. So let's create new wallet snapshot, and let's just copy this code and paste it here. But let's change the ID to the new wallet ID. Then we also need to get the data. So let's get the new wallet, then new wallet snapshot dot data as the wallet type, like this. So and now we need to prepare the data that we need to revert. So revert type will be based on the old transaction type. So if the type equals to income, that means we will be updating the total income. Or if it's not, then we will be updating the total expenses on the wallet. Then we need to get the amount that we need to add or subtract from the wallet. So revert income expense, it's going to be a number, and it will be based on the old transaction dot type. If the type equals to income, that means we need to subtract this amount from the wallet. So minus old transaction dot amount, because previously we must have added this while adding the income. So now we need to revert this. So that means we need to minus this from the wallet amount. But if it's expense, then we need to add the old transaction dot amount, like this. So if it's income, then we need to subtract, but if it's expense, then we need to add. Now let's add the reverted wallet amount based on this value. So this will be original wallet amount plus this revert income expense that we just created, like this. So if this transaction had income previously, we will just subtract it from the wallet. But if it was expense, then we will add it back to the wallet. Then we will get the total updated amount from this wallet. Then we need to get the reverted income expense amount, and that is the total expenses or total income which was updated previously. So here you can see these values. So while adding the transaction, we also update these. So now we need to update these as well. So this will be original wallet into the revert type, which is basically the total income or total expenses based on the type of the original transaction. And we just need to subtract the old transaction dot amount because previously we added this. So now we need to subtract it. I know this is a bit confusing, but I am hoping that I was able to explain this. So now I'm gonna add some validations as well. So let's say if user tries to convert an income to an expense on the same wallet, but he doesn't have enough balance, so we shouldn't allow him to do that. Let's say I add a new wallet and I add a transaction of an income of like $100. But if I try to update this to an expense, I shouldn't be able to do this because the wallet don't have enough balance. Or if the user tries to increase the expense amount and don't have enough balance, then he shouldn't be able to do this, and we need to handle these scenarios in here. So let me just add a condition. First, we need to check if the transaction type is expense, only then these will apply. So if new transaction type equals to expense, then let me just copy these comments inside this condition. So now let's add the first scenario where if the wallet is same but the amount exceeds the wallet amount. So all transaction dot wallet ID equals to the new wallet ID, and the reverted wallet amount is less than the new transaction amount. That means the wallet doesn't have enough balance. Basically, this reverted wallet amount is the updated wallet amount after we remove this transaction. So let me just add a comment here. After the transaction is removed, and if that is true, then we shouldn't allow the user to do this, because if we do this, the amount in the wallet can go below zero, and we don't want this to happen. So let's return from here and send a message as the selected wallet don't have enough balance. Okay, so this is for the same wallet, but this can also happen for the new wallets as well. Let's say user tries to update a transaction from one wallet to another and the new wallet does not have enough balance. Then he shouldn't be able to do this as well. So we need to have a condition for this one, and let's add if the new wallet dot amount is less than the new transaction. That means the new wallet does not have enough balance. And now this won't be undefined. Then we need to alert the user that the selected wallet don't have enough balance. So let's just copy the same response and paste it here like this. Okay, so after the validations, now we need to update the wallet that we are reverting. So let's use the create or update wallet function. And here we need to update two properties, the amount and the revert type. So we need to pass the ID, then the amount will be reverted wallet amount. And then we need to pass the revert type, which can be income, total income or total expenses, and it's gonna be reverted income expense amount. So the amount is the balance in the wallet which we are updating here, and the reverted income expense amount is basically the total income or total expenses based on the type. So let's just hope this will update the wallet correctly. And now we need to update the wallet again for the updated transaction. The first thing we're going to do is refetch the new wallet, because it could be the same wallet we are updating and we may just have updated the wallet. So we need to refetch this wallet. Now let me add the new wallet snapshot. And I think we don't need to do this because we already have fetched this before. So let's just copy the same code from here and paste it here. And let's remove this because it's already declared. Okay, so this is the new wallet. Now we need to prepare the properties that we need to update. First is the update type, and it's gonna be the total income or total expenses on the wallet, and it's based on the new transaction type. If it's income, then we'll be updating the total income. If it's expense, then we'll be updating the total expenses. Now we need to get the new wallet amount. So updated wallet amount will be based on the new transaction type. If it's income, then we will be adding this amount. So if it's income, then a new transaction amount has a number. But if it's expense, then we need to subtract this like this. So now we need to create the new wallet amount. Actually, this is not the wallet amount. This is the transaction amount. So let's change this to updated transaction amount. And this will be the new wallet amount. So this will be the new wallet amount plus the updated transaction amount. So if it's income, then we'll be adding this or subtracting this if it's an expense. So this is the updated wallet amount based on the income or expense. Then we need to create the new income expense amount, which is going to be the total income or total expenses, but it will be based on the update type. And I'm talking about these properties, the income and total expenses. So let's use it as a number, the new wallet, and we're going to use the update type. Here is the update type, and it can be total income or total expenses. We're just going to add the new transaction amount. If we're adding the income, it will increase the total income. And if we are adding the expense, it will increase the total expenses like this. Now we need to update these properties into the wallet. So let's use the create or update wallet function. And again, we're going to update the amount of the wallet and the total income or total expenses. So ID will be new wallet ID. Then the amount will be new wallet amount. Then the update type, which will be dynamic, and it's going to be new income expense amount like this. So this will update the wallet for the updated transaction, and then we will return a response. We already have that, so let's just remove this. Okay, so this function is complete. Now let's review what we have done so far. So when we update a transaction, we will receive the ID of the transaction, and based on the type, the amount, and the wallet ID, we will see if we need to revert this transaction. Then we will call this function revert and update the wallets, and we'll pass the old transaction, amount, type, and the wallet ID. And inside this function, we are getting the original wallet, the new wallet for comparing. Then first we need to revert the changes made to the wallet when we created this transaction. So revert type will be based on the type of the transaction, total income or total expenses. Then we are creating the revert income expense based on the type of the transaction, then the reverted wallet amount. And then finally we are getting the reverted income or expense amount, which is also based on the revert type. It can either be total income or total expenses, and it will just subtract the old transaction dot amount. So after we got all the properties, then we added some validations. If user tries to convert an income to expense on the same wallet, then he shouldn't be able to do this. So what I mean is, let me just show you. So let's say user tries to update this transaction and he just wants to update the amount to $3,000, but he doesn't have enough balance on this wallet. So he shouldn't be able to do this. That's for this condition. And for this one, if the new wallet does not have enough balance, and that means if you're updating the wallet and adding amount of $300 and we still don't have this on the new wallet, and that's for this validation. So user shouldn't be able to do both of these as well. So this will cover these validations. Then we will update the wallet with these reverted values. So at this point, the revert will be completed. So let me just add a comment, revert completed. Then from this point, we'll be updating the wallet for the updated transaction. This should be because like this. So first we are refetching the new wallet because we may have just updated it. Then we're getting the update type, the updated transaction amount based on the type, the new wallet amount, and then the new income expense amount based on the update type, total income or total expenses. Then finally, we will just update this for the updated transaction, and our revert and the update will be completed. So hopefully this will work as expected. Now let me just reload the app. Then we will test this function. Okay, so let's try to update this transaction. And first I'm gonna test the validation. So if I increase the amount to 3000 and update, then it says the selected wallet don't have enough balance. So this validation is working. Now let's try to change the wallet to this new wallet and let's update. Okay, so it says the same. The selected wallet don't have enough balance, which is true. So now I'm going to update the amount on this transaction. But before that, let me just show you the total expenses are 108. So to make it 100, we need to update this transaction to have the amount of $22. So let's change this to 22 and update. Okay, so the transaction is updated. We can see $22 and the total expenses have decreased and the total balance is increased by $8. So that means the calculations are right and our update function is working. So just make sure you're sending all the data that is necessary for the update. So if I go into the transaction model and here in this function, let me just console log the data before we update. And let's just return from here to see the data that we are sending. So if I hit on update, there we can see the data in the console. We have the amount, category, date, the type, the description, image is undefined. That's weird, but we have the type, UID, the wallet ID. So the image shouldn't be undefined. Let's open another transaction. And here we do have the receipt. So let's update. And this shows the image as the URL. So we need to have a condition. If we have the image, then we'll pass the image, otherwise null, like this. So let me just minimize this and reload the app. Now we can just remove this console log. So now I'm gonna update a transaction that is income. So let's update this one. And I'm going to decrease the amount. So right now the total balance is 220. So let's make this 10 and update. So the total balance is updated and the total income is updated as well. And if we see the wallets are updated as well. So everything is working. Now I'm going to try to move a transaction from one wallet to another. So let's change this to freelancing. And this shouldn't make any change in the total balance. So if I update, you can see no change in the total balance, and the wallets are updated because we just moved one transaction from another. So that is working. And now I'm going to test if we change a transaction from expense to income. And let's also add the description as got paid. So first this is going to revert $20, and then it will update the $20 as an income. So you can see the transaction is showing as an income and the wallets are updated. So this is working as well. Now I'm going to work on delete transaction functionality. So when we click on this, this will trigger the on delete function that we have here. And then this needs to be delete transaction method. And then we'll pass the transaction ID. And this message will say transaction like this. Now we're going to create this function inside the transaction service. So let's create a new function here. Now let's import it inside the model. Okay, so now I'm going to add a try catch block inside this function. So let's just copy this code. And this function is also going to be an async function. And this is going to receive two parameters as the transaction ID and the wallet ID. And both of these are going to be string like this. So inside this function, let's just paste the code that we have here, and let's add the try block. Okay, so let me also pass the wallet ID. Here we have the old transaction dot wallet ID like this. So let's save this. Okay, so now first we're gonna fetch the transaction. So let's create a transaction reference. Actually, we don't need to do this because we already have this code here. So let's just copy this code where we're fetching the old transaction and the snapshot. So let's just copy it here and change this to transaction snapshot. Then this needs to be the transaction ID. And this needs to be the transaction data. So before we get the data, I want to confirm if the transaction exists on this snapshot. And if it doesn't exist, then we will return a response. Let's just copy this one and paste it here. And the message will be transaction not found like this. So now we're basically gonna revert this transaction. So we need the transaction type and the transaction amount for this. So let's store them in these variables. Then the transaction amount as well. Okay, so now we also need to fetch the wallet because we do need to update the amount, the total income or total expenses on this wallet. And for that, we do need the wallet data. And I think we don't need to write that code because we already have that right here. So let's just copy this code and paste it here. So this will be the wallet snapshot. And this will be the wallet ID that we have here. So this will be the wallet data. Okay, so now we need to check the fields that need to be updated based on the transaction type. So let me just add this comment so that I don't forget what actually I'm doing here. Okay, now first we need to get the update type, which can be the total income or total expenses, and it's gonna be based on the transaction type. This one needs to be small, so transaction type like this. Then we're going to use it here. If the transaction type equals to income, that means we'll be updating the total income. And if it's not, then we'll be updating the total expenses like this. So now we need to get the new wallet amount. And this is also based on the transaction type. So we need to subtract this amount from the wallet amount. So we'll use a condition here. If the transaction type equals to income, then we need to subtract the wallet amount, the transaction amount. But if it's not, then we need to plus the transaction amount like this. Okay. So if the transaction type is income, that means we added this amount previously. So now we need to subtract this from the wallet amount. And if it's expense, then we need to add back to the wallet amount. Now we need to create the new income expense amount, which is going to be the total income or the total expenses. This is also dynamic and based on the update type, which can either be total income or total expenses. And previously we added this while adding this transaction. So now we need to subtract the transaction amount like this. So this way we will get the total income or total expenses. So now I'm going to add a validation that if user tries to delete an expense transaction and the wallet amount goes below zero, we don't want that to happen. So let's add a condition. If the new wallet amount goes below zero, then we want to return a response with success false, and the message will say you cannot delete this transaction like this. And if it's not the case, then we are good to go and we'll just update the wallet. So let's use create or update the wallet, and we need to pass the ID as the wallet ID, then the amount as the new wallet amount, then the update type, which can be total income or total expense, and it's gonna be new income expense amount. Okay, so after the wallet is updated, now is the time to delete the transaction. So let's use the function delete dog, and here we need to provide the transaction reference. Why are we getting this error? Okay, so we need to create a transaction reference as well. So let's just move this code in here and use the transaction reference here. Okay, so now that we have the transaction reference, this will be used to delete the transaction after the wallet is updated, and then we will return success as true. So first we will get the transaction data, then the wallet data. Then we will prepare the fields that we need to update, the update type, amount, and the income expense amount based on the transaction type. Then we will just update the wallet, and finally we will delete the transaction. So let's just reload the application and hopefully this will work as expected. Okay, so let's try to delete this transaction. This is an income transaction. We still need to change this message on the alert. So let's go to the transaction model. And here we need to remove this line. And this will just say, are you sure you want to delete this transaction? Let's save this. So we're deleting an income transaction of $10 and the current balance is 250. So after we delete this, this should be 240. So let's try to delete this and see what happens. So there we can see the transaction is gone and the total balance is now 240 and the total income is reduced as well. And there we can see the wallet is updated. So the delete functionality is working. Now let's try to delete an expense. This is $10 of expense. Now the updated balance is 250 and the total expense is updated and the wallets are updated as well. So the delete functionality is working. Now we need to update our delete wallet function as well, because If you remember previously, we left the part for deleting the transaction. So for the sake of this functionality, let's just create a test wallet. I'm also going to add some test transactions for this wallet, but when we delete this, the balance will reset. So just remember the current balance is 250, income is 320, and expense is 70. Okay, so I've added 3 transactions from this wallet and the balance is now 310. Now, if we delete this transaction, we first need to implement the delete transactions in the delete wallet. So here we have the delete wallet function. Now let me just copy this and we're gonna create a function to delete all the transactions by the wallet ID. So let's change the name. And this will also receive the wallet ID. Then we don't need to create this wallet reference. So let's just remove this. And here I'm gonna add a property has more transactions, and by default this is going to be true. And this will be true until we are done deleting all the transactions. So let's use a while loop, and until this is true, we will keep deleting the transactions related to this wallet. And when we are done, then we'll just return a response as success true and a message all the transactions deleted successfully. You might be wondering why we are using loop to delete the transactions. Then that's because we can just delete the transactions one by one, or we can use batches in Firebase to delete the transactions. And the loop is because we may have a large data to delete. So we have to recursively fetch the transactions and then delete them using the batches. So first we will need to fetch the transactions where the wallet ID matches the one that we are deleting. So then we'll get the transaction snapshot using the getDocs function. There is a size property on this snapshot that we can use to check if there are more documents to delete. And if it's not 0, then we will keep fetching and deleting the transactions. But if it is 0, then we need to set the has more transactions to false. And then we'll just break the loop using the break statement like this. This needs to be the size property. Okay, so now we need to create a batch and delete the transactions in that batch. So first we can use a function write batch, and we need to pass the database object firestore like this. Then we need to loop through all the transactions and then use the delete function inside this batch. So for each document, we'll get the transaction doc. And we need to write the delete function in that batch using the reference of this document like this. Now this will put all the references in that batch that we need to delete. And once that's done, we just need to commit this batch, and that will handle the deletion process for us. And let me just console log it here to see how many transactions we deleted in that batch. So transaction snapshot dot size transactions deleted in this batch. Okay. So this function is complete for deleting all the transactions by the wallet ID. So let's use it here. And we need to pass the wallet ID. I'm not using the await keyword, and this will just run in the backend and delete all the transactions while we get the faster response from the delete wallet API. So let's just reload the app and see if this is working. And let's open the test wallet and try to delete this. Let me also open the terminal to see the console logs. There we can see the wallet is gone and the balance is updated to 250 as it was before. And we can see 3 transactions deleted because we only made 3 transactions in that wallet. And if you remember previously, our balance was 250, income was 320, and the expense was 70. So everything is working as expected. So now I'm gonna test the update and delete features one more time. So let's add a new expense transaction for this. And let's choose the wallet as salary. Then the expense category as clothing. Then add the amount as $20 and description as bought a shirt. Then hit submit. So there we can see the transaction. Now let's try to update and decrease the amount to 10. And let's change the expense category to others. Then hit submit. There we can see the transaction is updated and the amount is 10 now and the total balance is 240. Now let's try to delete this and see what happens. Okay, so the transaction is gone and our balance is back to 250 and the wallet is updated. So everything is working as expected. And in the next part, we'll work on the statistics tab. In this part, we're going to work on the statistics tab. And first, I'm going to stop the server and install some of the packages that we will need. So we're going to install React Native segmented control. Let's just copy this command and paste it into the terminal. And we're going to use this for the duration of the stats. So we will display 3 buttons for weekly, monthly, and yearly stats. And this package is perfect for this. And then we're going to use another library for the charts, React Native gifted charts. Let's copy this and paste it into the terminal. I'm going to display the expenses and the incomes using this chart. And this is the chart that we're going to use specifically to display the expenses and incomes on daily, monthly, and yearly basis. You can explore other charts as well. And this is a basic usage of all the charts. And here you can see all the props for different kind of charts. Now let's use this component in our app. So this is the snippet. Now first I'm gonna run the application. Okay, so let's go to the statistics page. And here let me just copy and paste the style sheet for this screen. And I'll just show you these styles whenever I use them. So let me just import all these variables, the colors, vertical scale, the horizontal scale, and let's see the radius. Okay, so let's just remove this and go to the statistics tab. Now here I'm gonna create a view and give this a style of container. And for the container, we have the following styles. Just the padding horizontal, padding vertical, and a gap between the items. So you can just copy this. Then I'm gonna create a view for the header and give this a style of header. For the header, we don't have any styles. So inside this, I'm gonna import the header component and give this a title of statistics. Let's close this and save this. So there we can see our header. Now I'm gonna create a scroll view and then give it the content container style. Then it will have a gap of spacing y of 20 and a padding top of spacing y of 5. Then it will also have a padding bottom of vertical scale of 100. Then let's hide the vertical scroll bars. So let's set it to false. Let's save this. So now we don't really see anything, but let's add our segmented control component. So let's copy this import statement, paste it here. And let's use this component here. For the properties, let's just copy these properties from this snippet and paste it here. So let's change the values. We're gonna have three values: weekly, monthly, and a yearly tab. Okay, then for the selected index, we need to create a state. Let's call it active index and set active index. By default, the index will be 0. So let's use the active index here. And when we change the segment, we need to copy this value so that we can change the active index. And we will use the set active index function here and pass this value. Let's save this. We need to close this tag. Okay, let's save this now. So there we can see the segmented control and we can change the tabs and it's working fine. But now we need to work on the design of this component. So let's give it a property as the tint color. Let's use the color neutral 200. Then let's add the background color as the neutral 800. Then set the appearance property to dark so that it can use the dark theme. Then I'm gonna add active font style to change the font style for all the segments, and let's use segment font style. And we are using the font size, the font weight, and the color, so you can just copy these. If I save this, the font style changes for all the segments. Okay, so I'm gonna increase the height of the segment, so let's give it a style property and then use the style as segment style. So here you can see I'm using scale of 37. If I save this, the height increases. Then I'm gonna use another property, font style. And this will be similar to the active font style, but because it's for non-selected segments, so color will be white. Let's save this. Now it's looking good. So after this view, I'm gonna add another view for the chart container. So let's give it a style of chart container. And for the chart container, I have the following style. So you can just copy these. Then inside this, I'm gonna add a condition for the chart data. So for now, let's just add a state chart data and give it an empty array. Then based on this array, if the length of array is greater than 0, that means we have chart data. Then we'll display the chart. Otherwise, we will just add a view and give this a style of no chart. Let's close this, and here I'm going to use a bar chart. So let's see how we can use this chart. Okay, so there we can import all the charts. So let's just copy this statement and paste it here. We don't need all the charts. We just need the bar chart. So let's use it here. Also for no chart, we have the following style. You can just copy these. This is just an overlay in case if there is no chart. You'll see how this will look after. Now let's add the data for the bar chart. And let me just copy the bar chart data and then paste it here. Okay, so here I have a dummy data for the bar chart. You can see each object has some values and some styling properties. So I'll explain these values later, but for now, let's set this data into a state. So let's create a chart data state, set chart data. And by default, this is going to use the bar data. And let's just remove this. So now let's save this and see how it looks. Oh, okay. So this library does need the React Native linear gradient or Expo linear gradient. So let's just copy this, stop our server, and then install this package. So the reason why it needs this because it uses some gradient charts as well. So you can see here. And if I just zoom in, you can see here are the gradient chart examples. So That's why it's a dependency. We need to install it. Okay, now let's run our project. Okay, so now we can see the chart and it's working using our dummy data. Now we're gonna add some properties on this chart. So let me show you how you can customize this chart. Let me just format this. And here I'm gonna add a property as the bar width. So this will control the width of each bar. So let's say 20. And now the bar width changes. We can set it lower as 10. And now these are more thinner. So let's use scale of 12. Let's save this. Looks good. Now I'm gonna add a spacing between the items. So let's add the spacing value, give it a value of scale 25. Let's save this. So the spacing is increased. Now let me explain what each bar represents. So if we go into the chart data, you will see we have the first object as the value of 40. So this will represent the incomes. And then the second object will represent the expenses. So on the first property, we have the label width, font color, and the spacing so that we can show the same label under both the bars. But right now the label is black and that's why we can't see it clearly, but that's how all the values are formatted. So now I'm gonna add the roundness to the bars. So let's add a property rounded top and rounded bottom. Let's save this and now the bars are rounded. Now I'm also gonna hide the rules and that's the dashed line behind the chart, so that is gone. Now let's add a prefix for the y-axis labels and that's gonna be a dollar sign because I'm gonna show the amounts on the y-axis. Then let's set the thickness for the y-axis and the x-axis to 0 like this. And then let's add a property y-axis label width as the horizontal scale of 25, and that's the width of the labels for the y-axis. So now to be able to see it, I'm gonna add the y-axis text style and we will change the color to neutral 350. So there we can see the labels on the y-axis. Let's do the same for the x-axis. Let's change the color to neutral 350 and I'm also gonna decrease the font size for the x-axis. So let's use vertical scale of 12. Let's save this. So there we can see the labels. Okay, so we can actually set the number of sections on the y-axis label. So there is a property number of sections. If I provide 3, we will see only 3 sections, but if I provide 10, we can see the sections increased, and if I provide 18, there we go. But we don't want that, so let's just stick to 3 sections. Let's save this. Now it looks good. The minimum height for this chart will be 5 pixels. Let's save this. Okay, so it's looking pretty good. Now let me show you how you can modify these properties to change the design. So the value is representing the income bar. And if I want to increase the spacing between these bars, I can increase the spacing property. Let's use the scale of 30. Let's save this and it should increase the space. Let me just reload the app. Okay, so the space is increased, but I know why this is happening. So we are setting this into this state, and I think we need to move this data into this state. So whenever component re-renders, this will update the data as well. So let's just use it here. Let's save this. So now if I change any value, this will update in the UI as well. So there we go. Okay, so then we can change the front color and this will change the color of the bar like this. So let's change it back to primary. Then if I want to show the value for each bar, I can use this top label component property and provide a custom design. So if I save this, there we can see a value on the top of the bar. We can also use the same property for the expenses bar. So let's copy it to the second object. Let's save this. Now we can see the value there as well. But I'm not going to use this in our application. It was just to show you how you can use this value as well. So in this array, each pair of objects display an income and an expense bar. So these are the pair of the objects. So now I'm going to increase the spacing between the bars, but it will only be for monthly and yearly duration. So what we can do is we can use the active index and use a condition. So if the active index is 1 or 2, that means we are in monthly or yearly duration, then we're going to use the scale of 25. But if it's not, then we're going to add the spacing as the scale of 16. Let's save this. So there we can see the spacing reduced for the weekly, but for monthly and yearly, we have increased the spacing. So now I'm also gonna make the y-axis label width based on the durations. And I'm gonna use an increased spacing for the monthly and yearly duration. So let's just copy the same condition and add it here. Then for the weekly duration, the space will be the scale of 35. And for monthly and yearly duration, the space will be scale of 38. And the reason why I'm doing this is because on monthly and yearly durations, the y-axis label amounts will be higher, so we need bigger space. But we can also hide the y-axis label using hide y-axis text property, and the labels are gone. But to hide the spacing, we need to comment this property. There we go. But I want to keep the y-axis label, so let's undo this. There we go. So then we can also add a maximum value for the y-axis values. So if I add 100, this will divide the sections and the maximum value will be 100. But we can also use a higher value, and that will make the bars very small like this. And we don't want this to happen. So let's just comment this property and let the component decide the maximum value. Now we can also use some properties to animate. So is animated is equal to true. Let me just reload the app and see if this is working. I'm not sure why it's not working, but it was working when I was developing this application. Maybe we need to provide the animation duration. Let's reload. Okay, for some reason the x-axis are animating but not the bars. Anyway, let's just leave it like this and move forward. So here I'm gonna display a loading, and this is gonna be based on the chart loading property, and we will use a view, give this a style as the chart loading container. Then inside this, I'm gonna use our loading component that we already have. Let's import the loading component and change the color of the loading to white. So for the chart loading container, you can copy these properties. This is just another overlay on the chart. You will see how it looks when the loading is true. But now we need to define the state chart loading. Let's minimize this, and here define a chart loading state and set chart loading. By default, this is going to be false. Let's save this. So now if I make it true, you will see how the loading looks. There you see. So it will look like this when we change the duration or when we are fetching data initially. Now I'm gonna disable the animations because the only thing animating is the x-axis labels, and let's just disable it anyway. Now I'm gonna fetch the data for weekly, monthly, and yearly durations. So let's use a use effect hook, and this will trigger based on the active index. So if this changes, this will trigger. And I'm gonna add a condition: if active index is equal to 0, then we're gonna fetch the weekly stats. So I will call a function get weekly stats. So let's just copy this 2 more times for monthly and yearly stats. Let's change this to get monthly stats and this one to yearly stats. Now let's define these functions here. This is gonna be an async function, and here we will get the weekly stats. Now let's copy this for the other durations and change this one to get monthly stats and this one to get yearly stats like this. And we're also going to use the UID of the user to fetch his data. So let's get the user from use auth hook like this. Okay, so now I'm going to go to the transaction service. And here, let's create a function to fetch the weekly stats. Actually, we can just copy this one. And let's remove the code because we will need to create it from scratch. Okay, so let's change the name to fetch weekly stats. And we will pass only one parameter as the UID of the user, and it's going to be a string like this. And this will return a promise with a type of response type. And let's update the error message. Now, because we are showing the weekly stats, so we need to fetch only the transactions within the last 7 days. So let's create a DB and it's going to be the Firestore object. Then let's create a date for today and a date for 7 days ago. It's going to be the current date, but we need to set it manually to 7 days ago. And we can use a method called setDate. This will change the day of this date, and we can get the current day using the getDate function on today and minus 7 days. So this will make it the date 7 days ago. Now we need to create a transaction query to fetch the transactions within the last 7 days. And let's provide the collection. Here we need to pass the DB and the collection name as transactions. Now we need to add some conditions so that we only get the transactions within the last 7 days. So date, where date is greater than or equal to the date that was 7 days ago. So let's use timestamp and from date. And here we need to provide the date we created. Now it also shouldn't get the transactions that are in future. So we need to add this condition where date is less than equal to current date. So here we can provide today. Okay, now we're gonna order these transactions by the date in descending order. Like this. Then we need to add the final where condition where the UID matches this user's UID so that we only get the transactions from this user. Okay, so now I'm gonna create a query snapshot using this query. So let's use the getDocs function and pass this query. Okay, so now I'm gonna add a weekly data and this will be the last 7 days data. I'm gonna create a function that will return this data. So it's gonna be in a very specific format. Let me just copy this function and create this inside the common utilities. Now let me explain how this function works, where we have the days of the week and then we have a result array. And in this array, we're gonna push an object for each day and the date, and we have income expense as 0. Then we return this result. So this income expense is basically the income and expense on each day. And we're going to use this object to calculate the income and expense. You can just copy this function, or you can find the link for the assets in the video description. Now let's import this function here. And now I'm going to create a transactions array for all the transactions, and it's going to be of type transactions. And for now, it's going to be an empty array. Now I'm going to loop through all the transactions and calculate the income and expense on each day. So let's use the query snapshot, and we'll use for each function. This will give us a callback with the document. So first we need to get the transaction. So we can use the data function on the document as the transaction type. Okay. Then we can get the transaction ID. So let's just store the ID inside this transaction object. And this will be found as document.id. Then we need to push this transaction into the transactions array. Okay. So now we need to match the date to calculate the income and expense. So first we need to get the transaction date. Let's get the transaction date as the timestamp. Okay, so we need to convert this to date. So let's put this into parentheses. Then we need to convert it to date and then to ISO string. And then we're going to split this by T, and we will get the first object. And it's going to be that specific day. So it's going to be like Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, like this. And this will help me to get the specific day and calculate the income and expense. Now, using this transaction date, we need to get the day data from the weekly data, because this is an array. So if I go into this, here we need to get the object that matches the date, and the date will be as Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday that we already have as the transaction date. I'm not sure if this will be Monday or Tuesday. So let me just confirm this. If I go into the browser, open the console, let's just create a new date and convert this to ISO string. Oh, okay, I was right. This is not going to be as Monday or Tuesday, but it's going to be the specific date as the dashed date. You can see the first object. So now that we have the transaction date, we're gonna match this to this one. So let's just remove this. This will be fetched as the specific date that I just showed you. Now we're gonna get the day data, and we're gonna find this in the weekly data array, where the date matches to the transaction date. And this will give us an object where we have the income and expense. So we will calculate the incomes and expenses for that specific date. Okay. This should be day data. Okay, so if we have the day data object, then we're gonna have to add a condition to see if the transaction type is income. Then we'll add the transaction amount to income property. Otherwise, we will add the amount to the expense property. So here we can add day data dot income plus equal to the transaction dot amount. This is for the incomes only. Then for the expenses, day data dot expense plus equal to the transaction amount, like this. Okay, so here we will check the condition. Now let's just change this else to else if. And this will also check if the transaction type is equal to expense. Only then it will add this to expense property, like this. Okay, so basically it's going to get the day data from the weekly data array. So here is the array, and each object will have a day, the date, total income on that day, and the total expenses. And this way we'll have the stats from the last 7 days. Okay, so now I'm gonna use a function that's called the flat map. And basically to format this according to our chart data, we have one entry for the incomes and the other entry for the expenses. If you remember previously when we were working with the chart data, we had two entries, one for income and one for expense. So we're gonna have to format the data for this one, and the flat map function basically will take a day from this data and it will create two entries on that specific day. So that is exactly what we need. So let's use weekly data and we'll use the flat map function. Then it will give us the day in the callback, and using that day we will return an array with two objects. First one will be for income and the second one is for the expenses, just like this. So let's go to the statistics, and here let's just copy a pair and we'll change the values. Let's copy this one and paste it here. Okay, so now the value will be day dot income for the first object, and let's remove this, and here we will add day dot day value, because if you go to the weekly array, here you can see the day is one of the days from the week, so we need to display that. Then let's import scale and the colors. Okay, so the second one will be expense, so day dot expense, like this. Now this will format the data exactly like we want for the chart. Then let's return the response success as true. Then I'm gonna return the data object. So I'm gonna return the stats and then the transactions array, because I also want to show the transactions. So let's just remove this. Okay, so let's review what we have done so far. So this function will create two dates, today and 7 days ago. Then it will fetch all the transactions within the last 7 days based on these conditions. So and then it will create a weekly data for calculating the income and expense on that specific days. So then it will loop through all the transactions, create a list of the transaction, then match the transaction date and calculate the income and expense on that date. And once we have calculated the data, then we need to format the data using flat map. So this function will take each day and create two entries in an array, and that is the format we need for our chart. So once we have that, then it will return the stats and the transactions. So let's see if this is working. Here we have a function get weekly stats. So first I'm gonna start the loading. So let's set the chart loading as true. Then I will get the response from this API. So let's use the function fetch a weekly stats, and we need to pass the user.uid. Okay, let's pass this as the string, and then let's set the loading to false. So if the response dot success is true, then we will set the chart data as the result dot data dot stats, like this. And if we get any error, then we will alert the error as result dot message. Okay, so let's save this and see. There we can see the chart data and it's showing some stats on Wednesday, and this is because we mostly added the transactions on a Wednesday. So this is working fine. So now we can remove the dummy data. So let's just make this empty string, and this will be set dynamically like this. Let me just reload the app. Okay, so the chart is working and the stats are showing, but it looks pretty boring because we don't have a lot of data on the last 7 days. So let me quickly add some transactions. Okay, so I've added some transactions on the past 7 days. So now if I go to the stats, there we can see the chart is looking good. And now it's showing all the stats on the last 7 days. So if I go to monthly or yearly, nothing happens because we still need to implement those functions, and we will do that now. So here we have these functions. But if before working on this, I'm gonna show the transactions at the bottom. So if you remember, in the response, we are passing the transactions as well, and we need to show them at the bottom of the chart. So let's add a state, transactions, set transactions, and by default, they're going to be an empty array like this. But we will set this when we receive the data from fetch weekly stats. So result.data.transactions. Okay, so now we're gonna display these transactions after this chart container. So after this view, let's just add a comment, transactions, and let's create a view. And inside this, we will use the transaction list component. And for this one, we will have a title as transactions. The empty list message will be no transactions found. And for the data, let's pass the transactions array. So let's close this and save this. And there we can see the transactions within this duration. So it's going to show all the transactions within the last 7 days. Let me just reload and show you how beautiful it looks when all the transactions just animate from the bottom. And you know what the cool thing is? You can actually click on the transaction and update the data from here. So that is really cool. Now I'm going to work on the monthly and yearly tabs. So let's go to the transaction service. Okay, so the monthly stats will be very similar to weekly stats. So let's just copy this and change the name to fetch monthly stats. Now, similarly, what we did in the weekly stats, we had a function to get the weekly data. Now, we're going to have a function to get the last 12 months. Here is the function. Here we have an array of all the months of the year. Then we are iterating through all of them and then creating a month name, a short year, and then a formatted month year name. So it's like a short month name and the year name like January 24 and February 25. Then we have the formatted date, and finally it's going to push an object with the full date, income and expense, just like how we did it in the last 7 days. So you can copy this. Now, I'm not going to bore you guys with creating this function from scratch because it's very similar to the weekly stats. So let me just copy the entire function and I'll explain how it's working. So here is the function and we have some errors. So we need to import this function, get last 12 months, and the errors are gone. Okay, so this is the function. Now let me explain how this is working. First, we pass the UID of the user. We create a database, today's date, and a date 12 months ago. Then I'm creating a transactions query to fetch all the transactions, and I'm applying these dates to fetch the transactions within the last 12 months like this. Then I'm creating the monthly data using this function that I've already shown you guys. So then we need to calculate the income and expense for each month. So we are looping through the transactions, pushing the transactions into an array. Then we're fetching the transaction date to get the month name and a short year so that we can match this and get the month data from the array that I've shown you guys before. So this will match the month data, and if we get the month data from this array, so on this month data, we will have a month, full date, income, and expense. So we need to calculate the income and expenses on this object. So after getting this month data, we are calculating this. And based on if the type of the transaction, we are updating the income and expenses. Then after we get all the stats, we need to format this data according to our chart. So using the flat map, this will create two entries for each month. So for 1 month, we will get the first entry as income and the second one as expenses. And after we get all the stats, then we will just return this data to and include all the transactions as well. Okay, so now let's see if this function is working. So let's go to statistics. And here, let's just copy this code because it's going to be the same one. So we'll just need to change this function to fetch monthly stats. This will pass the user ID, set the data into chart and the transactions. So let's save this and see if this is working. So if I go to monthly segment, now it's fetching the last 12 months stat and showing all the data. But sadly, we don't have enough data to fill all the bars. But the good thing is it's working and fetching all the stats. So now what I'm going to do is to fill this chart, I'm going to add some transactions over the past months. So let me quickly add these. Okay, so I've added a bunch of transactions and now the total balance is 412. Now if we go see the monthly stats, so now we can see the stats over the last few months. So if the user keeps using this app, and this will eventually fill up the data, and this chart will show all the data. So these are all the transactions within the 12 months. So now we need to work on the yearly stats. So let's go to the transaction service and let's just copy this function. So the yearly stats will be a bit different from the monthly and weekly stats because in here we don't actually know the starting and the ending year. So we kind of have to figure that out. So let's change this name to fetch yearly stats. Then this will get the user ID. We don't need this. So let's remove this. And basically, we're going to fetch all the transactions for this user. So we don't need these conditions. Now this will get all the transactions. And let's just remove this monthly data because we don't need this. Now we need to figure out what the starting year is. And for that, let's create the first transaction. And we have to find the first transaction based on the transaction date. So we'll have to loop through all the transaction and compare the dates, then get the earliest transaction using the reduce function. And the default value for the earliest will be the new date like this. Now let's get the transaction date. So doc.data, then date. Let's convert this to date object. And we'll have to compare all the dates. So transaction, if the transaction date is less than the earliest, then that is the older one. So let's just return this or the earliest. So this way we'll get the date for the first transaction. Now we're going to create the first year using this transaction. So let's create a variable first year and we can use a function get full year on this first transaction. This will give us the year. And then we're going to create the current year using the new date dot get full year like this. So now that we have the first and last year, we can get the yearly data using this range. So I'm going to use a function get years range. Let me just paste this inside the common utilities. So here we'll pass the start year and the end year, and it will loop through all the years between and create push an object into the result array similar to weekly and monthly stats. So here we have the full date, year, income, and expense. Then it will return this result. So you can copy this or copy this from the assets in the video description. Let's save this and now let's use it here. Get years range, and we need to pass the first year and the current year. Okay, so now that we have the yearly range, we need to loop through all the transactions, which we are doing it here. And We don't actually need the month name, so let's just remove this and let's change the transaction date to the transaction year, because we need to match this to get the object from the yearly range. So let's get the full year from this transaction date. So here we need to compare it to the year property and get an object from this array to calculate the income and expenses. So short year, we don't need this as well. So let's remove this and change this to year data. And we are going to find the year data from yearly data. This will be year and item. And we'll match item dot year to the transaction year and convert this to a string. What's the issue here? Let's just use any. Okay, so now that we have year data, let's change this one. And this will change the income expense on the year data. So this will update all the year's data in this yearly data array. Now we need to format this according to our chart data. So let's use yearly data and this will be year. So let's select all of these references and change them to year like this. And for the label width, I'm going to change this to scale of 35. Let's save this. Okay. So let's change this error to yearly like this. So let's review what this function will do. So first we are getting all the transactions for this user. Then we are creating a first transaction date. And using this, we are creating the first year, the current year, and passing this to get a range for the yearly data. Using this function, we are passing the first year and the end year. So after getting this data, we are iterating through all the transactions, creating the transaction year, then getting the year data using the transaction year. And on that year data, we are calculating the income and expenses. Then using the stats, we are creating the structured data for our charts. This needs to be year like this, because if we go into the yearly data, here we have the year property, so we need to add that. Now after this, we just return this data and the transactions. So let's go to the statistics and use this function. Let's just copy this logic and we'll just change the function to fetch yearly stats. We need to pass the user ID. This will set chart data, the transactions. Let's save this and see if this is working. So if I go to yearly tab, there we can see we only see 2 years, 2024 and 2023, because I only added the transactions for these 2 years. So now we can see the stats for weekly, monthly, and yearly durations. So let me just reload. And let's go to statistics. So this part is working perfectly fine. We can see the weekly, the monthly stats, and we can see all the transactions at the bottom. Now I want to see how these features are working on the Android side. So let's press A to open the app on Android emulator. Yes, let's update the Expo Go app. Okay, there it's running. So the application is running. Now let's hope everything works as it is on iOS. So let me just sign in using my account. Okay, so we're logged in and there we can see the card with the total balance, and at the bottom we can see the recent transactions. Then if we click on the transaction, we can see all the details, update or delete. Then we can click on this button to create a new transaction. Let's see the statistics. There we can see the chart is working perfectly fine. We can switch to monthly. And now it's showing monthly stats, and at the bottom we can see all the transactions within this duration. Then we can see the yearly stats and all the transactions. Now let's go to this tab Here we have the wallets for this user, and we can view the details, update, delete, or create new wallets. Then in the profile section, we can log out or edit the profile data. And for me, it's very cool that the transitions and the animations are working very smooth, even on Android app. So not only iOS, but both the apps are working great. So in the next part, we'll work on the search functionality. In this part, we'll work on the search functionality. So when we click on this icon, this should open a search model. Let's create this file inside this function. Then let's create a functional component, rename this and save this. Now let's go to the layout file and specify this as a model and change this to search model. Let's save this, and now we need to be able to navigate to this model when we click on this icon. So let's add an onPress method here. Okay, so there we can see this model. Let's save this, and now when we click on this, let's just reload the app. So there we can see the search model. Now let's go to the search model, and here instead of creating this from scratch, let's just copy the contents from the wallet model and paste it here. Okay, so let's change the name of this component to search model. Okay, and let's try to remove everything that we don't need. So let's remove this function, this one, and we don't need on submit, the use effect, and the old wallet. So let's remove this. Okay, then we don't need the wallet data as well. So let's just remove this. Okay, so for the header title, we don't need this. Let's replace this with search like this. Then we have the form and we have some inputs. We don't need the wallet icon, so let's just remove this. Okay, and we'll change this later. Now we also don't need the footer, so let's just remove this one. Now we will use this input for the search, so let's create a state, search and set search. By default, this will be an empty string like this, and let's use it here. And this will use the set search function and pass the value. And I think we don't need this label, so let's just remove this. And this placeholder will say something like shoes. So let's save this. Okay, so there we can see our search model. Now I'm gonna remove everything that we don't need in our style sheet. Then the avatar and the edit icon. Okay, so now I'm gonna change the background color for this model. So let's give it a style property and change the background color to neutral 900. Let's save this. Then I'm also gonna change the background color for this input container. Not this one. Let's add the container style property on this input. And we'll change the background color to neutral 800 for this one. Let's save this. So there we can see. And let's also change the placeholder text color and use the color neutral 400. Let's save this. So the model is ready. Now I'm gonna fetch all the transactions from this user. So let's go to the index tab, and here we are already fetching the transactions. So let's just copy this code and paste it here. So now I'm gonna import the where clause. Then this will match the user.uid, then order by. Now let's remove this because I'm gonna fetch all the transactions from this user. So let's change this to all transactions. Okay, so let's import the use fetch data hook. then this type. Okay, so now this must be fetching all the transactions, and we can just confirm this if we just console log the total transactions as the all transactions dot length. Let's save this, and there we can see in the console total transactions as 23 because we only added these many transactions. So let's remove this. So now I'm gonna display these transactions after this input. So let's create a view and import our transaction list component. Then here, let's add a loading property as the transaction loading. Then the data will be all transactions for now. Then the empty list message will say no transactions match your search keywords, like this. So let's close this and save this. So there we can see all the transactions. So if I close this and open this again, there you can see, I love how smooth it animates all the transaction and they're all just slide in from the bottom. It looks very cool. So now we're gonna implement the search. So whenever we type anything, this will just display the filtered transactions. So this will change to filtered transactions. Now let's add this here. And I'm gonna use all the transactions and use the filter function. This will give us the item in the callback. Then we will only filter the transactions if the search dot length is greater than 1. Otherwise, it will show all the transactions. So by default, this will return true. So that means when there is no keyword, it will show all the transactions. So inside this condition, I'm gonna add one more condition to match the category of the transaction to the search keywords. But I'm also going to lowercase both of these. So category dot to lowercase, then if it includes the search keywords, and we need to convert this to lowercase as well, like this. So if you remember, each transaction includes a category. So if I go into the data, there we can see all the expense categories, and if this matches, then we will filter the transactions. Or if the type of the transaction matches, so let's just copy this and change this to type. This can be expense or income. Then if the description of the transaction matches, so this will be description. So if the search keywords matches any of these three properties, then we will return true and it will show only these specific transactions. But if it doesn't matches, then we will return false, like this. So this will be the filtered transactions and we're using them here, and the search will update whenever we type anything in this input. Now each transaction had a description, so let's search by the description. If I type got a toy, there we can see the specific transaction. So if I remove everything, then all the transactions are back. Now we can also search by the type. So if I search for income, then it will show all the transactions that have type income. If I type expense, then we can see all the transactions that are income. And if I type, let's say, mug, there we can see the transaction. So with this, the search functionality is complete and our application is complete. So let me just reload, and now it's time to do a final demo of the application both on iOS and Android. So let me move these side by side and make this bigger. Okay, so first let's reload the app on Android. Okay, so let me show you all the features on iOS first. Let me just log out. And the first time user opens the app, he will see this welcome page with these animations. Then he can sign up using this page or sign in. I already have an account, so let me just log in using my account. And when we log in, we move to the home tab where we can see a card with the total balance, total expenses, and the total income. Then we can see the recent transactions. If we click on any transaction, this will show all the transaction details. We can update or delete the transaction from here. Let's go back, and if we click on this icon here, we can add a new transaction, but I'll come to this later. Then we have a profile page where we can edit the profile. We can edit the profile picture. So let's update the profile picture. Let's choose this one, and if I hit update, there we can see the profile picture updated. So similarly, you can add other fields if you want to update them as well. Then we can log out from here. So let's go to this tab, and this is where all the wallets will show and the total balance in all the wallets. If I want to add a new wallet, I can add the data here, or if I just click on any existing, we can see all the details, and I can also update the wallet name. So if I hit update, there we can see the wallet is updated. Similarly, you can update or delete any other. Let's just change this back to freelancing. Okay, so then we have the second tab as the statistics. So if I click on this, first we will see the weekly stats where we can see the stats from the last 7 days. Then we have all the transactions within this duration. If I switch to monthly, then this will show the stats from the last 12 months. Then I switch to yearly, and on the top we can see the stats, and at the bottom we can see all the transactions within this duration. And the cool thing about this one is we can click on any transaction and this will show all the details. We can even update or delete the transaction from here. Now let's go to the home screen, and here let me show you how the transactions are working. So I'm logged in with the same account on both the devices. So everything that I do here on iOS will be shown on the Android as well. So let's try to add an expense transaction of amount 10, and the description will be 8 pizza. Okay, so as I submit this transaction, you will notice a change in here as well. So let's submit. So there we can see the transaction, and the balance is updated on iOS and Android, and the total expense is updated. Now if I click on this and update the amount to 12 and then hit update, so this will make the total balance 400. So as the transaction updated, the total balance is 400 on both the devices. Now let's try to add an income transaction and see if that is working. Let's change this to income and select the wallet as freelancing. We can also change the date. So you can choose the month, date, and the year. Let's just choose December and add amount of $40 and the description as app fee. Let's submit. So there we can see the transaction and the total balance is updated. Total income is updated. Now let's say I forgot to add the receipt for this transaction. So let me just go back and add an image of the receipt, then hit update. And now if I open the transaction details again, there we can see the receipt. And if I open the transaction on Android, we can see the receipt there as well. Okay, so then we can delete any transaction as well. So if I open the same transaction and if I delete this, just make sure you notice the total balance. It will go to 400. Okay, so the transaction is gone and the balance is updated on both the devices. Then we have a search functionality. So by default, this will show all the transactions from this user. And if I want to search any specific transaction, let's search for pizza, and there we can see the transactions. Let's search for soap. So there is a transaction, bought a soap. So the search functionality is working here. So all the features are working flawlessly on iOS, but let's see how they're working on Android. So the home screen is working. We can add a new transaction. If we go to the statistics, there we can see the weekly stats. First we have the chart and then all the transactions. Then we can see monthly or yearly stats. So this section is working. Then we have the wallets. We can open any wallet and see all the details, or delete or update the wallet from here. Then if we go to the profile, There we can see the profile data. If I click on this model and try to update, we can do that, but we don't have any images on Android, and we can log out from here. So everything is working smoothly, and with this our application is complete. And you can visit my website codewithnomi.com and find other professional apps to enhance your skills. This is a project we were working on, expense tracker app. You can get the source code from here, and you can explore other professional apps from here. And here you can subscribe to my newsletter if you want to get the news about these projects. And if you find this video helpful, then do like the video and subscribe the channel if you haven't already. And I'll see you in the next one.